Down in Fire Country, near a hot spring bath in the ninja village known as Konoha, a young shinobi was in a heated argument with his sensei. "No, Naruto, I can't train you. I'm already training Sasuke for the finals," Kakashi told his less favored student. "Why not? Other sensei do it. Why can't you?" Naruto tried to reason. Naruto had made it to the finals of the Chunin exams against all odds. He got there by defeating Kiba Inuzuka, one of the strongest genin of his year at the academy. Now he had to face Niji Hyuga, the previous year's Rookie of the Year and easily one of the deadliest fighters in the tournament. He already showed that he had no problems with nearly ripping Hinata, his own cousin, to shreds, and would love nothing more than to kill him, just to prove a point. Kakashi, however, had other plans, and those didn't include helping his student survive his match. He never had any real faith in Naruto, despite the boy saving his life before. "Naruto, I'm only training Sasuke for the finals, and that's the end of it. He has a better chance at making Chunin than you do, so putting any effort into training you would only be a waste of my time and would tarnish my reputation. Besides, you don't have the natural talent for what I teach, anyway," he told the boy coldly and callously as he poofed away, leaving behind a hurt and betrayed Naruto. Naruto didn't want to believe what had just happened, but it hurt too much to ignore. He had just been abandoned by his own sensei for the Uchiha genius, just like that. All of the anger and rage that he had bottled up inside of himself and let it out. "Kakashi, you asshole!" The blonde genin roared in anger at the top of his lungs before heading off to one of his comfort spots, Ichiraku Ramen, while he tried to think what to do and who to ask for training. Meanwhile, taking a break from signing and filing paperwork, Sarutobi was gazing into his scrying crystal to see what was happening in the village. That was when he came across what Kakashi had done to his student when he needed him the most. Suffice to say, the Hokage was not happy with the Cycloptic Jounin's blatant favoritism. It brought back unpleasant memories of his own time as a Jounin sensei, when he favored Orochimaru over his other two students, only for him to betray them all. With a heavy sigh, he called two of his personal ANBU to him. The first one was a female with long purple hair and a cat mask. "Nico, could you please find Naruto for me and bring him here? I would like to talk with him about something very important and that the time has come for him to learn about his family. I really wish that this wouldn't have happened for another year or so, but that fool Kakashi has forced my hand. Senpai's really done it now. How could he do that to a child, especially his own student who needs him?" Nico fumed angrily as she flickered away to find the boy. "Ashi, I need you to go and inform Furinji Hayato that I need to talk with him concerning his other last remaining relative. Tell him that the time has finally come," the old Hokage instructed. Ashi cringed involuntarily at what the Hokage wanted him to do. "I have to go into that madhouse?" Usually, nothing scared the ANBU. However, there was only one place that could inspire such fear from otherwise fearless people. A place where masters of their arts and styles have gathered to further and better themselves. A place where the masters can only be described as superhuman, true-to-life fighting machines. A place called Ryozanpaku. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose in an attempt to ward off an impending headache. "Yes, now go," he ordered in annoyance. With Umbu Ushi. Ashi had just now arrived at the Ryozanpaku compound, cautiously entering. He walked around in an almost tiptoe fashion as he looked around for the person he was sent to get. After a few minutes, he began to relax. This isn't so bad," he muttered to himself as he began to look around the compound in a much more casual manner until a crashing noise grabbed his attention. As he listened more closely, the crashing was getting closer and closer. Just when he was about to go look for the noise, a training post went screaming past his face at near terminal velocity, followed by a shout that sounded a lot like APA. Rushing toward him, a colossal bronze-skinned man was speeding toward him, smashing everything in sight with his bare hands and feet. Ashi stood stock still, his eyes screwed tightly shut. "If I don't see it, it isn't real." He repeated over and over again like a mantra. Suddenly, he felt himself jerked out of the giant's path of destruction. He chanced opening an eye to see a massive old man holding him by the back of his ANBU armor like a kitten by the scruff. "Oh, whatever could bring an ANBU to our little compound?" he asked in amused curiosity. Ashi forgot himself for a moment, but recomposed himself to deliver the message he was sent to deliver. "Ah, Furinji-sama, Hokage-sama said that he had something important to tell you, that it is time." Hayato's face grew grim as he took in what the message meant. "I see," he replied, turning to the house portion of the compound. "Myo, if you would be so kind as to accompany me to old Saru's office? I believe that you must know about this as well," the old man said aloud. A girl with long wavy blonde hair who looked to be around 16 years old poked her head out of the house. "Oh, okay, Ji-san," she replied. The grim look on her grandfather's face had her worried. "Apachai, calm down for a moment," Hayato called out to the bronze giant now called Apachai. Apachai stopped in place. "Appa," he wondered as he walked over to the old man. "Apachai-kun, I need you to watch over the house until Akasame and the rest return. When they do, tell Shigeru I need to speak with her about something very important," Hayato told Apachai with a serious look on his face. Apachai knew that look and decided that it must be very important. "Hi, Apachai will tell Shigeru," he replied solemnly. Before the ANBU could perform the shunshin to teleport away from these crazy people, Hayato grabbed him, flung him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and took off like a shot toward Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. After a very brief but very wild ride, the Ryozanpaku elder arrived inside of Sarutobi's office and knelt down, allowing Myo to jump off of his back and letting the dazed ANBU slump to the ground in a heap. "You know, Saru, your ANBU are getting a bit soft if they cannot handle a simple piggyback ride," the elder teased. Sarutobi grinned at the light-hearted barb from his old friend. "It seems that way," he admitted before turning his attention to Myo. "This lovely young lady must little Myo-chan. I haven't seen you in over 12 years," he added as he greeted the young woman. Hayato's face suddenly turned serious. "Is he here yet? I would like to see how the boy has grown." "Relax, Hayato. He will be here soon as I've sent an ANBU out to go find him," the old Hokage assured his old friend. "Tell me, how has his life been so far? I assume that either Jiraiya-kun or Tsunade-chan took him in. They are the godparents, after all," the old martial artist reasoned. The reaction that he got from his old friend was less than comforting. His saddened and distraught visage made both of the Furinjis very worried. "Ji-san, there's something wrong, isn't there?" Myo asked in a quavering tone. "It seems that way, and I'm going to find out why," Hayato told her calmly as he leveled a piercing stare on Sarutobi. Hayato knew of a couple people who would be very angry if something happened to the boy in question. Kasaka Shigeru was known far and wide as a mistress of all weapons, a title inherited from her sensei, Uzumaki Kushina, who herself was known as the war goddess. When she was very young, the red-haired Kunoichi found her on the streets of Takumigakure, starving and suffering. The woman took pity on the child and took her home to live with her. From there, the woman introduced her to the shinobi ways and found that she was just like her, a natural weapons prodigy. Shigeru absorbed the Kushina's skills like a sponge over the next few years, growing in skill and strength, as well as beauty as the years passed. Once Kushina married Namikaze Minato, she had a full family and soon had a baby brother on the way. Her life couldn't have been better. However, their happiness wasn't meant to last. On October 10th, Kushina went into labor while her Minato left to fight a demon that had attacked the village, the Kyubi no Kitsune. She had been sent to a shelter to hide away and be safe by Minato, but she wanted to help him fight and see her baby brother born. Sadly, by the time she got out to the shelter, the fighting was over. She was told that he died in the fighting while her mother figure died in childbirth, along with her baby brother. Shigeru went mad with grief over losing them all in one night, but eventually shed her grief and adopted a cold and uncaring persona, a stark contrast to the girl she had been before the attack. She rose through the shinobi ranks until she became an ANBU captain at the age of 16, retiring to the confines of Ryozanpaku only a year ago at the age of 24. Shigeru wasn't the only one lied to that night by the council and Sarutobi. The leaders of the Hyuga and the Lee clans, Hyuga Hayashi and Lee Tenmon, were both old friends of the Minato and Kushina, and had gone as far as to engage their unborn son to their daughters, Lee Raichi and Hyuga Hinata, as a way of binding their families together into the next generation. The two loyal Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, had both left the village with clenched fists over the fate of their godchild. Jiraiya knew that Naruto was still alive and tried to provide for him financially since he couldn't be there physically, but the council only lined their pockets with almost all of the stipend money, leaving little to none for the boy. Tsunade had been told by Sarutobi that Naruto had died along with the young woman she almost saw as her daughter. She left the village that night without so much as a backwards glance, vowing to never return. The village civilian council, as well as the Sandame's two teammates and elders and the Uchiha clan, had crushed many hopes and dreams when they announced that the Kyuubi had murdered the son of the Yondaime along with his father. Their reason for this was because they were both jealous and threatened by Minato's charisma and the Uchiha by his strength and uncopyable jutsu, not to mention the fact that he, along with his sensei, developed an anti-Sharingan seal in secret. He, Kushina, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all wore these seals to prevent Fugaku, the Uchiha clan head and bitter rival of Minato, all through their Karas, from copying their hard work. Minato had gotten numerous complaints that the Uchiha had been stealing the jutsu and styles from all over the village, with Fugaku spearheading the offenses. Fugaku had always been very haughty and arrogant, never fully accepting Minato's authority as Hokage and constantly challenged it and calling his skills into question. Minato was always very forgiving, but Fugaku had finally stretched his patience too far. On October the 10th, he was planning on revoking the Uchiha clan's privileges and kicking them off of the council for implied treason, and to dissolve the civilian council for giving orders to his ninja and authorizing missions without his approval when the Kyuubi attacked the village. In the aftermath, a frazzled Fugaku pried a crying Naruto from his deceased father's embrace. Seeing an opportunity to grasp power for himself, he proclaimed him to be the demon reborn, but when he tried to assert his claim on the office of Hokage, old Sarutobi had taken the reins once again and took Naruto from his grasp. The council countered by whipping the populace into a murderous frenzy, bent on avenging the death of their beloved Yondaime and his deceased son at the hands of the Kyuubi, who was now reborn inside of a baby boy, as well as making sure none of Minato's friends could come to the boy's rescue. They managed to get rid of Tsunade and Jiraiya, and told the girl that he and Kushina had taken in that the boy was dead. Sarutobi slammed headlong into damage control in an attempt to stem the damage that had already been done by protecting him as best he could, but many of his effort had been in vain, undermined by some of his own shinobi and council. He couldn't even come clean with Naruto's true heritage without some nasty repercussions, like the council actually killing the boy to keep their betrayal a secret. However, now that Naruto was older enough to protect himself somewhat and with the training that Ryozanpaku could provide, the council would no longer be a threat. He had hoped that Kakashi would be able to protect and train the boy, but the copy nin had turned out to be a massive disappointment. Hayato listened to the entire tale and grew angrier with the council and the village with each passing minute, with Myo nearly in tears as they heard the finer details of the boy's life. When the tale wound down, he bowed his head in shame. He could have taken the boy in, but he too had thought the boy lost. "Minato, my nephew, I am so sorry. I will atone for letting you down so badly by taking in your son, as I should have long ago," he murmured as he turned to Sarutobi once again. "I will inform the Hyuga and Lee clans of the boy's survival and see what they intend to do about the betrothal contracts. Until then, I will take over the boy's training. Kakashi has proven to be a liability. If he has a problem with this, he may deal directly with myself and the other masters," Hayato stated with an air of authority, as expected of the man who was originally chosen for the position of Sandaime Hokage, but declined it. Sarutobi only nodded, knowing that Hayato had every right to be upset. Before he could say anything, a figure appeared in the window. "Sensei, I will still teach the boy everything that I taught his father. He was like a son to me, so I felt that what I have to teach is his birthright. The figure stated, coming into the light to reveal none other than Jiraiya. Ah, Jiraiya-kun. Good to see you, my boy. Hayato greeted. Hayato knew that his absence was not of his own doing, and if he had the choice, Jiraiya would have taken Naruto and raised him himself. Furinji-sama, it's been a long time, the white-haired sage greeted, until he saw Myo. Well, hello, pretty young lady. He all but shouted in glee until a glare from Hayato told him that it wasn't a good idea. What brings you here, Jiraiya? Sarutobi asked him to clear the air. My informants have told me that Orochimaru and Suno will attack during these exams and that my godson is in the finals. I heard what that bastard Hitaki did to Naruto's training and I'll deal with him personally. That brat never did understand that it wasn't always all about him. No matter how Minato tried getting through to him. Jiraiya growled. Back with Naruto. Naruto was arguing with Ebisu, who had come to lecture Naruto on the basics of etiquette as per Kakashi's instructions. Just get out of my way. I need to go train and manners won't help me. What am I gonna do? Politely ask Neji to not kill me. He asked incredulously. Manners are a cornerstone for every shinobi, a shortcut to becoming a good, upstanding ninja of Konoha. Since you were only an orphan, Kakashi saw fit to have me instruct you in etiquette for the month until the finals. He wants you to at least lose with grace, Ebisu told him in a smug tone. Naruto seethed at what this arrogant ass was lording over him. This ass was rubbing his orphan status in his face, and so was Kakashi. He was about to cold cock the jerk-off until an ANBU appeared before them. Nico Nizan? What's up? Does the old man need to see me? Naruto asked her. He remembered this ANBU. She was always nice to him and saved him a couple of times when he was small, not to mention she taught him about stealth, something that all of Konoha cursed due to the fact that he could pull off pranks without getting caught now. Hi, come with me please, she told him softly until Ebisu stopped them roughly. Hold on there, Kakashi said. He began to yell until she had her ninjato at his throat in half a heartbeat. I already know what you two are trying to do and it sickens me. If I weren't ANBU, I'd train and look after the boy myself. Now go away and tell Kakashi this. Should he try to sabotage his growth again, I will make him pay. She hissed while resheathing her blade and turning to Naruto. Come, Naruto-kun. I'll take you to the Hokage's office. Nico told Naruto, putting a hand on his shoulder as she teleported them to the Hokage's office. Back to the Hokage's office, again. Just as Jiraiya was finished going over what he knew of the impending invasion of the village, there was a knocking at the door. Hokage-sama, I have brought Naruto-kun as request. A voice called out from the other side of the door. Come in, Sarutobi ordered. The door opened to reveal a cat-masked ANBU standing next to a blonde-haired boy with a look of defeat and despair on his face. Oi, Gigi. What's up? Ah, Naruto-kun. Glad you could join us on such short notice. Sarutobi greeted warmly. Not like I was busy, anyway. Naruto muttered with venom in his tone that made them all wince. I already know about what your so-called sensei did to you, Naruto-kun, and trust me when I say that he will pay dearly for his blatant favoritism. For right now I have some people here that would like to meet you. The old Hokage told him with a smile. Hayato walked up to the boy and knelt down as far as he could, but still towered over the vertically challenged boy. Hello, Naruto-chan. I am Hayato Furinji and this is my granddaughter, Myo. We already know that your sensei abandoned you and have heard the more intimate details of your life and nightmare of a team. Before I say anything else, I must tell you about us. I am your father's uncle, making you my grandnephew and Myo-chan here your cousin, and we would like to train you and take you in, he told the boy with a smile. Naruto went numb with shock. He had relatives, family, all this time, but they never came forward? The boy found his voice after a few moments, but lowered his head in sorrow. Didn't you want me? He asked in a small voice that was on the verge of tears, conveying a sadness and sorrow that no child should ever have. Hayato understood why the boy was so upset. It must have been very difficult growing up all alone with the very beast that nearly wiped out the village sealed within him and being hated for it. However, within him, Hayato sensed a strength and will that easily surpassed any that he'd ever felt before. If forged correctly, he would be truly surpass himself someday. For all that the boy has suffered, he remains so strong. Minato and Kushina would be so proud. He thought with a sad smile. It's not that, Naruto-chan. You see, we were told that you had died the night of the sealing, but Saru here informed us that you were alive. There were others who would have taken you in, but something went terribly wrong. Saru, I believe that you should explain this to him. The Ryozanpaku elder told the boy, then the Hokage. Naruto-kun, the reason that no one took you in was because the council and another who wished to take up this office announced that you were dead and in your place left the kyubi which is sealed within you safely. The council wanted you dead, but I managed to the details of your true birth were covered up, you would be spared. I truly regret that decision, because you parents had very good friends that would have taken you in without a second thought. Due to this, 2 of them left the village and the rest closed themselves away. The rest that did know and remained were forced to remain silent. Your parents also had 2 betrothal contracts for you to the daughters of 2 very prestigious clans, the Hyuga and the Lee clans. I will personally inform these people after we are done here, but for now we will focus on your training. This man here is Jiraiya of the Sannin, who will oversee your ninjutsu training and introduce you to the sealing arts. He indicated to the tall, white-haired man. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as the cue to introduce himself came up. My name is one that can hush a crying child, make the ladies quiver in delight and my enemies tremble with fear. I am the holy sage of Mount Mayaboku. I am Master Jiraiya, he announced while doing a weird kabuki dance, one that made Naruto snigger, then laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, that was a good one. I'm gonna like this guy. He laughed wholeheartedly. Sarutobi pinched his nose. Jiraiya, you're still doing that strange introduction? No matter. I believe that you should tell the boy who you really are. He deserves to know. Jiraiya's mirth and playfulness faded into a grim smile. Naruto, I'm your godfather. He choked out. It was hard to say it. After all, what could you possibly say to a child you were entrusted with, but never got to meet in person? What? I'm your godfather, kid. In fact, I was the one who named you. I know that nothing can make up for years that I missed, but I would like to train you as well, and pass down some things that I taught to your father that made him famous, along with a couple of birthrights that rightfully belong to you. Jiraiya told his godson. So, if you're my godfather, you knew my parents. Yes, I knew them. However, I can't tell you about them now. Maybe later on over a bowl of ramen. Jiraiya told him. Why not now? Because we don't know who else could be listening. If the wrong people found out before we were ready, it will bring some real trouble. But believe this, if you make Chunin, I'll tell you everything you want to know. He bargained with the boy. Naruto's face lit up with a dazzling smile filled to the brim with determination. All right, just you wait, Kyufu. I'll make Chunin for sure, he announced cheerfully, his bright spirit showing through once again. Jiraiya smiled widely and proudly. He was happy that his godson acknowledged him and proud of the spirit that he was showing. Just like his mother, a real handful, but he has his father's drive and determination. An otherwise perfect blend of his parents. Wait, something's wrong here. His chakra flow seems messed up somehow. Naruto, could you channel some chakra through your seal? I need to see something, he told the boy seriously. Naruto looked at Myo cautiously, but Hayato put his fears to rest. She already knows about the Kyubi, Naruto-chan. He reassured the boy, with Myo giving him a warm smile. I do, Naruto-kun. I know that it must take a lot of heart to keep it at bay, and I'm proud of you for that, she told him softly. Naruto felt much more at ease and did as he was asked, lifting his shirt and jacket to expose his seal. Jiraiya inspected the seal closely and found the abnormality. Gojo Fuin. The only people who know that spell are myself, Sensei, and Orochimaru. That bastard, he growled. Fooling around with a Jinchuriki seal without knowing what you're doing was very dangerous and foolhardy. He could have easily released the beast and killed them all. He closed his eyes and concentrated, igniting his fingertips with chakra. Gojo Fuin, Kai. Jiraiya thrust his fingers into the seal, releasing the spell Orochimaru had on him and freeing up his chakra control. The force of the thrust threw Naruto's small frame back until his new cousin appeared behind him and caught him. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Myo asked with no small amount of concern. "Why yeah, thanks, Myo-chan." He thanked her as he walked over toward Jiraiya again. "What was that? Was it what that snake freak did to me?" he asked Sarutobi, who nodded. "Yes, one of my other students, Orochimaru, did that to you. I know that I told Kakashi about that, but it seems as though he ignored it for the Uchiha. He will have much to answer for when I see him next." The old Hokage growled, letting out a sharp burst of ki to no one in particular. "However, the fact that you defeated the Inuzuka heir with that extra burden on you has proven how much you have grown in strength. I estimate that the seal reduced you down to maybe 30% of your maximum strength at best. I'm very proud of you, and if you keep this up, making Chunin this time around will not be beyond you." The other Kage and daimyos knew about what happened to you and were very impressed with what you could do. Sarutobi informed the boy with a proud grin. Naruto flushed with embarrassment. "Maybe Sakura-chan will forget that team and let me take her out on a date if I make Chunin." "Yeah," he cheered. Sarutobi shook his head. Jiraiya, Hayato, and Myo all wondered what that was about and asked him. "Sakura Haruno is his teammate and the girl he has a crush on. Unfortunately, she is an Uchiha fangirl, quite a fanatical one at that. Every interaction with her has led to the boy getting punched around and insulted. He truly does have feelings for the girl, but she all but tramples on them," he told them sadly. Hayato sighed. Myo clenched her fists in anger, causing her knuckles to pop loudly. "If she does that to him again, that girl will pay dearly," Myo stated with barely maintained calm. Jiraiya was reminded of himself back when he was younger when he chased after Tsunade. He really did have feelings for her and still does, but she would never return them. It made his heart ache for the boy, how he had grown up not knowing what love was and was confusing this girl's beatings for affection. Sarutobi had just the cure for this, however. "Naruto-kun, if you remember, I told you that your parents had marriage contracts out for you to two clans. If you would like, we could go and meet with them." But what about Sakura-chan?" "Naruto, in all seriousness, has she even shown you any kindness? Any at all?" he asked the boy, whose face fell. He didn't want to shatter the boy's hopes like that, but it had to be done to open his eyes to something far better. One of the girls who is betrothed to him, he knows has had a crush on him for a long time now and would treat him right. "No, Gigi, but maybe after I make Chunin, she'll." He tried to argue but knew he was beat. "So, she really hates me?" he asked sadly. "I'm sorry to say that as long as Uchiha Sasuke is around, she will never see the wonderful person she's had under her nose this whole time." Naruto's face fell in disappointment, but remembered the girls mentioned. Hey Gigi, can I meet them?" he asked hopefully. Sarutobi smiled. "Of course you can. We can all go. Hayato has agreed to become your legal guardian, being your only blood relative remaining of age to do so. You also have others to meet." "Cool. Let's get going then," he chirped as they got underway. Konoha Hospital. The party arrived at the hospital in record time, with Jiraiya and Sarutobi using the Shunshin to teleport there and Myo and Naruto traveling via piggyback on Hayato. Myo slid off of his massive back and helped Naruto get down, who was dazed but was grinning. "That was fun. Let's do that again sometime," he cheered. Hayato laughed heartily at his nephew's spirit. "Okay, maybe later," he whispered conspiratorially to the boy. The party walked into the hospital with Naruto in the lead, only for him to be stopped by one of the doctors. What are you doing here? He sneered at the boy until he saw the Hokage and his guests behind the boy, all of them glaring at him. "Anna, never mind," he stuttered as he sped away to go and check his pants. Sarutobi calmly walked up to the desk. "Could you please tell us which room Hinata Hyuga is in?" he asked politely. "Hi, Hinata? She's one of the girls," he exclaimed. "Yes, she is. Is there something wrong?" Naruto blushed slightly. "And no, it's just that she was a classmate and well, whenever she came near me, she always turned away real quick. Then, at the Chunin exams, she gave me this bottle of salve that Kurenai-sensei said Hinata made herself for me. I just don't get it." "Heh, this girl has a crush on him and he doesn't even know it. You lucky boy," Jiraiya thought. "Sounds like this girl has a thing for you, kiddo. If she's anything like her mother, she'll be a real beauty when she's older." Jiraiya ribbed his godson. In room 322 in the West Wing, Hokage-sama. The duty nurse answered. "Let's go." He motioned to the party in tow as they moved to the room in question. Upon reaching the room, they noticed that there were people already there, with some light crying going on inside. They entered the room to find Hinata clutching her father while crying, and he was trying to console her as best he could. Hayashi noticed the room's new occupants. "Oh, Hokage-sama, Fuinji-sama, how may we help you?" The Hyuga head greeted them gracefully. "Whatever could be the matter with young Hinata? Does this have to do with her match in the Chunin exams?" Sarutobi asked. "Well, yes. The Elder Council has seen fit to remove Hinata from the main house and to brand her with a caged bird seal due to how she lost to Niji. On top of that, they want to marry her off to the Prince of Kuma no Kuni. The problem with that is that he's almost my age. I just wish there was something we could do," Hayashi told him sadly. Sarutobi just gave him a grin as he told the Hyuga head and girl what had just been revealed to Naruto. Needless to say, the shy girl fainted and Hayashi got a huge grin on his face. This is the answer to her problem. His son lives. I must tell Tenmon. He will be thrilled," Hayashi exclaimed in unrestrained joy. "Naruto, my boy, you have just saved Hinata from a horrible fate. I cannot thank you enough," he told the confused boy as he hugged his future son-in-law. I was just told about this a few minutes ago. I really like Sakura-chan, but Gigi helped me see something and I'd like to give this a try," he told the Hyuga patriarch honestly. "He really is your son, Minato Kushina," Hayashi thought happily. "We will be informing Tenmon next, Hayashi. Tsunade will be contacted and dragged back here if we have to. Now, I believe we have a certain future bride to awaken," Hayato told them while giving a sly grin. After a few moments, they managed to bring Hinata back around. "Father, what happened?" Hokage-sama came in and said that Naruto-kun was engaged to me, she said in a daze. "It wasn't a dream, my daughter. You see, a very good friend of mine and I decided to engage the two of you. We felt that since we got along so well, you two would as well. I thought that he died along with his father on that fateful day, but Naruto lives. It seems that we don't have to worry, since it seems that you are quite taken with the boy on your own." Hayashi chuckled, while the girl's face blushed bright red. Hey, Hinata-chan, how are you feeling?" he asked her with concern. I am fine, Naruto-kun," she replied as the two began to talk. The adults watched the way the two children interacted with a smile. There was a lot of blushing and nervousness, but they seemed to be getting more and more comfortable with each other with each passing minute. Unfortunately, the time to leave arose. "Naruto-chan, we have to be going now. You can come by and see her later if you wish," Hayato told the boy as they prepared to go. Naruto sighed. "Well, I'd better be going now, Hinata-chan. I'll see you again soon," he told her cheerfully. However, as he rose from the bedside, Hinata did the last thing anyone would expect from her. She pulled him back and kissed his cheek. "Goodbye, Naruto-kun," she told him shyly as he was dragged from the room in a near catatonic state by his godfather and grand uncle. As soon as he left the building, Hinata let out an ear-splitting squeal before passing out again, a huge smile on her face. Hayashi sighed and chuckled as he went over his next move to make now that he can actually help his daughter. Now, I can finally fulfill my pledge to you, Minato, my old friend. I know that your son will make my Hinata very happy and treat her well. All that's left to do is deal with the council. Hayashi thought as he began to formulate a plan to deal with the meddling council of the Hyuga. Lee family compound. Another wild ride across the village saw them in front of the Lee family compound. It was a large, spacious chunk of land that had a main manor house with large gardens and an equally large training ground attached to it. It had very traditional stylings to it, that meaning it had tatami in nearly all of the rooms save the kitchen and a spacious open-air bath. Naruto was floored by how big the place was. Wow! This house is bigger than my whole apartment complex, he exclaimed in awe. The two guardsmen at the gates chuckled at his statement as Sarutobi walked up to the gates. Ah, Hokage-sama, how may we help you? One guard asked politely. Yes, the Furingi's Jiraiya, this boy and myself have some business with the master of the house. Is Tenmon in by any chance? The old Hokage asked. The other guard was floored by how many important people were at their gates this day. Ah yes, he just returned a few moments ago. Hokage-sama, I shall guide you all in. The guard replied respectfully as he opened the gate and let them inside. The inside of the mansion had Naruto gaping at every turn. It was expected since Naruto lived a very humble lifestyle, if one could call living in a pest-infested, run-down apartment in the red light district humble. It really drove home just how much he never had. But the money didn't really matter to him. He just wanted a family, plain and simple. Finally, they came to a large study where they all came to a halt. This is Tenman-sama's study. I shall leave you all now and have a good day. The guard bowed as he went back to his duties. Sarutobi and Hayato took the lead as they walked into the study. Lee Tenman wasn't terribly tall, but not short either. He looked to be the same age as Hinata's father, but had very defined muscle that was noticeable under his tunic. The man noticed them and called out. Ah, Hiruzen, Hayato and Jiraiya, what could bring you all to my home? He asked merrily until his eyes fell in on Naruto. He couldn't be, could he? He asked until Sarutobi and Hayato filled him in on what had happened. Then his grin threatened to split his face in two. He snatched the boy up into a powerful hug that made Naruto's back pop in several places. Holy crap, this old guy is really strong, he thought as he started turning blue. Tenmon put him down and let him get some air. I was told that you were dead. That council will have much to answer for, he growled until his smile returned. I assume you want to know my position on the betrothal contract? He asked, to which Hayato and Jiraiya nodded. Well, I am happy to say that I intend to throw my full support into it. Allow me to call Raichi in here, he told them as he called for his daughter. After a few moments, the door opened to reveal a girl just a bit older than Naruto and a bit taller with blue eyes, with her long blonde hair done up in twin pigtails and cute freckles. She was dressed in a white sundress and sandals when she walked in. Naruto's jaw dropped when she smiled at him as she walked by. She walked up to her father. Yes, father? You called for me? She asked. Ah, yes. He began as he told her of the marriage contract with the son of a good friend of his. She looked unsure of what her father was telling her until he pointed out that the young man she passed was the one who would be her husband. Really? Thank you, father. She squealed happily as she hugged Naruto tightly, making him blush an atomic red. This was another very pretty girl that was to marry him. Not Sasuke or anyone else, but him. This was turning out to be the best day of his life. Naruto nearly melted on the spot as she came closer. This is the greatest day of my life, he muttered as he fainted. Raichi was having the finer points of the betrothal explained to her, as well as Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. She was shocked at first when she heard that he had the demon that nearly destroyed Konoha sealed within him, but she reasoned that he was the jailer of the beast and a hero for how he continues to suffer to keep them all safe. The blonde girl knew that something was off with how everyone treated him, but the truth blew her away. Back to the subject of the betrothal, she didn't seem to mind that she was sharing him with Hinata. In fact, she couldn't have been happier. She had known Hinata since she was a toddler, and they had been good friends ever since. She had been in the class just ahead of hers and knew of Naruto as well. She admitted that he was a clown, but still thought that he was kind of cute and really nice. She also heard that he was taking his shinobi training very seriously. Now, she heard of his victory against the Inuzuka heir with most of his chakra sealed and came to be very impressed with him. Raichi was by no means an Uchiha fangirl. In fact, she had a strong dislike for the brooding boy and his clan in general. They had constantly tried to steal secrets from her family's martial arts styles through shady arranged marriages and outright theft via Sharingan. She was originally requested by the Uchiha to wed Sasuke to further tap into their powerful fighting styles, but her father refused them outright. Then, she met the class clown and developed a semi-crush on the blonde ball of energy, but his attention seemed to be held by a rabid Uchiha fangirl, Haruno Sakura. She frowned and growled at the treatment the kind-hearted boy received from the pink-haired banshee, but since she was a genin already, she couldn't really see him all that much, and even then, he was near impossible to track down. Naruto was being revived by Myo when Hayato shouldered the boy. "Well, I believe it is time to go. Thank you, Tenmon, for your hospitality," the massive old man called out as the troop left the manor grounds. When they were gone, Raichi sighed loudly, face resting in her palms as she watched them leave from the window of the study. Tenmon couldn't help but notice her longing sigh. "Is there something the matter, dear?" he asked her. A content grin spread across her face. She explained to him that she knew him from the academy and she already liked him somewhat. She was glad that he turned out to be the one she is betrothed to and that he seemed to like her too. Tenmon couldn't have been happier with that answer. "Minato, my old friend, our children will be very happy together, I just know it," he thought to himself as he went back to his paperwork. His peace didn't last too long, as his door flew open again. "Uncle Tenmon, a youthful good day to you," the intruder nearly yelled. "Ugh, Lee, why must you always do that?" Tenmon sighed. It was his third door that month the boy broke. "Damn. Doesn't anything slow this boy down?" the Lee family head thought as he rubbed his temples. Tenmon's sister, Mei Lin, had met a man from the Mato family and fell in love with him. That man was the elder brother of Guy, Mato Han. Soon they were blessed with a healthy boy they named Lee. Lee would have been just too damn odd, but luckily Mei took on the Mato name. When Lee and Raichi were only a year old, the Kyuubi attacked and killed Lee's parents and Tenmon's wife. Lee's care would have gone to his father's brother, but he was only 14 at the time and a Chunin. Tenmon took the boy in until Guy was stable enough to care for him. After Lee graduated from the academy, his care went over to Guy, who was also his Jounin sensei, but the boy still came over to say hello to his uncle and cousin every now and then. Ryozanpaku compound. The group all arrived at the compound just after sundown. "Well, it's a little late to be training, so we will get started in the morning," Hayato told his new nephew. "I will have movers come to Naruto's apartment and box things up to have them moved here," Sarutobi informed them, to which the elder nodded. Sarutobi and Jiraiya both flickered away for the evening and left the boy to his family. "Whoa! I'm gonna be living here?" Naruto asked in disbelief. "Well, yes. I did take over guardianship of you, and what better way to train you than if you actually live with us from now on. Now on to meet the others," Hayato told the boy as he pushed open the ridiculously huge gate with only a finger, making the boy's eyes bulge in awe. "Wow! That was awesome, Aji-san. You didn't even use chakra," he exclaimed excitedly. Hayato had the decency to blush slightly as Myo sighed, knowing that he was showing off a bit for his recently found nephew/grandson. "Well, Naruto-chan, with our training, you will be able to do the same over time. We just need to build up your body through dedicated training," Hayato proclaimed with a fist aloft and a weird light in his eyes. Naruto was just so excited that he didn't really think about what that harsh training would include. so he just agreed with his new family and followed them to the dining room. They had stopped by Ichiraku's and picked up several bowls of ramen to go for dinner that night. Naruto offered to help set everything up for when the masters arrived, to which Myo accepted with a pat on his head. She was just as excited about this as he was. She had practically gained a little brother to talk with and have around to help. After a few minutes of waiting, a small throng of people filed into the small dining room. The first thing they all noticed was a short blonde boy that was sitting next to Myo. The largest with a scar across his face spoke up first. "Oi! Who's the new brat?" he asked Hayato. "This is Uzumaki Naruto and he will be staying here for a while. His sensei abandoned him for the last Uchiha. He has to face that Hyuga kid, the supposed prodigy, and the way he is now, he doesn't stand a chance," Hayato explained as he turned to Naruto. "Naruto-chan, from the right, we have Kwetsuji Akasame, an artisan and jujitsu expert," he said, indicating a tall man with a mousy mustache with a GI and hakama pants. "He looks kinda strict like a lot of the academy instructors. Next, we have our karate user and self-proclaimed 100th Dan brawler, Shio Sakaki," he said again, this time pointing to the large man with muscles the size of his head and the scar on his face. "Whoa, this guy's huge. I want to get big like him and Ji-san." Now, we have Ma Kensei, master of all forms of Kenpo and Kung Fu, the elder explained, indicating a rather short middle-aged man in black Chinese-style clothes and a black hat with a bushy mustache. "What the hell is Kenpo?" Moving on, this man here is Apachai Hapachai, master of Muay Thai and known as the Shinigami, the old man told Naruto, pointing to a bronze-skinned giant that waved at him with a large grin. He seems friendly enough." Finally, the last is Kasaka Shigyur. "Where did she go?" he asked the rest of the masters. Akasame sighed. "I bet she's on the roof again. Should I get her?" "No. I need to speak with her about something of grave importance, you all as well. But for now, we eat," Hayato announced as they all dug into their ramen. After dinner, Naruto helped Myo with the dishes and cleaning up. "Well, I gotta do something to help, Myo-nichan," he explained. The blonde girl was touched by the fact that he felt comfortable enough around her to call her his Nechan and by the fact that he was so helpful. After the cleanup was finished, she showed him to his new room and bade him good night. As Naruto felt sleep coming on, he felt safe there, like no one would come to harm him in his sleep like they would have in his old apartment. After a few more minutes, he finally let sleep take him, smiling all the while. Myo sat watching him with a soft smile from his windowsill. "Good night, Otudo-kun. Sweet dreams," she whispered as she slipped off to her own room. Meanwhile, down in the dojo area, Hayato called all of the sensei together for a meeting. He even got the reclusive Shigyur to show herself. "Now that you are all here, I have something of grave importance to tell you all. This concerns that young boy I brought in this evening and who he really is." "Oh yeah, Naruto something. Uzumaki." "Yes, Uzumaki Naruto. That was his name," Kensei called out. Shigyur froze at the mention of the name. "Uzumaki?" she asked in a whispering, quivering voice. Hayato knew that she would recognize the name. "Yes, Shigyur. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He is my grandnephew whom I thought was lost the night he was born, October 10th. He told them all, letting the fact sink in before he continued. "W was his mother's name, Kushina?" the weapons woman asked quietly. "Yes. His father was Minato Namikaze, my nephew and the Yondaime Hokage," the elder explained to the senseis as he told them of Naruto's life up to this point. The gentle giant Apachai was beginning to scowl. Kensei's face fell. Akasame showed a look of sadness. Sakaki trembled in anger. But Shigyur had the strangest reaction of all. The emotionless woman actually burst into tears as she realized just who Naruto really was. This really freaked out the other masters, who had never seen her show any emotion other than complete apathy. "I thought he was dead," she repeated until she calmed herself. Why did they lie to me?" Why would the council want me to think my Otuto was dead? She asked in a deadly tone as she reached for her katana, the Akabanatu. Shigeru, calm yourself. Slaughtering the council will not help him, nor would Kushina or Minato want you to. What has happened has happened. The most we can do is honor Minato's final wish, since it seems the rest of the village has all but spit upon it. Hayato told her forcefully, managing to get her to control herself. Shigeru felt that she had lost her will to go on once. She had been informed from the council that her foster family had all died that night. That night Kasaka Shigeru had died and left an emotionally barren woman in her place. She had all but killed her emotions and became one of the finest ANBU to ever grace their ranks. Even the vaunted Uchiha Itachi could not defeat her, and Hatake Kakashi couldn't even touch her. A year ago, she decided to retire from the ANBU ranks and lay low for a while, taking up the occasional mission to keep her skills up. Through it all, she was still suffering from the loss of the propel she had come to see and love as her family. Now she finds that she had been lied to all of this time. The one that would have been her little brother still lived, but he was used as the council's scapegoat for the Kyuubi attack. The boy she longed to know and love as her own had been subjected to so much hatred and evil, yet he remained strong through it all. After Hayato finished explaining who he was as a person, she couldn't help but feel pride well up within her. He really was just like the woman that she saw as her mother. I want to see him. Please, let me see him, Shigeru pleaded with the elder. It's late, Shigeru. He's had a long day and an even longer one tomorrow. He still doesn't know just who his parents were, but if he manages to get promoted to Chunin from these exams, Jiraiya will tell him everything. Until then, we have to keep this knowledge under wraps. If that understood. He requested of them all, to which they agreed. Akasame and Kensei were both disgusted by what the village's council had done to an innocent boy while practically worshipping the Uchiha, who had done nothing but lie and steal from their comrades while wanting more. They had basically committed treason, but had managed to worm their way out of punishment for their heinous crimes. At least the Uchiha paid for their crimes when they attempted to go too far, but the last Uchiha left was slowly proving to be just as bad, if not worse. Apachai loved children, and despite his size, he was very gentle with them. He also abhorred the abuse of children, and Naruto's treatment was the worst he'd ever heard of. He didn't want to believe it, but he knew that the elder wouldn't lie to them, especially about something so serious. Sakaki may look rough, but inside he was a big softy. He liked being around kids too, and anyone who abused them earned a death sentence in his book. All of the sensei went to bed for the night with one thing on their minds. This boy has a strong heart. We have faith that he will survive the training. Shigeru leapt into the window of her adopted little brother's room silently and crept over to his bed. She took a good look at him and had to restrain herself from snatching him up into a tight embrace. He looks like mother and father so much. I'm so sorry. I'll try to make up for all of the years that I've missed. The once emotionless weapons mistress thought sadly as she kissed him lightly on his forehead. She then retreated from his room as quickly and silently as she came. The next morning, Ryozanpaku compound. It was barely 4 in the morning when Naruto received a tap on his shoulder. Myonichin, that you? He asked sleepily as he faced the person to did the tapping, only to find the wiry mustache man from the night before was in his face. Get up, was Akasame's command, light seemingly coming from his eyes making him think it was a genjutsu. Ah, what the hell? Naruto exclaimed, grabbing his clock to check the time as it was still dark. 4 in the morning? What did you wake me for? He yelled. Because it's morning, was the mustached man's simple reply, pointing to his window. Naruto looked outside of his window to see a crudely drawn picture of a sunrise with a few cows in the distance, held up by a pair of bandaged bronze hands. Naruto looked down at the holder of the picture, who smiled back up at him. Apachai-san, the short blonde exclaimed. Appa, heyo Naruto-chan. Now you can play with Apachai. The Muay Thai master cheered merrily as he hopped down from his perch. What kind of nut house did I wind up in? He thought incredulously as he was hurried through the process of getting ready for his first day of training. As he reached for his signature jumpsuit, Akasame's hand stopped him. "No, you won't be wearing that eyesore anymore. Here, put this on," the mustached man told him, handing him a dojo GI. The GI was a simple white and came with white pants that were tied off with a white belt. They were actually a much better fit for him than his jumpsuit, which was baggy on him and way too big for his slight frame. To be brutally honest, he never liked wearing it in the first place, but it was all he could afford. The jiu-jitsu master took in his new student's body type and build with a frown. There were telltale signs of malnutrition and many near-healed scars on his body that he believed Naruto wore the jumpsuit to cover up. It was a miracle that Naruto had such supple muscle mass for his thin frame. The potential is there. Let's test him out, he reasoned as he brought Naruto down to the dojo. On the way down, he was instructed to make several Kage Bunshin and send them to the Hokage's office, where they would meet with Jiraiya for ninjutsu and control training. The boy did as he was told, creating 20 clones. "All right, you guys heard the man. Get on over to the old man's office and see Kyufu. And no stopping for ramen either," he ordered the clones, who all rogered up in unison before taking off in a mini-stampede. Upon reaching the dojo, he saw the rest of the sensei sitting off to the side, with his granduncle with them and his cousin in a GI top and spandex shorts standing in the middle. What's going on, Nechan?" he asked them confused. Shigeru had a lot of trouble controlling herself from telling Naruto everything and snatching him up, but she kept herself in check. "This will only help him and make him stronger. I will help you get stronger, Otuto-kun. This much I promise you," she swore to herself. Hayato cleared his throat to get things started. "Naruto, this is to determine where you stand as of right now and what we should teach you. Myo will be your opponent. Do not be afraid to attacking her, but be prepared to fight as if your life depended on it," the elder told him seriously as he signaled the beginning of the match. Wah! Was all he had time to say before Myo launched herself at him with blinding speed. Naruto hastily dodged her opening blow, which was a roundhouse kick to his head but left himself open for her follow-up. She caught him full in the face with a full knuckle punch and launched him back into the dojo wall. He recovered in mid-flight, stopping himself with the wall and using that to launch back into the fight. Naruto was quick and had decent raw power, no doubts about that, but he had no style at all, more like he was fighting on instinct alone. That was a fatal flaw that his sensei should have spotted and corrected, but either failed to do so or completely ignored the problem. However, since he had no set style or discipline, he was essentially a blank slate to work with. That would make teaching him anything new that much easier to do, along with his natural curiosity and tenacity. All that, added together with his jaw-dropping stamina and his borderline regenerative healing and recovery, he was the perfect student for their extreme teaching style, meaning he'd have a good chance of actually surviving the training. The senseis were nearly drooling at that aspect and thinking maybe that dumb fox was actually useful for once in the boy's life. Back to the fight, Naruto was getting smacked around quite soundly by the much faster and more skilled Myo. The blonde girl didn't really give him much breathing room to set up many counters, and the ones he did get off were wild and ineffective. She got the same vibe as the senseis about Naruto's training or lack thereof. It's like his training was completely neglected. The way he punches and kicks are all wrong. His balance is way off and he flounders for what to do next. However, his reflexes are lightning fast and his attacks pack a wallop when they are performed properly, not to mention the fact that he's naturally extremely agile and flexible, kind of like me. He has a lot of work ahead of him, but I have faith in him. He is a member of my family, after all, she thought with a sigh. The fight rolled on for another few minutes until Naruto dodged a punch and found an opening. Not wanting to waste it, he reached out to grapple with her, only to get a handful of her breasts in his hands. She stopped immediately, as did he. But before she could even move or think, Naruto leapt away to the opposite side of the dojo like he had been burned and began to sputter out apologies profusely. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I won't ever touch you again. I swear. Don't hit me, Sakura-chan," he cried out in habit. The usual course of action was that during the sparring sessions he was paired with Sakura. Every time he managed to get in a clean hit, she got really angry and beat him severely, calling him a filthy pervert for touching her. She did it so much that it became a conditioned reaction to accidentally touching almost any female. Myo was at a total loss as to what happened. She wasn't going to hit him for that since this was a sparring session and contact was expected, even if what he did was a complete accident. From what she could gather, this was a conditioned reaction, and from the name he blurted out, she knew who was responsible for doing such damage to his already fragile psyche. As she tried to get close to him and ask what was wrong, he scurried away from her in fear. Myo clenched her fists in rage, and it was taking all of her self-control for going out and tracking the pink-haired bully down and making her pay dearly for nearly mentally and emotionally crippling one of the only two remaining members of her family that she had left. Swooping in quickly, she snatched the shorter blonde into a tight embrace as she rocked him gently. Naruto tried to wriggle free and fight it, but Myo held firm. "Shoo, it's okay, Naruto-kun. I'm not angry with you, so just try to settle down. It was only an accident." The young woman soothed the boy as he stopped struggling and got himself back to normal. As he calmed himself, she gently let him go, Naruto standing up slowly. "Thanks, Wani-chan. I needed that." He sniffled lightly as he thanked her. "It was no problem, Naruto-kun. You're my family, and a family always helps each other." Myo told him with a radiant smile. "Family? I like this, having a family." He thought as he was brought out of his musings by the concerned gazes of the masters. The sensei were all crowded around him, pondering what to do with him. Naruto instinctually averted his gaze from them, ashamed for how poorly he performed. He knew that Myo could have taken him down in only a few moves, but he knew that she was dragging it out. However, he thought that she was just toying with him like Sasuke and Kakashi always did in their spars. Screwing his eyes shut, he braced himself for either the laughter at his expense or the long-ass chewing session that sometimes followed his spars with his team, from all three teammates. I think I know how to fix this." One of the senseis, Kensei, spoke up. "Naruto-chan, please follow me," the short Kenpo master asked of him. Stunned, Naruto got up to follow. Once outside, Kensei leaned in close to him. "So, how was it?" the short man asked his equally short new pupil. "How was what?" Naruto asked, totally confused. "Myo-chan's breasts. Were they soft?" the short man asked in a pervy giggle as he pulled out an agonizingly familiar orange book. "Wah, hey, that's the same pervy book Kakashi always reads. Besides, I don't see Myo-nichan that way, Ero-sensei," Naruto declared, pointing his finger at the short man. "I may be a pervert, Naruto-chan, but at least I got you back to your old self again," Kensei told the fuming boy with a grin. "This kid's going to be a blast to tease." The boy was stunned, to say the least. This guy went out of his way to help him and was even willing to be branded as a pervert to do so. "I think I'm gonna like it here after all." "Gee, thanks, I guess," Naruto mumbled quietly, kicking a pebble that was at his feet sheepishly. "Don't worry, Gaki. How you reacted ain't your fault. Those bastards out there in the village did some real messed up shit to you, but we're gonna help you undo it every step of the way." "But," Sakaki stated as he and the other sensei walked out from the house. Shigeru was careful to control herself, but inside she was screaming for the blood of a certain pink-haired girl. Akasame finished for him. "They always say, you have to suffer for the cure, Naruto-kun," he told Naruto, the rest of the sensei sporting grins that were borderline sadistic that were making Naruto gulp loudly. Myo knew what that look meant and sent up a small prayer for him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the village, one will find a small waterfall that feeds a stream to the north of the village near Hokage Mountain. It is here that we find the small horde that Naruto conjured up earlier that morning working on a chakra control exercise with Jiraiya. "Come on, kid. I know you can do this. Just concentrate," the white-haired Sannin coached. After around a few more minutes of trying, Naruto's clones were getting the hang of the exercise. Hey Kyufu, we're doing it. The clones hooped in glee as they danced on top of the water's surface. Jiraiya looked on with a smirk. That kid's got some crazy stamina, making all these shadow clones along with doing all that physical training with those Ryozampiku guys. He'll really be something when he's grown. Minato Kushina, you've got one amazing kid. The Sannin chuckled to himself as he called the clones over to himself. Hey kid, come over here and I'll show you another cool trick. He shouted out to the clones whose faces all lit up at the thought of learning something new. The clones nearly stampeded their way over to their godfather. Oh boy, what's next? One clone exclaimed. He had to hand it to the kid. He had a hell of a learning curve if shown properly and patiently, along with the fact that he took to everything he was taught with fascination and wonder, just his father and even himself when they were Naruto's age. Okay, kiddo, step back and watch this, he announced as he began to concentrate and spin chakra in his right hand until it looked like a mini-cyclone. Once it was ready, Jiraiya thrust the spinning orb of chakra into a large boulder, the orb eating its way through the tough rock like chuji at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Rasengan. The clones all went slack-jawed with awe. One clone found its voice to voice their opinion of what they just bore witness to. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. He cheered, the rest of the clones following suit. The Sannin was glad that it drew such a reaction from his godson, hoping to impress him somehow. All right, kid, calm down now. That was the Rasengan, a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage himself. All it is chakra shaping and manipulation. No hand seals to use so that Uchiha Kid or Kakashi can't copy it. I know that Kakashi tried to use the same principle for his Raikiri, but he still needs hand seals, makes too much noise and takes too long to generate. He told the clones as he started to pass out water balloons to them. What are these for? One of them asked. That it for learning the first step of the Rasengan rotation. You need to be able to spin the chakra in various directions like a cyclone. Do this and burst the balloon to complete the first exercise. He told the clones as he went to the shade of a tree to stretch out, leaving the clones to pick the exercise apart and figure it out on their own. Occasionally, he'd hear one or more of the clones curse loudly as they kept at it. Finally, after 2 hours, he heard the clones begin to make a ruckus. Hot damn! I did it! Nah, show us how. Come on, show us. Jiraiya opened up a bleary eye to see that the clones had indeed cracked the first stage, shredding the balloons and spreading the water inside. With a groan, the 50-year-old stood up to his full height and ambled over to the cheering clones. He looked up at the sky to see that they were losing daylight fast, deciding that it was time to call it a day. Oi, kid, come over here for a minute. What's up, Kyufu? Clone asked. It's time to call it quits for the day, kid. Go ahead and dispel yourselves a few at a time. He instructed as the clones nodded and obeyed, poofing away in groups of 4 at a time. After the last of the clones disappeared, the Toad Sage allowed himself a smirk. Damn, that kid burned right through the first stage of the Rasengan training in a few hours. He's already hot on Minato's heels, even if that idiot Hatake didn't train him right. The kid's a natural just like Minato, but he's got spirit like Kushina. It's almost like they're still here. He mused to himself as he resigned himself to the nearest bar before he headed out to the hot springs for his research. Heh. Research, here I come. The great pervert giggled as he went on his merry way with an extra spring in his step. Back at Ryuzanpaku. Inside the dojo of the compound, Naruto lay in a crumpled heap. Man, this is rough. He wheezed as he shakily stood back up to face his sensei at the moment. Kensei. As he did this, he contemplated the day he'd had so far. Flashback. After he had calmed down from his small episode earlier, the masters began to iron out a training schedule for their newest student the same way they settled all their disputes, by a game of rock, paper, scissors. Through this method, they decided that Akasame would start him off for the first 2 hours. Akasame and Kensei were the only two who had limited time, due to the fact that Kensei ran an acupuncture clinic and his endurance and pain threshold were already tremendous, so he started Naruto out on strength exercises. First, his task was to strengthen Naruto's core body, meaning his abdominal strength. For this, he suspended Naruto upside down over a fire, having him swing back and forth to avoid getting burned while Akasame himself fanned the flames. "How do you like my training, Naruto-kun? I call it the dance of the frying squid," he told his young student serenely. "Aha! Are you nuts? This hurts like hell," Naruto exclaimed loudly. "Actually, Naruto-kun, I am quite sane. This exercise will build up your core strength, enabling you to put much more power behind your attacks and building up on your already impressive chakra and endurance. I assure you that there is a method to our madness, as it were," Akasame instructed as he set Naruto back to work on his exercise. Somehow, his words didn't really do much to assure the vertically challenged blonde. After his first training session was over, it was decided that it was Apachai's turn to train him, or play depending on your point of view. The bronze-skinned giant took this opportunity to introduce his new and first student to the beginnings of Muay Thai, his native fighting style from a small island nation to the southeast of the continent they were on. Apachai slipped into the basic stance. "Appa, Naruto-chan, this is the stance for Muay Thai, Tan Guard Muay," he instructed the boy as Naruto copied his stance. Since he was right-handed, not left like Apachai, his left leg and fist were in front with his right in back, both hands up in a basic defensive posture. Apachai made small correction here and there until he was satisfied. "Now, do what Apachai do," the tall man chirped as he went through the basic movements and attacks of the style, which seemed oddly natural to the boy. For today, he was introduced to the basic punches of the style or chak. From there, Naruto was put in front of a training post to practice for the rest of his time. This guy's not so bad and I'm really getting into this style," Naruto thought as he continued to work. Unfortunately, Apachai was prone to getting bored easily and walked up to the training post next to his new student. "APA," he shouted as he kicked straight up, sending his log into low orbit. Naruto, who was at ground zero for the training implement's impromptu launch, stood rooted to his spot in both awe and sheer terror. "What the hell is this guy?" he shouted in his mind, his voice and basic motor functions taking a small break and possibly running for their lives at this point. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Fire Country, where our two teams are currently training, "Sasuke, activate your Sharingan for what I'm about to show you," Kakashi instructed Emo Pants the Great, aka Sasuke. "What for?" he asked with disdain. Kakashi didn't get the chance to answer as a large object was screaming down upon them, landing directly on Kakashi. Sasuke's sweat dropped for a moment. "Was that what was supposed to happen?" he asked in a bored tone as he inspected the object, which turned out to be a training post, but it was charred from re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Where the hell did this come from? No matter. "Hey, Kakashi, get up and give me more jutsu," he told the broken form of his teacher, lightly prodding him with his foot. Back at Ryuzanpaku, Apachai's time was up and the next person took over. This one was more reluctant to train with the boy, stating that he didn't train brats. This naturally put a bee under Naruto's bonnet as he stomped into the living area to fetch his reluctant sensei. "Oi, Sakaki-sensei, let's go," he told the massive and scarred man. "Go away, kid. I don't train brats," he yelled, nearly tossing Naruto back with just the wind from his shout. But the blonde was, if anything, stubborn as a mule. "No way, pal. I need you to train me and I ain't going nowhere until you do," Naruto declared as he sat down on the couch in Sakaki's room, crossing his arms and jutting his chin in defiance in true Naruto style. Even though he was testing Naruto's legendary stubbornness, he was still impressed with the boy. The mountain of a man started to chuckle lightly. It kept getting a little louder over the next minute, until full-blown laughter erupted from the man. "Ha ha, you've got guts, Gaki. I think you and I are gonna get along Jewist fine," he chortled as he stood up, leaving a confused blonde in his wake. "Oi, you comin' or what gaki?" he called out to his student with a grin. After that, the two got started on the basics of Sakiki's martial art, karate. Starting where Apachai did with his instruction, he began with the basic katas of the style and had Naruto work on his form, punching and kicking away on the same training post as before. Now, karate is a martial art that is meant to enable an unarmed person to fight an armed person on equal grounds. Most of your strength will be coming from your core body and your hips. Sakiki said he had to go get something and had Naruto continue until he returned, but Naruto was so engrossed in what he was doing that he zoned out. Sakiki came back with an iron girder and slammed it into the ground next to his student's dummy. "Well, I might as well get in some light practice, Egaki?" he joked with his student, who stopped punching to gawk at what was about to happen. "Chesu!" Sakiki roared as his fist slammed into the metal construction item, warping the girder with his first hit and continuing to go to town with a series of blows so rapid. He couldn't even see them until he stopped, leaving the girder distorted beyond all recognition. "That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen," he muttered in awe as his time limit ran out. Next on the list was Shigeru. She was especially reluctant about training since her methods were rather rough, but remembered that Kushina trained her in a similar method and Naruto healed like nobody's business. Her first exercise was an accuracy drill with his thrown weapons, with her constantly taking pot shots at him to distract him. "Ow wow! Hey, watch it!" Naruto yelped after a kunai grazed his face. "Naruto-kun, this is for your own good," she told him in her usual monotone voice as she flung more sharp and pointy objects at her Pseudo little brother. After a target practice Zion that left Naruto feeling like the target, she pulled out a wooden bakken and threw it to him. "Nah, what's this for?" he asked, slightly afraid of what the answer might be. His fears were unwarranted. This time, as she began to explain, "I wish to teach you how to use a sword and guard," she told him as she lunged for him with her bakken at blinding speeds. Acting out of desperation, he slashed at her with the training blade, only to miss, letting her get behind him and swat him on his ass with her training sword, hard. Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin while the pain in his scrawny ass subsided. "Let that be a lesson to you, Naruto-kun," she told him as she began to tutor him about the basic parts of the sword and in the basic movements of the sword, such as the 6 cuts and the 8 different critical hit spots on a person. The last hour was dedicated to these two things until we come to our last instructor of the day, Kensei. "Nah, Ero-sensei, what style do you use?" Naruto asked curiously. To answer that question, Kensei led him over to a small creek that was near the bathhouse. A passerby, a painfully familiar passerby with blonde hair that used to be long and a big mouth, *I know, just happened to be passing by. "What's that idiot Naruto doing with that old guy?" she wondered as her curiosity got the better of her. Kensei noticed her, but smirked to himself, turning his attention back to Naruto. "Well, Naruto-chan, I am known as a master of all forms of kung fu and kenpo. Even the Hyuga and the Goken that your friend Lee uses have their origins in my arts, so I can teach you how to fight a Hyuga without getting shut down." Naruto nearly had stars in his eyes. "Whoa, that's neat," he exclaimed. "If you will allow me, I will demonstrate a technique from one of the styles I shall be teaching you, Hakkyaukyukin," he told the starstruck boy as he calmly walked over to the water's edge and placed a palm just over the water's surface. He took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Ha!" he grunted as the surface of the water seemed to explode around his palm thrust. The most amazing thing about it was that his palm never touched the water. It was the sheer force of the blow that caused the water to seemingly detonate like someone ignited an exploding tag. What the hell was that? That old man's training that doofus Naruto? I gotta ask Forehead about this, she thought as she continued to watch. What the hell was that, Ero-sensei? That was freaking awesome, Naruto cheered. That was just a basic palm thrust, but the purpose of this demonstration was to show you the aim of this art, to achieve maximum effect with minimal movement. I think it will help you with your concentration and patience, my boy. The short master told Naruto honestly and seriously. Cool. It doesn't even matter that Kakashi team abandoned me anymore. I'm learning way more from you guys in one day than he taught me in months. Naruto cheered. I agree, Naruto-chan. Hatake was certainly a poor example of a teacher. Abandoning a student is one of the worst sins a sensei can commit against their student. Now come, we have much to cover within the 2 hours we've been allotted. He told his pupil, guiding him inside. Ino, who was watching the whole thing, left quickly to tell Sakura the juicy gossip that she just found. Even if they were rivals, she still traded gossip with her ex-best friend. Flashback end. Naruto was snapped out of his reminiscing about his day when he heard Myo call out that dinner was ready. When the world came back into focus, he found the fist of his sensei millimeters from his face. At the mention of food, Kensei pulled a complete 180 from serious sensei to a chow hound in under a second. Just as Naruto was about to head inside to eat dinner, the clones he had sent with Jiraiya had dispersed, their memories hitting him like one of Sakura's punches. He staggered as the knowledge flowed into him, causing Myo to worry. Naru-chan, are you okay? She asked in worry as she supported the staggering boy. Why yeah, I'm okay, Myo-nichan. He told her as he steadied himself to enter the dining hall. Dinner was in and of itself an adventure. He was seated in between the two most notorious food thieves in the house, Kensei and Apachai. No sooner than the food was set before him, the two swooped in on his rice bowl, but Naruto had been dealing with the likes of them his whole life, so he leaned back slightly to evade them and nearly gulped down the rice in one fell swoop. Hayato and the rest saw this and were happy that he wasn't the type to let his guard down easily, but knew that the life that he'd lived thus far was responsible for this. That was good rice, Wani-chan. Naruto called out merrily as he held out his bowl for seconds. The other two sensei spared a grin for the foxy-eyed blonde between them. It had been quite a while since their mealtimes had become fun, and even longer since Shigeru had actually joined them for supper. Now here she was, sitting amongst them with her pet mouse Tuchimaru perched atop her shoulder, eating and actually smiling slightly. Hayato knew then and there that having Naruto live with them from now on was a wonderful idea. It was bringing everyone closer together and making them much happier. Myo was smiling much more now since she now had something of a little brother to care for and to dote on. Sakaki was a little happier with having the Balza blonde around. It was like having a nephew for him. Kensei saw much of himself in Naruto's carefree and jolly nature, while Apachai was happy to have a playmate again, since the nice man in the spandex became too busy to spar with him, having his own students to teach. Now they were a family. Meanwhile, at the Yamanaka flower shop, Ino had called Sakura over to her family's flower shop to dish out the dirt on what her idiotic teammate was up to this time. What is it, Ino pig? I have better things I could be doing, like winning Sasuke-kun's heart, Sakura told her rival pointedly. Ino scoffed. Yeah right, just keep telling yourself that, forehead. Anyway, I saw something weird today and it revolved around your teammate. What? Quit stalking Sasuke-kun, pig, Sakura screeched. Who said that I was talking about Sasuke-kun? I meant Naruto, Ino amended. Why should I care about that idiot? Ouch. That was a little too harsh, forehead. I don't even treat my teammates like that, Ino thought as she told Sakura everything she overheard. After hearing everything, Sakura just scoffed. So what? That little idiot will just lose to Neji, anyway. I'm not surprised that Kakashi-sensei kicked him to the curb since Sasuke-kun deserved the training more anyway. He'd be better off if Neji just beat him up so badly that he gets kicked off of our team. We never wanted him there, anyway. Ino couldn't believe that his ex-best friend was so heartless. Sakura, how could you be so cruel? Even if Naruto is a little annoying sometimes, he doesn't deserve that from you, she thought. Sakura, I think you should leave now, Ino told her in an even yet firm tone. Her father instilled into her the fact that every Konoha shinobi is her comrade and deserves that much respect, at least. Naruto had earned his place in the finals and Ino was beginning to see that the dead last wasn't as such anymore. Especially with what she heard earlier that day from the strange old man and Naruto himself. Ino's thoughts carried her back to a conversation she had with her father upon the first time she met her fellow blonde. Flashback. A 6-year-old Ino came bounding into the shop that her family owned from the first day of her 4th year at the academy. "Daddy, I'm home," she yelled into the shop. A tall man with a long, sandy blonde ponytail stepped out. "Hello there, princess. How was your first day?" he asked her, his wife, Yuki, stepping up behind him. "It was kinda boring. Irika-sensei just talked all day long. But we have a new kid in our class," she told them. "A new kid?" Inoichi's ears perked up at this. "Oh really? What's his name?" "It sounds kind of funny, Uzumaki Naruto," she answered. Her parents both went rigid, then relaxed. "Are you sure, dear?" her mother asked. "Yeah, but the teachers were pretty mean to him. They always sent him out of the classroom and yelled at him, even when he didn't do anything wrong," she told her parents, who were having their own little discussion. She could pick out words like needless hate and poor boy, but couldn't tell what they were talking about. "Ino-chan, you should try to be his friend. He sounds like he needs one pretty badly," Yuki told her daughter. "But why is everyone so mean to him?" she asked innocently. "I can't tell you that, but please be nice to him. His life's been hard enough," her father nearly pleaded. Ino had never seen her father like that before. "Okay," she agreed. The next few days she spent watching how he was treated, but got sucked into what the main crowd was thinking, like most children do, and began to mistreat him as well. Flashback end. Ino was shaken out of her thoughts by Sakura, who was trying to get her attention. "Hey pig, why should I go home? Don't tell me you actually felt sorry for that loser," the pinkette jeered. "Just leave," Ino told her firmly, pointing for the door. "Fine then. I'll just tell Sasuke-kun that you aren't devoted to him anymore." "Pig!" she yelled from down the street. Ino didn't even have the mind to argue back. "Is this what I've become? Some shallow girl that would wish harm on a comrade just because they aren't Sasuke-kun?" she asked herself as she flipped the business sign to closed for the evening. Sakura was stomping down the street in a huff over all that she learned. "That baka Naruto. Who does he think he is, getting training from someone like that and not Sasuke-kun? I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind." Pinkzilla ranted as she stomped down toward Ryuzampaku, her blonde target etched firmly in her crosshairs. Ryuzampaku gates. Sakura had stomped her way through town and made a beeline for the place that Ino had described. She did, however, wonder why the people she asked about it thought that she was insane for wanting to actually go there. That, unfortunately, did nothing to quell the anger she harbored for her blonde teammate at this moment in time. "How dare that blonde idiot get training that my Sasuke-kun doesn't get? I'm gonna turn his face into hamburger meat," she ranted loudly as she continued to rampage through the rural streets that lead away from the village. 5 minutes later saw her in front of the massive and ridiculously heavy gates of Ryuzampaku. She was at first marveling at the size of the compound, but her fangirl side reared its ugly head. "Whatever. Sasuke-kun's clan compound is so much better than this dump," she scoffed as she tried to open the gates, only to find that they wouldn't budge. "What the hell? Hey, Naruto baka, get out here," she screeched loudly until she heard somebody land beside her. She got a good look at this newcomer and saw that it was a girl her age, only far more developed than her, and had her long black hair up in braids that were held up by a pair of bell-like ornaments. She also wore white thigh-highs with a short Chinese-style dress and topped off by black slipper-like shoes. "Who are you yelling at?" she asked, her cat-like eyes blinking with curiosity. "I want that Naruto baka out here right now. I bet he thinks that if he gets training from some old fart here, he can beat Sasuke-kun," the Shibanshi screeched. That's strange. I don't remember anyone by that name living here," the new girl mused out loud as she walked up to the massive gates. Those doors are locked, the pink-haired girl scoffed. The dark-haired girl was starting to not like this girl as she placed both hands on the gate and took a deep breath. Tampa. With an inhumanly powerful thrust, the doors flew open to allow entry. Sakura's jaw dropped at the sight. What the hell was that? You said you were looking for someone, right? The new girl drawled out, snapping her out of her awe. All right, she stammered slightly as she followed along. Once inside the compound, she got a good look around to see that it was mostly open grounds and had two main structures, a dojo and a main house that she supposed housed the people that lived there. Off to the side was a training area that had multiple training dummies and posts, along with some other strange items like an oddly deformed iron girder that had fist-shaped dents in it. She was currently being led up to the main house and her guide opened up the door leading inside. Ni hao, Papa, her guide shouted out into a hallway. Sakura moved up to see a group of people that were sitting down around a table, eating dinner. Many were adult men with one woman. Ah, Renka-chan, how have you been, my daughter? A short, bald man in black clothes stated as he stood up to greet her. Not too bad, Papa. I heard that you guys took on a new disciple and came to see for myself. Is that true? Renka asked curiously. Ah yes, Naruto-chan is a very interesting boy. Reminds me of myself when I was your age. He mused, not knowing the bomb that he unwittingly set off. What? Where is that baka? I want him out here now, Sakura roared. Hayato and the other masters were not amused by this rather rude outburst from a total stranger that had yet to introduce herself. Not one little bit. Calmest of the bunch, Akasame called out to her. And who might you be, young lady? The mustachio asked the banshee. Huh? Oh, my name is Sakura, she replied. No sooner than the name left her mouth, ki came crashing into her from all directions. And what might you require from our student at such an hour? Akasame asked, eyebrow raised. Sakura launched into a diatribe about all that she had heard from someone else about Naruto receiving special training from somebody that her precious Sasuke wasn't. It was at the end of that rant that her target appeared from the kitchen and her rage-filled eyes locked onto him, already stomping over to him. She grabbed him by the front of the shirt angrily. What the hell do you think you're doing here, Dobe? Sasuke-kun needs this training, not you, so get out of here. Nobody wants you around anyway, she ranted, as she pulled back her fist to clock him. The person he followed out of the kitchen, who she never even saw, snagged her wrist and was wrenching down with a powerful grip. Excuse me, but what do you think you're doing to my Otudo-kun? Myo asked in a deadly yet sweet-sounding voice, ki practically gushing from her. Sakura now felt the ki that was flooding the room hit her and looked around to see that the adults in the room were all glaring at her. The woman in the short kimono unsheathing her blade slowly while standing up. She had unwittingly cast herself into the lion's den. We've all heard and seen what you've done to this boy, my Akabanatu. Cries for blood, Shigeru said in her usual tone, only instead of boredom. This time she had malice and rage in her words. The pink-haired girl was now petrified with fear. There was no Kakashi, no Sasuke, or even Naruto to save her this time, and she would have to reap what she had sown. Myo noticed this and spoke out. I believe that you shouldn't come around here anymore, Haruno-san. Also, if you ever hurt him like you have again, we will break you. Myo snarled. Sakura could tell, even in her current state, that this was no threat, but a promise. She looked over to Naruto with pleading eyes to try and get some form of comfort from him like he always would in the past, but he wasn't budging. Naruto? Why won't you help me? Aren't I your teammate? Don't you like me anymore? She whimpered, trying to play his sympathy. It really turned the stomachs of Myo and Shigeru to hear this pathetic girl try to charm him, but they were glad when his even gaze turned into a small glare. I know what you're trying to do, and I'd like it if you stopped right now. I'm not the same person that you bullied around anymore. If you're finished, leave. The blonde told her in a cold tone as he turned his back to her. Sakura's pride took a major blow as she ran crying from the compound, most likely all the way home. Damn that baka! He was supposed to be my loyal pet, but those people turned him against me. You will pay for this, baka! She mentally snarled as she continued to dash home. Naruto sighed as she left. I can't believe I used to like her. Renka was having thoughts of her own. Hey, what was that chick's deal with you? That could not have been normal. Naruto looked over at who spoke. Hey, who are you? He asked. He had to admit that she was very pretty and provocatively dressed, not to mention that she was generously endowed. Oh, sorry about that. I'm Renka. Ma Renka, she told him cheerfully as she took in what he looked like. He's kind of scrawny and short, but he's also kind of cute, too. Ma, are you related to Ero-sensei? He asked. Ah yes, she is my daughter, Renka. Renka, this is our new pupil, Uzumaki Naruto-chan, Kensei replied. Renka stifled a giggle at how he addressed her father. You called him Ero-sensei? That was hilarious, she exclaimed. I can definitely get to like this boy. Maybe I should stay a while. She thought, and she remembered that her uncle Tucci, her mother's brother, and her cousin Ayam owned a ramen stand here in the village. I wonder how they're doing? Now, back to what I was asking. What was her problem with you, anyway? Renka asked. You might as well have a seat, 'cause this is going to take a little while. He told her as he told the tale of his life, or at least not the parts with the Kyuubi. When he was starting to show his fatigue, he turned in for the night. Even with his inhuman stamina, making waves of shadow clones along with getting the crap beat out of him all day wore him out. Good night, Renka-chan, he told her with a large yawn. He had a very long day and the following days would prove to be just as harsh, but they were necessary if he wanted to stay alive against Niji and anyone else that he might wind up fighting. Hayato took over for him and filled in the rest, verifying that all that was said was the truth. Next, she was told of how Sakura's treatment of Naruto had caused a psychological episode earlier that day. Renka seethed at the fact that this girl thought that she could just walk all over someone and scar him so badly like she did. He was only being nice to her and she used him as her personal punching bag, all because she was brainlessly devoted to that arrogant Uchiha. The more she heard about the clan and the person himself, the angrier she got. She had heard about the Uchiha clan and from what she had learned, many of them were little better than thieves who stole the hard work and secrets of others, even their allies, to gain power. So, Naruto-kun is stuck on a team with that worthless little fangirl and an Uchiha with an overinflated ego. To top that off, he had a worthless sensei who only taught the Uchiha so that he could ride on his coattails. I don't see how it could have been any worse than it already is, Renka muttered. However, her opinion of the young blonde she just met had taken a massive leap forward, just for the sheer amount of patience it must have taken to keep from going insane. She was especially interested in finding out why he was hated so much by the village as a whole. She looked to her father once again. Father, I will be staying here in the village for the time being, at least until the exams are over, Renka informed her father. Kensei was many things, such as a world-class pervert, but not blind or dumb. He could see that his daughter had an underlying motive for staying here, and it had to do with his newest student. She had taken a keen interest in him, and far be it for him to discourage her. But he had to warn her about the engagements he already had, should she decide to pursue him. That can wait for now. I first need to see how she feels about him, and that will take time. It's usually best to let these things run their course. It worked for Minato and Kushina and myself, so why not? The Kenpo master reasoned. That's okay with me, my dear. Maybe Myo-chan will let you stay in her room, Hayato offered. Thank you, elder. Maybe I can help Naruto-kun out a bit as a sparring partner, she suggested, blushing slightly. Renka was no slouch as a fighter herself, having been trained since birth to take over her father's skills when he finally passes. She could easily beat a Chunin with taijutsu alone and could probably take out Sasuke with ease. Hayato nodded his head at the offer. That could work out well. It would give the boy more styles to learn from and give him a wider skill and experience base to draw from. Myo-chan, would you mind if Miss Renka shared your room? He asked his granddaughter. Myo merely smiled. If Renka was around to help her and Naruto out, things would be far easier. I don't mind, Aji-san, the blonde girl replied as she led Renka to her room to get settled in. The other masters all decided to turn in for the night as well, but Hayato asked Kensei to talk with him for a moment. I'm sure that you noticed it as well. I know. My daughter is taking an interest in the boy. I could see it in her eyes and in the request to stay here, otherwise she would never have considered it. She is obsessed with finding a strong husband, and she has her sights set on Naruto-chan. However, I don't think she's aware of the engagements. If she continues to show interest and tries to actively pursue him, I will tell her. My other concern is if you approve, seeing as you are the boy's guardian. Kensei replied. Hayato closed his eyes to consider it. Renka-chan is a strong girl and spirited, but also a good girl, and she will treat him with respect. I have no problem with it, but you and I will have to talk with Hayashi and Tenmon to see if they will allow this, since this agreement was hammered out before they were born. Hayato explained. It made perfect sense to Kensei, but he could also see just what made Naruto so appealing to these girls. He was a good kid, and while he wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, he had the right stuff where it counted the most despite all that he had to go through over the years. These girls know what they want in a future groom. Smart, unlike these fangirls that I've seen in recent times. He reasoned. After their heart-to-heart, all had turned in and went to sleep. Time skip. 1 month. Man, a lot can happen in the span of just 1 month, 30 days, 720 hours, 43,200 minutes. However you want to count it, much can and did happen to one Uzumaki Naruto. Flashback. Naruto had been training not only with the masters of Ryuzanpaku, but also studying ninjutsu and fuinjutsu with Jiraiya of the Sannin, who was also his godfather. For all of this training, his Kage Bunshin proved itself to be invaluable with how he was soaking up all of the knowledge like a sponge. In 1 month's time, he managed to master the Rasengan enough to the point that it was combat effective, but he still needed a clone to help him with the manipulation. He had also gone with Jiraiya for a day and signed the Toad summoning contract. Jiraiya had told him that his own father had signed the contract before him. Then he signed it and passed it down to Naruto's father, who the sage saw as his own son, and would now pass it down to Naruto. After 2 hours of frustration, Naruto finally summoned a small orange toad named Gamakichi. The spunky little toad and our favorite blonde had hit it off wonderfully as he continued to try and summon bigger toads. Just when he was reaching his limit, he shoved all of the chakra he had left into the jutsu, and it resulted in a massive explosion of smoke. Naruto felt like he was speeding up into the sky until the smoke cleared to reveal that he was standing on top of the nose of a massive toad that was the size of the Hokage monument. Oi! Who the hell summoned me? Jiraiya! Get out here! The great toad bellowed. Jiraiya paled. He knew that Gamabunta didn't like being summoned for no reason and moved to hide, but Naruto was out in the open. Gamabunta noticed a boy that was panting on his nose. Oi, Gaki! Where's that pervert Jiraiya? I need to talk with that fool about summoning me for no reason. Naruto looked confused for a moment, but answered the massive creature. Hey, Boss Toad? I was the one that summoned you. He answered sheepishly. The toad's eyes narrowed, but then it broke out into earth-rumbling laughter. You? Summon me? Ha ha ha. That's a good joke, Gaki. Now tell me where Jiraiya is. Naruto still didn't like being dismissed so easily, but he was beat to a response by Gamakichi. Oi, Pops! He called out, raising a webbed foot in greeting. Pops? This huge freaking toad is Kichi's father. Naruto thought. Huh? Gamakichi, what are you doing here? The massive toad asked. The kid here was telling the truth, Pops. He summoned me, too, and he's all right with me. He's a pretty fun guy, Kichi answered. Is that a fact? Bunta said aloud, more to himself than anyone else. Minato, your boy looks just like you. The Toad boss though sadly as he decided to accept Naruto as a summoner. I believe you, kid. You are now one of my henchmen, part of the family, kiddo. Now, to seal the deal like men, we'll have a drink, any? Bunta announced as he pulled out his sake gourd. The hardest part was for a small enough portion to go to Naruto, but the drop that came out of the bottle nearly drowned the young summoner. The end result was that Naruto took in the equivalent of a milk jug's worth of alcohol, enough to put Tsunade into an alcohol-induced stupor. After the two of them finished their drink, Naruto was shit-faced drunk and stumbling around. Bunta himself was singing a sappy ballad with Naruto tunelessly joining in, annoying just about everyone in the area that wasn't 3 sheets to the wind. Hick, you're a right by me gaki. Call me out fair another drink sometime and a good fight. Jarani, he called out as he poofed away, leaving Naruto passed out next to the riverbank they were at. Jiraiya took a look at his godson, laid out spread eagle, snoring away and pinched the bridge of his nose. Ugh! How am I going to explain this to Hayato? He grumbled as he scooped up the dozing boy and carried him back to new home, Ryuzanpaku, where he got an earful from Myo for letting him drink. Next in his ninjutsu training was furthering the Rasengan. He was told that the Rasengan took the fourth 3 years to develop and learn, and Jiraiya himself almost 2 years to master. Naruto knew that he didn't have that amount of time to learn it, so he was putting every effort into completing it. After 3 weeks, he was on the final stage of the Rasengan training while his taijutsu training raged on. Both of his fiancées lent themselves out as sparring partners, Hinata for anti-juken training and Raichi to help sharpen his skills. Renka also helped out by filling in for her father at times since she knew what he was teaching the boy. Most of the masters had something going on the side, like Akasame running a chiropractic clinic and Kensei running a shiatsu and acupuncture clinic. Sakaki sometimes was gone for a few days on an occasional bodyguard gig, and Shigeru on occasion took an ANBU mission that was close to home. All of the proceeds went into helping to run the compound and stave off foreclosure, so the girls and Naruto all pitched in to help. Speaking of the girls, Kensei, Jiraiya, and Hayato sought out Hayashi and Tenmon to discuss Renka's interest in their future son-in-law. Hayashi was a little pensive about introducing a new girl into the equation and asked to meet with her. He was surprised and intrigued by this girl's sharp wit and confidence, getting the feeling that she could help draw Hinata further out of her shell and push her harder. Tenmon and Kensei had been old friends for a very long time and had even studied under the same master at one point in time. He already knew Renka and she and Raichi were already friends, so he had no problem with it either. Next, Hinata and Raichi were taken aside by their fathers and this issue was discussed in its entirety. Hinata was already comfortable with the fact that she would be sharing with Raichi, but she wanted to get to know Renka a little better. From what she knew already, Renka was almost like a female Naruto in some ways, which made her easier to get used to. Raichi was more comfortable with the idea after she found out that her father supported it. Finally, we come to Naruto himself. He was at first oblivious to Renka advances. However, during sparring times, she gave him little choice but to notice that she liked him by managing to put them into precarious situations like making him fall on top of her or making sure that their faces came very close and she would comment on his features, mainly his eyes and whiskers. The purple-haired girl was quite aggressive in making sure she got her message across. Naruto came to talk with Kensei about it, which is what he and Hayato were waiting for. The two of them explained that should Naruto accept her, she would be allowed into the betrothal group. Take 3 girls. The blonde stammered out before passing out with a nosebleed and a wide grin on his face. On a training ground on the other side of the village, Guy could actually sense that someone had discovered the power of youth. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was reading his Aika book when a certain feeling of pride washed over him. I feel like I should be very proud of someone. At Teammate's training grounds where the rest of Teammate was training, Shino did something that would scar the rest of his teammates forever. You, what? He screamed at the top of his lungs. As he stopped, he noted the bewildered expressions of his teammates. Sorry, that just sort of came out, was his normal, monotone reply. Back with our blonde hero, Jiraiya and Kensei both slammed into Eki mode, as they referred to it as Upon contemplating the extreme luck that the boy was blessed with, Hayato brought them back down to earth by stating the fact that his luck was hard-won from years of suffering, to which they solemnly agreed. Now, we move on to Naruto's taijutsu training. Now, anyone who said that Naruto was a dumbass wouldn't be complete right, but not wrong either. He just learned things differently, and the type of training he was receiving was right up his alley. You see, he is what's called a kinesthetic learner, meaning that he learns by actually doing rather than by theory alone. Through this method, Naruto soaked up the styles of his masters like a sponge, taking in everything with childlike enthusiasm, awe and wonder. After getting down the basic movements for each style of each sensei, he began to experiment by mixing up the movements. Soon, as he was plugging away on a training post, he mixed in the movements of all of the sensei on the same punch and wound up breaking the post in half. Nearby, Akasame had been watching him train and raised an eyebrow at what his student had done and accomplished. He noticed that he combined the movements for all of the martial arts he'd been taught into one single blow and walked over to the dumbfounded boy. "Naruto-kun, do you even realize what you just did?" he asked calmly. And no, Akasame-sensei," he replied, thinking he'd done something wrong. The mustachio sighed. They were still having a rough time breaking him of feeling that every time they stop him he did something to anger them. "Naruto-kun, I want you to try what you just did again on another target." Naruto gulped, but wanted to succeed. "Hiya!" he roared as he repeated the process again, only this time adding more force into the blow. The training post was nearly reduced to sawdust as Naruto pulled back his fist, looking in awe as Akasame smiled. "What you just did was combine the basic movements for all of our styles into one blow, exponentially increasing the power of the punch. Now, all martial arts have a RYTHMN of sorts, but this had no RTHYMN at all, making the blow extremely difficult to predict or perceive. I think you just created your signature technique unique to only you. I'm proud of you." The wiry jujitsu master applauded him. Naruto couldn't believe it. He had made this powerful taijutsu technique all on his own, and his masters were proud of him. This filled him with happiness and a renewed drive for improvement. On another note, Jiraiya's summons and the ANBU team sent out by Sarutobi had succeeded in locating Tsunade, who was currently 2 days away from Konoha itself. The Toads had informed her that she still had something in the village, a living relation. Spurred by this, Tsunade made all possible haste in returning to the village, beating the ANBU back by nearly half a day. The blonde Sannin stormed right up to Sarutobi's office while she ordered her assistant Shizune to check them into a hotel room, marching right over the Chunin guards and an ANBU to do so. "Sensei, is it true? Is there still someone left?" she asked him. "Calm yourself, Tsunade, and sit down. We have much to discuss," he informed her, Jiraiya and Hayato flickering in beside him. "Jiraiya? Furinji-sama? What's going on here?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. "Tsunade-chan, how have you been, my dear?" the elder blonde man asked of her. "I've been well, Furinji-sama. May I ask what's going on here? I was just told that I still have a relation here in the village, so I came right back." Sarutobi nodded to the two men to have a seat as well as he began to tell her everything, especially that her godson is still alive and living in the village. The beautiful Sannin was reduced to tears at how bad Naruto's life had been and at the fact that she was not even aware of his survival. However, her sadness was replaced with another emotion: rage. Pure, primal rage at how she had been lied to by the council. Damn it all! I could have taken him with me, raised him myself. How could they do this to me? To him? To Minato and Kushina? What kind of monsters have you allowed to make these decisions? She ranted at the elderly Hokage, who did nothing to defend himself. He knew that he could have alerted Tsunade, but he allowed the council to tie his hands. "I know that you would have taken him with you, but allowing an infant Jinchuriki to leave the village was too much of a risk. If he were captured, he could have been turned against us by any power unfriendly to ours, specifically an old friend of ours that has an unnatural love of snakes," Sarutobi told her. He also informed her as to what Orochimaru was planning, a full-scale invasion of the village and ultimately, its total destruction. Orochimaru, I'll rip that son of a bitch to shreds before he lays a hand on him, she growled, her maternal instincts kicking in. That's not all, Tsunade. Orochimaru knows of his existence and has already gotten to him. During the second stage of the Chunin exams, his team ran into Orochimaru, who was targeting the Uchiha for recruitment, during which Naruto fought with and managed to drive away Orochimaru, but not before he put another seal on the boy, the Gogyo Fuin. This put him at a severe disadvantage in the next stage of the exam, but the boy pulled through. His sensei, one Kakashi Hitaki, was informed of his condition, but chose to ignore it in favor of Uchiha Sasuke. He also abandoned Naruto to train that Uchiha brat exclusively. Jiraiya told her with a growl, as he was the one that both spotted the malfunctioning seal and fixed it. This was yet another thing that nearly made the woman seek out and destroy the ones that wronged her godson. However, she was also proud of the fact that he managed to stand up to the snake freak and stood his ground. That slimy bastard. I'll see to him soon enough, but enough of that. How is the brat doing now? Hayato smirked slightly. He's alive and as healthy as a boy could be. I have taken him into my home as his legal guardian and I have been training him after he was abandoned. Also, I believe that as his godmother, you have the right to know about an extenuating circumstance surrounding him and an agreement made by his father to a couple of old friends of his. I believe you remember Hyuga Hayashi and Lee Tenmon. Yeah, I do. Minato Gaki's best friends. What about them? Well, the two of them had daughters while Minato had a son. I believe you can figure out what happened. Hayato told her with a grin. Her eyes widened. That brat has a small harem on his hands, she said aloud before breaking out into a smirk. Heh, the entire world shits all over him, but he sure got compensated for it, didn't he? She laughed. So, when can I meet the brat and his gang? She added once she stopped laughing. I'll take you to him personally, Tsunade-chan, Hayato told her, standing to his full and impressive height of over 6 feet 6 inches. With that, Sarutobi told his secretary that he would be in the village in official business as they all flickered from the office to the compound. Once at the compound, she was greeted by the sight of a small boy with a shock of wild, golden blonde hair, riding around on the shoulders of a bronze-skinned giant like a bucking bronco, whooping and hollering at the top of his lungs. Yahoo! Giddy-yap, Apachai-sensei. Tsunade smiled at the sight. He has Minato's hair and Kushina's face. It's uncanny. She commented to herself as the human bronco came to a stop near her as Apachai noticed the newcomer. Appa? New person? He asked, to which Hayato nodded. Yes, Apachai-kun. If you would be so kind as to round up the others in the dining room, we all need to talk about something, he instructed. Naruto slid off of his shoulders and got a good look at this new lady and blushed slightly. She's really pretty, he thought. Who are you? He asked in bewilderment. Tsunade smiled softly at his as she ruffled his hair playfully. I'll tell you in a few minutes, Gaki, she told him playfully. Oi, Gaki, let's go to the dining room. We have a lot to tell you, Jiraiya told the boy, who nodded and followed his kyufu. The masters all started to file in, but they all noticed the blonde woman sitting next to her teammate. Ah, Tsunade-sama, it's been many years since I've seen you. Akasame greeted her respectfully. He studied physiology under her for a few years while she was in the village. Tsunade-hime, it's been so long, Kensei called out, tipping his hat. So you're the famous Tsunade-sama? You hold your age well, Sakaki greeted merrily. Shigeru's greeting was silent, yet still respectful. She gave a deep bow to the slug princess, while Apachai gave the pretty lady a somewhat childish wave. Myo came out of the kitchen with fresh tea. Oh, I didn't know you had guests, Aji-sama, she told her grandfather. Myo-chan, please sit. This concerns you as well, he told her as he turned his attention to the great-nephew. Naruto-chan, He started as he explained everything that had been talked about in the Hokage's office. Everything about Tsunade and how she was and is his godmother, and why she didn't know about him until recently. Naruto sat in silence. "So, you won't go anywhere, Tsunade Obasan?" he asked her, scooting near her. "Auntie? Well, it's way better than Bachan," she reasoned. "That's right, Gaki. I'm not going anywhere. Come here, kiddo," she told him in a playful tone as she snatched him up into an embrace. Shigeru watched impassively, but was finding it harder to keep her connection to Naruto a secret until he is told of his parents. To that end, she was training him hard to make Chunin to meet the stipulation placed upon him by Jiraiya and the Hokage. Once that was all settled, Shizune was informed of her master's whereabouts and homed right in on her. There, she learned that Naruto was her master's godchild, so she gladly took on the role as another big sister to him. Her nurturing nature helped Naruto warm up to her very quickly, just like it helped Myo and Iam crack through Naruto's masks. His brides-to-be were also told about who his legendary godmother was and got to meet her personally. All three girls were thrilled to meet someone so famous and legendary as the princess of the Sannin, Senju Tsunade. She, in turn, wanted to meet the girls that would be marrying her godson in a few years for herself and was pleased, very pleased. All three girls had their wits about them, didn't act like scatter-brained fangirls, and they were all around good, respectable young ladies with fire in them. To support herself in the village, Sarutobi made her the hospital director and head doctor due to her unmatched skills as a medic, with her assistant Shizune filling in the number 2 spot. From there, she began to trim the fat, as she called it, cutting down on doctors and nurses that couldn't cut the mustard and connection refresher training for those that remained. She also got the go-ahead to start up the combat medic program that she always wanted to implement. Hinata expressed interest in this new program, and with her Byakugan Plus, her home-made medicines and salves, she would be a natural as one. Hayashi supported her wholeheartedly in this endeavor, as she would be the first Hyuga to ever be a combat medic. On the issue of the Hyuga clan, there was plenty of opposition to Hayashi's decision to honor the marriage pact that he and Minato had devised long ago. It turned out that the Elder Council was going to marry Hinata off because she wanted to join the main and branch houses once again and get rid of the caged bird seal that had done so much damage to their family. Since the Prince of Kuma no Kuni was out, they wanted to go with Plan B, marrying her off to the heir of the Inuzuka clan, Kiba. Hayashi would not budge an inch for his decision, so they offered a compromise. Should Naruto defeat Neji in the tournament, she would be free to marry Naruto. But if Neji was victorious, she would be branded with the seal and married off. Now, Kiba was pretty upset with losing to Naruto in the prelims, but his smugness kicked into high gear once he learned that if Naruto lost to Neji, Hinata would be his. He wanted her to bear his pups and destroy Naruto's dreams, just to rub it in his face. He even came by the compound to gloat, but made a grave error. Kiba was strutting around near the compound and happened upon Naruto training with his fiancées and Master Sakaki and Myo, all of them sparring. He strutted up to Hinata and snagged her by the arm. "Hey, let her go, dog breath," Naruto yelled. "Why should I, dope? She's gonna be mine anyway, so she might as well get used to hanging off of my arm. Since you're such a loser anyway, I might as well take the rest of these hotties from you. No dope could ever please a woman," he sneered. Naturally, Naruto didn't take this very well, but neither did the rest of the people present. Sakaki looked ready to kill on sight while Raichi and Renka were ready to turn his ass into a throw rug. Hinata was nearly retching with disgust. Kiba was an alright teammate when he wasn't being a total creep and pervert, but this was going too far. The most pissed off of them all thought was Myo. Normally, Myo was a very gentle and kind young woman, a young woman that one would assume would even hurt a fly. However, should you piss her off, even hell couldn't hide you from her wrath. The beautiful blonde-haired girl strode over to the dog boy, his eyes leering at her figure. "Hey, what's this? Somebody jumping from the Dobe's ship already? Huh." Kiba jeered at Naruto, but missed Myo cracking her knuckles, an aura of rage behind her that was making even Sakaki cringe. As Kiba reached out to take her arm, Myo snatched it and twisted his arm to the point of breaking in one smooth, lightning-fast action. Kiba quickly found that the more he tried to struggle, the tighter her grip became. Now, you listen to me and you listen good. I don't ever want to see you around here again, and should I catch you bothering any one of us, there won't be enough of you left to clean up with a mop. Myo growled at him, making Akamaru bolt off for home. She then shoved him away and the group started off back to the compound. However, Kiba was, if anything, a very sore loser, and his arrogant pride had him trying to attack Myo from the back. In his mind, he needed to dominate this girl. Fortunately, his strike never hit its target. Sakaki, a literal mountain of muscle, was blocking it, Kiba's claws not even scratching him. With only a paralyzing glare and a low growl, the karate master made the arrogant Inuzuka both piss and crap himself before passing out in fear. The news of Teicha's new condition, once it reached them, infuriated the masters and Naruto, but only served to further fuel his desire to train harder and get stronger. Tsunade offered him more chakra control exercises to make his chakra stretch even further than before, but he didn't have much time to master them. He got though only 2 of them when the time for the final stage of the Chunin exams rolled around. Flashback end. Ryozanpaku compound. Sunlight broke over Hokage Mountain, splashing into the village below. People were already up and about, trying to take care of business beforehand on this special day. The Chunin exam finals were to be held at 1000 this morning, and nobody wanted to miss this. The fight card for the day was star-studded. Several highly talented genin from the shinobi clans were fighting today, along with the Hyuga prodigy and the last Uchiha. However, to the chagrin of many, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was also fighting, and many hoped that his opponent would actually kill him. Betting pools had been started on the winners of the matches. Naruto's odds for winning were abysmal to non-existent, over 1000:1. However, the person in question was just rising out of bed and getting himself prepared for the day. For him, defeat is not an option, as Hinata's well-being was on the line. Should he be defeated by Niji, Hinata would be forced to marry the dog boy of Team 8, someone whose hormones should be kept on a leash. Naruto slipped on his training uniform and was preparing to strap on his weapon's holster and pouch when something was thrown at him. He turned around to see who threw what, to find all of the masters smiling at him. This time, it wasn't that insane, sadistic smile. These were filled with pride. He reached down and opened the package that was tossed at him to reveal a new uniform. The top was that of karate, from Sakaki. Hope you like it, Gaki. The pants were from Chinese make but open at the cuff, from Kensei. They have a loose fit for extra movement. There were hand and ankle wrappings like what Appachai wore. Appa, these wrappings will protect your hands and feet, Naruto-chan. Next was a chain-mail armor shirt that was handcrafted by Shige herself. To protect you. This armor can stop a spear. Finally, a set of teku, from the elder himself. I have been saving these for a long time, Naruto-chan. They belong to your father, but now is the time to pass them down to you, my boy. Shige-chan has been kind enough to resize them to fit you. These teku will protect you just as they did your father. Hayato smiled at him, having him change into them. After a few minutes, Naruto came back out. How do I look? He asked. Like a warrior, Gaki. Like a warrior. Sakaki told him with a smirk and a thumbs up. Naruto clenched his fists as he tried to stave off tears, but a few tears of pride slid down his face. Thank you, all of you, he whispered as Myo put an arm around him. We're all proud of you, Naruto-kun. Now go out there and win, she told him as they all got themselves ready to leave. Once preparations were made, the troop left en masse, bound for the Chunin exam stadium. Chunin exam stadium. It was around high noon as nearly everyone in the village and several Forgan shinobi and dignitaries were in attendance, eagerly awaiting the start of the third and final phase of the Chunin exams. Sarutobi, flanked by Jiraiya and Tsunade, made his appearance in the Kage's box along with the Kazekage and his 2 bodyguards. The 2 Kage greeted each other formally and sat down to get the ball rolling. Underneath the disguise, Ah, come on. We all know it's Orochipedo in disguise. Orochimaru was livid with rage. What are they doing here? Now, this will be much harder. He inwardly snarled before turning to the chronologically advanced Hokage. A fine crop of genin this year, Hokage Dano. My son Gaara, the Hyuga boy, and the Uchiha in one group. Quite exciting, he said coolly. Sarutobi smirked as he saw one genin in particular. As always, overlooking those that aren't natural geniuses due to arrogance. I should have been a better teacher, but I'll take whatever advantage I can get. Yes. But I wouldn't be surprised if another contestant surprises us yet again. He casually mentioned, causing the wind shadow to give him a puzzled look. He couldn't mean. Orochimaru wondered as the exams began. Sarutobi stood up to address the crowd. To all that have gathered here today, welcome to the final stage of Tei Chunin exams. Today, we will see the display of skills these young genin have to show us and see who among them will be chosen for the honor of advancement to the rank of Chunin. The crowd roared in applause in response to his announcement, causing his two former students to snicker. You still know how to whip up a crowd, sensei. Jiraiya chuckled. Yes, I've still got it, Sarutobi replied with a smirk. Down in the stands, the Ryuzanpaku gang plus Myo and Renka, Hayashi with his daughters, Tenmon and Raichi were all waiting with anticipation for Naruto's first match and were talking amongst themselves. Hinata, Renka, and Raichi got their first glimpse of Naruto's new ensemble and blushed prettily at the sight. Wow, Naruto-kun looks good in these clothes, Hinata thought. He was cute before, but now he looks kind of heroic, Raichi thought as her blush got darker. Down in the arena, his new ensemble caught the eye of another kunoichi. Is that the loudmouthed shrimp from last month? He's looking pretty scrumptious. Good. A certain snake mistress was also taking in the young genin with interest. I wish they made M like that when I was his age. Nearby, the members of the rookies that didn't make it were sitting together, Sakura letting her thoughts be known on Naruto's new look. That baka. If he thinks he can look even half as good as Sasuke-kun, he's even more of a loser than I thought. He'll never beat Neji. Never mind Sasuke-kun. The forehead terror ranted, completely embarrassing Ino who was sitting next to her. Sakura, that's kind of mean. He's your teammate. I'd never treat Shikamaru or Chuji like that. Ino tried to reason with her to no avail. However, Ino had to admit that Naruto looked far better in this new outfit. Where was he hiding those muscles at? I'm starting to see what Hinata sees now, the blonde girl thought. Humph, why stick up for those losers? It's not like they're Sasuke-kun or even have feelings or anything stupid like that. The pink-haired harpy countered. Next to Ino, Chuji was getting really pissed at Sakura for talking about his friends like that. But Ino put a hand on his shoulder to keep him from caving her face in. He, Shika, and Naruto hung out in the academy all the time and Naruto wasn't really all that bad. Myo was the one to hear her rantings and nearly ended her existence on the spot. But her grandfather held her back, saying that such a person was beneath her if she would so willingly slander and dishonor her comrades. Down in the arena, Naruto was looking around for Sasuke, but he was nowhere to be found along with his useless ex-sensei. Shikamaru noticed him looking around. Sasuke's not here. Know where he is, Naruto? Shika asked. The last thing he expected was for Naruto to scowl and actually leak a hint of ki at the mere mention of his ex-teammate and ex-sensei if he had any say in it. No, I don't, Naruto replied curtly. Gunma Shiranui, the replacement examiner, turned to them. Hey Poptall, all of these people are here to see you, so don't disappoint them. He then cleared his throat to announce the first match. First match of the finals. Neji Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki, he bellowed. The other fighters leapt into the contestants' box while Naruto and Neji remained. Tenten was sitting near the others up in the stands with her sensei as she shook her head. Naruto certainly looks stronger than before, but he just can't beat Neji. He's too strong, she said aloud. Really? Why do you think that? Raichi asked, surprising her. Well, Niji was the rookie of the year for our year, from a famous and powerful clan, and he's a genius, she replied. Oh, is that all? Isn't one's worth decided on who they are inside? That's what Uncle Guy and my two-sen always taught me, that geniuses are never what they're cracked up to be. Besides, Naruto-kun's a tough customer, too. I've got faith in him, Raichi replied with a wide grin. This left Tenten grasping for answers but drove home one fact that she didn't want to face. She sounded just as bad as those fangirls she despised. Uncle Guy. Hello. Where's Lee? Asked the blonde girl in pigtails upon spotting her uncle. Oh, Reichi-chan. How are you and your father doing? As for Lee Kun, he is still resting in the hospital today, saving up his youthful vigor to heal faster, Guy proclaimed. That's nice. Daddy's sitting over there if you want to talk to him, Raichi told him cheerfully, pointing him out. Tenten watched all of this with a weirded-out look on her face. You're related to Guy-sensei and Lee? You don't look anything like them, she exclaimed. Oh, Lee Kun is my cousin, she explained as she left to rejoin the Ryuzanpaku group. I didn't know you had a nephew and niece, sensei? Tenten asked. I do. I also helped her fiancé train a little for the finals today. Niji is facing him, Guy told her. Naruto? He's her fiancé, Tenten whispered. Tenten remembered the girl from the academy. Raichi was in her class and was just below her in the class rankings for Kunoichi of the year and the only person to have ever beat Niji in a spar. She remembered that he took it pretty badly, constantly challenging her to duels to save face and that she always rejected him. For some time, Tenten thought that Niji was crushing on her due to how much he hounded her for a fight, but it was just Niji being a sore loser in the end. Hell, the girl didn't even bat an eye at the Uchiha that everyone seemed to fall apart over, as sickening as it was to see. From what she heard, Sasuke was trying to ensnare her into a betrothal contract, but Reichi's family, mainly her father and Raichi herself, vehemently refused. She was the sort of girl that didn't care for titles or status, seemingly drawn towards another person in the Uchiha's class, the dead last. It was finally time for the match to start as Niji and Naruto faced one another. The tension in the air was thick. You could cut it with a knife thick, as the two glared at each other. Niji had been told by the Elder Council that if he defeated Naruto and Hinata was married off, he would take her place as the heir to the family. That meant that his curse seal would come off. He'd be damned if he missed out on both trashing a loser, getting rid of Hinata, and getting rid of his curse seal all at once. For Naruto, the stakes were even higher. He knew that Niji would not stop at only defeat. Niji will kill him if given the chance. Not to mention that Hinata's future was riding on how well he performed this day. No, Niji will have to be defeated, destroyed if he had to, but either way he had to go. Niji decided to call out his victory right off the bat. Fate has already decreed me to be the winner of our match, dead last. If you decide to fight anyway, I'll just kill you and have Hinata-sama watch as you die. I couldn't care less whose bed she winds up in after this. Niji sneered, making Naruto's blood boil. Thankfully, his lessons with Akasame and Kensei taught him patience and from Sakaki how to channel his anger properly. No, he won't let Niji get him riled up and start playing his game. No, sir. Instead, the blonde sucked in a deep breath and let it out, using some breathing control exercises taught to him by the masters before he replied. No, I will not allow anything to happen to Hinata-chan. She is very special to me and I will not fail her when she needs me the most. So bring it on, but munch. Naruto replied, calmly at first, but let out a razor-sharp and controlled burst of ki at the end that made Niji flinch. All right, you two. Enough trash talk. Fight, Genma announced, leaping out of the way of any potential blows. Niji didn't like having his feathers and confidence ruffled, so he decided to kill Naruto right now and save some face. As he charged in, some of Kensei's words came back to him. Naruto-chan, when facing the Jukin, it is best to just avoid the attack completely. Even a glancing blow could prove fatal if there is enough chakra in it and in the right spot. To that end, he was trained to evade and counter, ensnaring the attacking limbs if possible. Luckily, Shigeru's chainmail armor was able to be reinforced by his own chakra, and since his chakra force is unlike anyone else's due to his unique circumstances, that was something he had by the ass ton. For now, he didn't want to let that nasty little surprise out now, did he? That would ruin the fun of owning this pompous. Sure enough, Niji's palm thrust was aimed right at his heart. Naruto slipped in low, allowing the blow to pass over him as he grabbed the arm and wrenched it as hard as he could. This resulted in Niji's shoulder being forcefully yanked from its socket and limited his effectiveness greatly. Next, Naruto chambered a roundhouse kick that impacted on Niji's lower ribs, cracking a few of them and bruising the rest. The Hyuga prodigy stumbled back as he tried to regain his bearings. How was it possible for someone that struggled to defeat Kiba in the prelims to go toe-to-toe with him thus far? This new Naruto was dangerously skilled and knows about the Jukin from the way he countered. He then watched as Naruto slipped in a familiar stance, one that he'd seen Guy use before. "Hey Dobe, where did you learn that style?" Niji demanded. "It's none of your business," Naruto replied. His patience had worn out when Niji threatened to take Hinata from him. This asshole was going down. Niji popped his shoulder back into place to continue fighting through the pain as he began a barrage of super-fast thrusts, too fast for Naruto to catch and counter like before. After a moment of being bombarded, Niji finally scored a direct hit to Naruto's abdomen. Oof! There. Time for phase 2, he thought. The first phase was to attack Niji's limbs while letting him think his Jukin was still effective. Now, the second phase was complete and total annihilation. Thanks to Shigeru's armor, he was nearly immune to the Jukin. From there, Niji used the hack Rokujiansho to put Naruto out of business for good. After the rain of blows, Naruto lay on his back, seemingly down for the count to the horror of his friends and family. However, the Ryuzanpaku crowd were calm. They knew what Naruto had in mind. "Proctor-san, call the match. That trash is done for." Niji scoffed, but was met with silence. "Didn't you hear me? I said call the..." he yelled, only to get interrupted by the sound of laughing. Looking around, he saw that the laughing was coming from Naruto, who was slowly getting up and brushing himself off like nothing happened. Niji was now getting very worried. He knew he had executed the 64 palms perfectly, but Naruto just stood right up and shrugged it off like it was nothing. "Thanks of the massage, Niji-chan, but I like Hinata-chan's better. At least she can pack a wallop with her attacks. Not like your stupid little love taps." Naruto taunted, goading Niji into a rage. As his great-uncle told him, anger makes one sloppy and careless. Niji screamed in rage as he charged Naruto again, but Naruto was ready for him this time. After deflecting Niji's attacks, he opened up with a series of blows form the Hakyaukyukan style. Palm to the face here, reverse kick to the stomach there. All of it ending with the first technique that Kensei showed him after cheering him up. Shutenshu. A dual-palmed attack, using his entire body like a living piston, sent the prodigy flying away and rolling to a stop some 10 yards away. Shocked faces dotted the crowd at what the dead last had pulled off. He was beating the Hyuga genius like he owed him money and shrugged of the most powerful form of taijutsu the world had ever known. However, loud cheering could be heard from a couple of places. "Way to go, Otudo Keiyun. Myo. That's how it's done. That's our future husband. Raichi, Renka, and Hinata. Go Naruto Keiyun. Fight with the flames of youth. Come on. You know who this is. You can do it, Naruto. Chuji. Oi. Come on, JKI. Quit fartin' around and finish this punk." Sakaki, obviously. "APA. Go, Naruto-chan. Really? Who else do you think talks like this?" Kensei was obviously proud that Naruto had all but mastered the Shutenshu to be able to pull it off like he did, and so quickly too. Niji stood up and was waiting for Naruto to make his move. Naruto, wanting to put Neji down for good, charged right in. Hinata saw what was happening, the chakra building around her cousin. Naruto Kayuan no, she screamed, but was too late. Neji smirked as he released chakra from every point on his body and began to spin. Kaiten. The rapidly rotating dome of chakra exploded out and slammed into the blonde, tossing him back. He recovered in the air and began to think of a counter-strategy. Up in the stands, Hayashi was stunned that his nephew knew that technique. That was supposed to be a main house-only move. The Elder Council had to have taught his that. He reasoned. The council will have much to answer for once this was all over. He could only hope that his future son-in-law could find some weakness in the jutsu to exploit. That was all chakra. I think it's TME to unleash the Rasengan, he decided. Making a quick Kage Bunshin, he charged up one of his mini-cyclones and charged in to see which was stronger. Rasengan met Kaiten, both of them struggling for dominance. Finally, Naruto was forcefully thrown away, his Rasengan dispelled. Damn! I need more force, he muttered, racking his brain for anything that could help him. Finally, he remembered back during his training he created something that might work. Flashback. Akasame had been watching him train and raised an eyebrow at what his student had done and accomplished. He noticed that he combined the movements for all of the marital arts he'd been taught into one single blow and walked over to the dumbfounded boy. Naruto-kun, do you even realize what you just did? He asked calmly. And no, Akasame-sensei, he replied, thinking he'd done something wrong. The mustachio side. They were still having a rough time breaking him of feeling that every time they stopped him he did something to anger them. Naruto-kun, I want you to try what you just did again on another target. Naruto gulped, but wanted to succeed. Hiya! He roared as he repeated the process again, only this time adding more force into the blow. The training post was nearly reduced to sawdust as Naruto pulled back his fist, looking in awe as Akasame smiled. What you just did was combine the basic movements for all of our styles into one blow, exponentially increasing the power of the punch. Now, all marital arts have a RYTHMN of sorts, but this had no RTHYMN at all, making the blow extremely difficult to predict or perceive. I think you just created your signature technique unique to only you. I'm proud of you. The wiry jujitsu master applauded him. Flashback end. I never even named it. No RWM. Zero beat. Mubiyoshi. He mentally exclaimed as he charged up another Rasengan. Neji noticed and scoffed at his efforts. A wasted effort, trash, but try if you will. None can break through this, the ultimate defense of the Hyuga. Yeah, just keep talking, jackass. Naruto thought as he got himself ready for another attack run. Rara! Naruto roared as he barreled down on Neji. Ha! Worthless! Neji yelled. Kaiten. Naruto stopped just shy of the shell of rotating chakra and got into his stance. Then, combining all that he was taught, thrust the mini-cyclone at the Kaiten. Mubiyoshi Rasengan. With multiple times the force from before, the Rasengan broke through the Kaiten with force to spare, hitting its intended target and sending him flying end over end, finally impacting the arena floor and leaving Neji near unconscious in a smoking crater. How? It was your destiny to die at my hand. How did a failure like you beat me? Neji asked, his breathing ragged. If fate decided everything, I wouldn't even be alive right now. Quit being such a damn baby and take some responsibility for your life instead of letting everyone boss you around. Naruto replied harshly. Why you don't know what it's like to carry a seal that controls your life against your will? Neji shouted angrily. I do know, you son of a bitch. More than you could ever imagine. Naruto trailed off, clutching his stomach, where the Kyuubi's seal resided. Ganma smirked. He's a hell of a kid. The fourth sure picked the right kid for the job. He whispered with a grin as he raised Naruto's arm. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The entire crowd was awestruck. The dead last had defeated the genius completely, totally, utterly. He also broke through the most powerful defensive technique they knew of to do it with a move that was thought to be lost with their beloved Yondaime. Akasame was smiling down on his student. He was the one who helped Naruto develop the move he just used and thought on the name. Mubiyoshi? Zero Ryteacha men. Huh? Fits Naruto-kun. It definitely fits. The Hyuga Council was livid with the fact that with all that they did to tip the scales in their favor, Naruto still won. They just couldn't believe it. Now, their plans to get Hinata out of the way were ruined and Hayashi's political power within the clan was secured, along with his choice of heir. Hayashi, on the other hand, was extremely proud of Naruto for coming through for his daughter, fighting with all of his heart for her sake. His belief that Naruto would be a good husband for his daughter was reinforced. He stood up and left to go talk to his misguided nephew, to tell him the truth. Hinata was crying happily, their future together now assured. The other two girls were glad that Hinata wouldn't be taken from them. Elsewhere in the stands, two Chunin were also impressed with the young blonde and the skills he showed in beating a Hyuga at their own game. Heh, the squirt's not half bad. Etiketa? A short, petite red-headed young woman of at least 18 commented. Yeah. The Bozu was really something out there. He has the right attitude, in that he's not an arrogant jerk. I might want to work with him if he makes Chunin. What do you think, Chibi-chan? Kazara Nanjo's much taller companion, Takeda Ikki, called out. Don't call me Chibi-chan, you jerk. But yeah, he might be fun to work with. She admonished but also agreed. Ino and Chuji couldn't believe what they just saw. This new Naruto was certainly a sight to behold. He carried himself differently, with more confidence and a determined gait. Although Ino caught that bit about an unwanted seal. Maybe that's what my dad was trying to tell me back when he asked me to be Naruto's friend. But what kind of seal could be so awful as to have the whole village hate him over it? What happened to you, Naruto? Sakura in her seat just huffed in annoyance. I don't see what's so special. Sasuke-kun could have done it too. He would have been better than that baka, she said, making everyone around her roll their eyes in annoyance. Tenten had to scrape her jaw off of the ground. And no way, Niji lost? She stammered out. See what I meant about geniuses? Raichi chirped with a wink as she made her way over to the contestants' box to see him, Renka and Hinata hot on her heels. Myo watched her cousin and little brother as he leapt back up into the contestants' box. She was very proud of how far he had come in only a month with them. When he first came to them, his form was a real mess, his psyche was nearly damaged beyond repair, and his control was shot, yet he could still put up quite a fight. Now, she wasn't too sure that, if he was going all out, that she could match him before long. She knew about the demon within him and the distinct advantages it gave him, such as his superhuman stamina and endurance, and his super healing. A good night's rest would fix nearly anything, no matter what the masters did to him, and he'd bounce right back, a little stronger than before. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched their godchild with pride. They were angry with both the village and themselves, the village for keeping them away from him, Tsunade at herself for not bothering to check for herself, and Jiraiya for not being able to do more. But that was the past. Now, they have their godson, and they would be damned if they didn't make up for lost time. Tsunade was willing to adopt Naruto, to take him in as she intended to the night he was both born and orphaned, but she would have to run it by Hayato first. He established legal guardianship over Naruto a month ago. While the proctors cleaned up the arena as best they could, Naruto was visited by his future wives in the box in the way of nearly getting mugged. Shino raised an eyebrow, Shikamaru's jaw was on the ground in shock. Kankuro huffed in jealousy and Temari was feeling a little jealous, too. Gaara was, well, just Gaara. Hey Naruto, you know these girls? Shikamaru asked his former classmate, gesturing to Renka and Raichi. He already knew Hinata. Yeah, he replied, making introductions to his two buddies in the box. The three girls were asked to leave by a few of the proctors and did so reluctantly. They refused to leave without giving and receiving some affection, in the form of kissing him on the cheek for luck in his next match. Man, I hope you know what you got yourself into, Naruto. One woman is troublesome enough. Shika whispered to Naruto, who shook his head. They encouraged me and cheered me on and even loved me. To someone like me who's been alone for almost all of my life, they mean the world to me. They'll never be troublesome to me, he replied with a smile, Shika matching it. Well, if anyone could even remotely pull this off, I'd bet on you, the lazy Nara answered with a lazy grin. Down in the arena, the proctors had finally finished making the field usable as Genma called for the next match. Second match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand down in the arena, awaiting his opponent. Muttering rippled through the crowd, wondering where their precious Uchiha was. Up in the Kage's box, Sarutobi and his two loyal students were wondering just that, as well. Where the hell is that idiot Hatake? He should have been here at the opening on the tournament. Tsunade growled. I don't know, but his and the Uchiha's reps won't save them here, right, sensei? Jiraiya said. Sarutobi gave them a grim nod. I know the council will throw a fit over this. I will not tolerate this tardiness on such an important day. Sasuke Uchiha is disqualified. The old Hokage agreed with his two students. The Kazekage looked as if he had been struck physically. Let's not be too hasty now, Hokage Dano. Many of the people here, dignitaries included, have come simply to see my son and the Uchiha fight. No, rules are rules. If you arrive late to a battlefield, you may have just gotten your comrades killed. If he is not responsible enough to show up at an appointed time, he does not deserve to be a Chunin. Sarutobi replied, his tone as cold and firm as it was in his prime. Not wanting to push his luck any further, Orochimaru backed off of the subject. Damn that old man. Now of all times, he decided to grow a spine. He fumed as he sat there, awaiting another opportunity to enact his plan. Sarutobi relayed his instructions to one of his jounin, who leapt down to Genma, who shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, since Uchiha Sasuke has failed to show up for his match, he has been disqualified. Winner is Gaara by default. As Sarutobi and the proctors expected, this decision was met with a massive outcry from a mass majority of the populace who wanted to see their precious Uchiha in action. The older shinobi in the crowd, along with many of the dignitaries, understood why Sarutobi made the decision he did and supported it. A shinobi who could not show up on time is unreliable and is a liability, therefore is unworthy of becoming a Chunin. Gaara, with a scowl of disappointment, teleported himself back up to the waiting area. What? They can't do that. Sasuke-kun needs to get his promotion. Come on, Ino pig. Let's go tell Hokage-sama off for doing this to poor Sasuke-kun. Sakura ranted, trying to drag Ino with her. Let me go. He got disqualified because he couldn't even bother to show up on time like everyone else did. Do this by yourself. Ino yelled at her. Her friendship with the pink-haired girl at this point was now looking to be permanently severed. I can't believe you're abandoning Sasuke-kun, you traitor. He doesn't need hussies like you or those skanks that Naruto Baka hangs around with to help him build his clan. The Shibanshi raged as she stomped up to the Kage's box. A few minutes saw Sakura up in the Kage's box, where she just stormed past the guards and stomped up to the elderly shinobi leader. Why did you disqualify Sasuke-kun? He needs that promotion more than these other losers, especially that blonde dobe Naruto, she shrieked. After everyone in the booth let their hearing come back, they all glared death at the girl. Even Orochimaru was getting really annoyed with her. What an unpleasant little girl. Tsunade wasn't anywhere near this bad, the snake pedophile thought with a scowl. What do you want, you little shit? Tsunade yelled at her. Shut up, you big-breasted cow. I want Hokage-sama to let Sasuke-kun fight and get promoted, and I won't leave until he does. Pinkzilla demanded. Her rail-thin arms crossed defiantly. Tsunade did a slow burn as her temper was quickly reaching a meltdown of Chernobyl-like proportions. Noticing this, Jiraiya grabbed her and restrained her. "Tsunade, calm down," Jiraiya yelled at her. "Damn you, Jiraiya. Let me kill this little shit. Nobody talks about my godson or especially me like that. Especially not some scrawny little Uchiha slut of a fangirl," she roared. The names to the two clicked inside of her Uchiha-riddled brain. Jiraiya? Tsunade? She whimpered. She had just insulted two of the legendary Sannin, the slug princess Tsunade and the toad sage Jiraiya. On top of that, one of the contestants she had just insulted was their godson. She was officially up to neck deep in shit creek with no canoe in sight. Two ANBU appeared by the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, do you wish for us to remove this intruder?" the cat-masked female captain asked, turning what everyone could tell was a disgusted gaze at the sniveling fangirl. "Yes, detain her until the end of the Chunin exams in an ANBU cell. We will have a nice long chat about this with her parents present," he ordered as she was apprehended and taken to the ANBU jails until further notice. "Now that she has been taken care of, we will continue," Sarutobi ordered. Gunma, seeing that the disturbance was over, announced the next match. Next match, Aburame Shino versus Kankuro. "Proctor, I forfeit the match," the black-suited puppet user called out. Shino's usually stoic face now showed a scowl. He had wanted to fight and try to get his promotion, but now his chances were not looking too good. Next match, Tamari versus Nara Shikamaru. Gunma yelled, just wanting to get this over with. Tamari, her patience finally breached, whipped out her fan and floated down to the floor on an air current, folding her fan with a dramatic flourish of movement. Kankuro palmed his face. "She just can't resist the urge to show off," he muttered. Shikamaru just groaned. "Ah man, I gotta fight another girl? I'll just forfeit like that Kankuro guy." He whined until Naruto reminded him of something. "If you forfeit now, your mom's gonna kill you later, you know that right?" he told Shika, who went white as a sheet. "Yeah, I see your point," the lazy genin stammered, having locked eyes with said woman, who gave him a glare that foretold of hellish suffering should he cop out. He quickly hopped down to the arena floor without wasting any more time. "Come on, let's fight already," Tamari yelled out impatiently. "Now, since everyone knows how the fight goes, we'll press on to the entree of the matches. Naruto versus Gaara. But first..." Naruto's friends, loved ones, and family were all pensive about this match, as it would truly test the fruits of his training to its limits. Jiraiya had taught him multiple Suetun jutsu with which to combat Gaara's sand, just in case he fought with him. Even so, Naruto's ninjutsu arsenal needed the updating, considering all he had before was 2 academy basics, the Kage Bunshin, and the tree climbing exercise. Now he had several Suetun jutsu, a few basic Futon jutsu, a Doton jutsu, the Rasengan, and the Kuchios, Gamma. Genma was glad that the first round was over and they were now in the semifinals. We will now begin the semifinals. First match, Gaara versus Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd was sitting on the edge of their seats about this match. For those who knew about Naruto's little tenant, this would be demon against demon. For the others, this was promising to be the fight of the century. Naruto, the underdog who soundly defeated the Hyuga prodigy, against the best Suna has to offer. Shino and Shikamaru both gave Naruto a nod, with Shikamaru warning him to be careful. As Naruto vaulted down to the floor, near the proctor, Gaara teleported himself down there, eager to fight his fellow Jinchuriki. Naruto knew what he was getting into with Gaara, and trusted that his godfather and great-uncle had prepared him for this, helping him craft the tools needed to survive. He sighed at the thought of not getting to prove himself against Sasuke and prove Kakashi wrong about him, but he wanted to get a measure of payback for what happened to Lee and possibly rescue a fellow demon container from himself. Beating some sense into someone usually works where words fail, right? Just before Genma could start the match, a plume of smoke erupted in between the two contestants. A swirl of wind and leaves blew away the smoke to reveal Sasuke and Kakashi, standing back to back in a dramatic pose. Everyone glared at them, but Kakashi spoke first. "Hey everybody, we're not late, are we?" he asked, pulling out his infamous Ika Ika book. "Yes, you are, Kakashi. Get out of the arena," Genma ordered harshly. "What about Sasuke? Won't he get to fight?" Kakashi asked, pressing for leniency. "Uchiha Sasuke has been disqualified, Kakashi. Now leave the arena now," Genma repeated himself. Sasuke was livid. His chance to show off was now ruined and given to someone else. "What? Give me the dobe spot and let me fight," Sasuke demanded. Both Gaara and Naruto were not amused by the braggart. "Go away, Uchiha. You do not interest me," Gaara told him in his dead, monotone voice. "He's right, team. You're in the way," Naruto added, agreeing with his opponent. Sasuke's rage built to its peak as he leapt at Naruto, his Sharingan spinning in his crazed anger. Naruto waited until he was right on top of him. Then he sidestepped the blow, spinning to the side and delivering a harsh knife hand chop to the base of his skull, like Akasame-sensei and Ero-sensei taught him. The blow left Sasuke dazed and confused, wobbling around like a helpless baby animal. "Too scared to fight me like a man, dobe?" Sasuke sneered drunkenly, still reeling from the hit. Naruto snapped, "Genma-san. I'll fight the team if only to prove that I deserve to be here," Naruto muttered, turning to Gaara, knowing what he wanted most. "Gaara, you okay with this? This way you'll face a truly strong opponent," he reasoned. Gaara seemed to accept this. "Hurry. Mother's hunger grows," he said in his dead fashion but with intoned urgency. Sasuke chortled arrogantly. "This will be easy." Naruto's features hardened at this. "Really? Do you think it'll be that easy?" Naruto asked, amused. Naruto's eased posture sent Sasuke into a tizzy. "Why are you so calm, loser?" the self-proclaimed Avenger yelled in anger. "I just feel really good right now," Naruto replied, grinning like a fox. Sasuke always hated that smile of his as he barreled down on the smiling genin, his Sharingan blazing. Naruto had been training for this. He flooded the arena with as much chakra as he could muster, effectively hiding him from the Eye of Thieves. To Sasuke, it was like staring at the sun. The kind of chakra output Naruto was packing seemed inhuman, too much for his vaunted eyes to endure, so he had to shut them down. "Fine then. It's not like I'll need my Sharingan to beat down a loser like you," he snarled as he deactivated his eyes, sliding into the Uchiha fighting form. Naruto simply looked at his with carefully maintained calm, looking for any telltale signs of movement, something Sakaki-sensei taught him to read. "Listen up, Gaki. Every opponent has some kind of tic or habit that can give away their movements. Look for it." The mountainous karate master's words echoed in his head. Sure enough, he picked up the tensing of Sasuke's leg muscles and prepared for the inevitable frontal assault. Sasuke raced forward and tried to drop Naruto in one blow, using a spinning roundhouse kick to the face, but thanks to his grappling training from Akasame-sensei, he grabbed Sasuke's attack at the ankle and used Sasuke's momentum against him, sending him flying away in embarrassment. Sasuke punched the ground from where he knelt down. "Damn that dobe. First, he does something to my Sharingan, now he's making look like a fool. I'll kill him." Black markings were beginning to appear on his skin as his face contorted into a vicious snarl, rage and embarrassment plain as day in his eyes. He threw himself at Naruto again, attempting to strike at another perceived weakness, taijutsu. Naruto slipped into Apachai's Muay Thai, dodging the first blow from Sasuke and countering with a flying knee, which was followed up by a series of jabs, forearms and elbows to keep Sasuke from getting at breathing room. Finally, Naruto caught him with a forearm shot to the jaw, disorienting and stunning him, then a gut shot and a powerful front kick to his ribs that left the supposed prodigy sprawled out. "Had enough yet, team?" Naruto asked. Naruto wanted to put Sasuke down with minimal fuss, as he still had to face Gaara. Sasuke slowly scraped himself up, nursing his injured ribs as he stood. He was livid, furious that his dead last teammate was the one who was dominating this fight and he was holding back. Naruto pointed out an ugly truth about the Uchiha, that nearly all except for very few were mediocre at the very best without their Sharingan to aid them. It was a crutch which had made them arrogant, and now that Naruto had found a countermeasure, he was returning the favor from all of the times the Uchiha ever beat, embarrassed, and abused him. This shame didn't sit well at all as he leapt back to get some room. "I'll kill you," he screamed madly as he formed the killing move he was given by Kakashi. Chidori. Naruto was alarmed that Sasuke would pull out something that looked so lethal during an exam, but was staying calm. All of his sensei told him that losing his cool could cost him his life in situations like these. Off to the side, Kakashi's face held a triumphant smirk, wanting his star student to put this blonde upstart back where they felt he belonged, at their feet. Genma was frowning at the usage of a known killing jutsu against a fellow Konoha shinobi in an advancement exam. Sarutobi's two students and Naruto's godparents were fuming mad. They knew who taught him that jutsu, and he was going to be dealt with after the exams. The Ryuzanpaku masters were calm. They had come at Naruto at far greater speeds than this boy could even dream of achieving, so they had faith that Naruto could counter. "Humph, no technique at all. All show," Sakaki harumphed. "I agree. Should a so-called assassination jutsu made such a racket?" Akasame added. Ino's first reaction was going to be to cheer Sasuke on and boo Naruto, but lately, Sasuke just lost his appeal, and now with her blinders off, she saw just how bad Sasuke really was. She also talked with the girls who had been around Naruto as of late and discovered that he's really a good guy. That annoying exterior was shed once people paid attention to him, since he didn't need it anymore. "Naruto, after the exams are over, I'm going to apologize to you for being such a bitch to you for all these years." She made up her mind on her course of action. Sasuke raced in, his lightning-coated fist leading the way and aimed directly at his heart, aiming to kill. Naruto knew that Sasuke wasn't around when he fought Neji, so the same tactic he used to counter Neji's Kaiten. So, Naruto readied himself and charged up a Rasengan and waited until Sasuke got within range. He was careful to adjust the Rasengan's power, because he didn't want the villagers accusing him of trying to kill their precious team. Finally, Sasuke was in range and Naruto let his attack fly. Mubyushi Rasengan. The Rasengan and the Chidori clashed in a brilliant light, but only for a second. The Rasengan, with the added force of the Mubyushi, completely destroyed the Chidori before it disappeared. Sasuke's now normal arms sailed over Naruto's, allowing the full force the blonde's powerful taijutsu move to impact Sasuke's stomach. End result? Sasuke nearly got his stomach forcefully shoved out of his asshole and thrown back into the stadium wall, cracks from his impact leaving spider web-like patterns on it. Shikamaru's eyes went wide. "Whoa! Sasuke just got his ass handed to him," he commented before getting back to his usual self. "Whatever, that punk-ass Uchiha had it coming anyway," he added. "I quite agree. Uchiha-san's arrogance has been quite intolerable." Shino agreed. Kakashi was enraged at his prize jutsu being beaten so easily, leaping down to confront who he thought was still his genin. However, he was even more angry at what jutsu Naruto used to deflect the Chidori. What? How does he know that jutsu and who could have taught it to him? The Kapinin growled as he leapt down into the arena. He knew that it was the fourth's own original jutsu, but it was never taught to him, and that was what drove him to create the Raikiri, in an effort to compete with him. "Naruto, who taught you that jutsu?" "Who?" Kakashi demanded angrily as he bore down on the blonde, but Gunma intervened. "The Uchiha was in the way and so are you, Hatake. Now scrape him up and leave before I have the ANBU make you," the toothpick-chewing Jounin ordered. "This isn't over," Kakashi growled as he picked up Sasuke and left the arena. "Now, before we were rudely interrupted, let's get this started," Gunma told the two genin. Semifinals first match. Gaara of Suna versus Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Fight! Naruto and Gaara watched each other, having seen each other fight before. Gaara had to admit that Naruto had gotten much better and faster than he was before, and felt that he wasn't out of tricks yet. On the other hand, Naruto just had a gut feeling that Gaara was just holding back what he could really do, hiding something other than the Shikaku. Remembering back to Lee's match against the bloodthirsty Genin, he knew that his sand had to be aviated at all costs. Naruto weaved through hand seals and fired off a Suetun Jutsu to start things off. Suiten. Tepidama. Naruto spat out a large ball of high-velocity water at his opponent. Like clockwork, Gaara's sand rose to protect him from the projectile. But something was wrong afterwards. His sand was sluggish in returning to him. Gaara looked down at his sand and saw that it was soggy and muddy. Glaring at the blonde, who was weaving through more hand seals, he sent out multiple tendrils of sand to impale his enemy. Naruto ducked and weaved his way through the spikes of sand and fired off another jutsu. Suiten. Mizurappa. A torrent of water lightly flooded the arena floor to about ankle deep due to how much chakra Naruto poured into the jutsu. After recovering from the jutsu usage, the blonde leapt on top of the water, running right at his opponent at top speed. Gaara tried to erect a sand shield, but it wouldn't obey his commands. Just as a look of shock took over his features, Naruto was already on top of him, laying into him with everything he had. Slowly, Gaara's Suna no Yoroi cracked, giving out under the intense punishment Naruto was dishing out. With a final spinning roundhouse kick to the face, Gaara was sent sprawling to the ground. Slowly, Gaara stood back up and uncorked his gourd on his back, tapping into his emergency supply of sand and using it to encase himself in a cocoon of some sort to protect himself. So he's gonna try to hide? Maybe the Rasengan'll break through the barrier. Naruto reasoned as he made a Kage Bunshin to help him concentrate. After it was finished, Naruto pelted at the barrier at full tilt, but as soon as he was within a certain range, more sand spears shot out of the sphere, nearly impaling him and disrupting his jutsu. Man, I never thought I'd be thankful for Shiger-sensei's dodging practice, Naruto thought as he backed off to regroup. After creatine several Kage Bunshin to be on standby to launch more Suetun Jutsu when the sand attacks him while closing in, he finally made it past Gaara's defenses and manages to plunge his Rasengan into the sand shell and a subsequent explosion that ripped into Gaara's shoulder, drawing blood. Gaara screamed in pain as he held his shoulder, pulling his hand away to inspect the warm, sticky fluid that was no flowing from his person. Blood. You made me bleed. My own blood. I'll kill you, Gaara screamed as he began to transform into some kind of grotesque monster, half human, half tanuki. Up in the Kage's box, Orochimaru smirked. This was the signal to begin to invasion as white feathers fell upon the stadium and its occupants, causing all those caught unaware to be caught in a sleeping Jinjutsu. Suna and Odo Shinobi began to lay siege the village, overrunning the gates and flooding into the village. More shinobi invaded the stadium and began to clash with the defenders. Orochimaru threw off his disguise and revealed himself to the world and his old teacher, holding him with a kunai at his throat. Orochimaru, you've fallen even further, I see. Sarutobi sighed. Kukuku. I see that you've gotten soft and senile, old man. You couldn't even see through my disguise. Neither could that dope Jiraiya or our dear princess. Orochimaru sneered, also making jabs at his former teammates. To his surprise, neither one of his ex-teammates made a move against him to save their sensei, his suspicions rising. Suddenly, Sarutobi vanished in a plume of smoke along with his teammates, leaving behind logs with exploding tags on them. Shit, they knew, he thought as the tags exploded. He and his personal elite guard managed to get away from the explosions and found the three on the roof, Sarutobi in his black battle gear and armor, ready to fight. Orochimaru responded by spitting up his Kusanagi sword, getting into a basic Kenjutsu stance. You've grown even more arrogant, Orochimaru. That will be your downfall. The old Hokage addressed his former student and one of his biggest regrets. He then bit his finger for some blood and went through a series of seals, slamming his hands down. Kuchios no justu. Enku nma. In a plume of smoke, a large monkey summon appeared next to Sarutobi. Hiruzen, I told you that we should have killed him when we had the chance. Enma growled, glowering at the snake Sannin. I know, old friend. Now we will rectify that mistake. Sarutobi replied in a steeled voice, showing the man he was in his prime. Henge, Kongonioi. Enma had been transformed into the adamantine staff, and homage to the legendary Monkey King, Son Goku, from times beyond ancient. A barrier of purple fire erupted around the edges of the roof they were on, killing 3 ANBU who tried to jump in. Orochimaru gave his former team a sinister grin as he weaved through hand seals. Now, Sensei Jiraiyadobe Tsunade-chan. There is no escape. Who's being arrogant now? Orochimaru sneered at them, a trio of coffins rising from the roof behind him. As Gaara thrashed in pain, Baki, his team's Jounin sensei along with his siblings, all piled in front of the demented genin. Damn, he's losing control, Bako cursed, turning to the other two. Temari, Kankuro, get him out of here, he ordered, the two genin obeying their orders. Grabbing Gaara, they leapt over the village walls, bounding off into the forests to make their escape. Naruto was about to go after them, but Baki moved to stop him. Just before he could strike, Genma blocked the attack, giving Naruto some cover. Give him hell, kid, Genma told him as Naruto took off. Shikamaru and Shino both shook off the genjutsu and saw what was happening. Naruto had already been through 2 tough fights and now he was throwing himself into a larger one. The two of them decided that they couldn't let him do this alone, so they went after him to cover his back. Up in the stands, Sasuke had recovered and was seething with anger and jealousy. His calling cards. He then tore off after Naruto to settle the score for his humiliation. Dispelling the genjutsu, Kizara and Takeda were fighting back-to-back with their signature fighting styles. The lithe and limber Kizara was using her powerful legs in conjunction with a powerful, but obscure taijutsu style called taekwondo, which focused on the lower body and on one's core, along with incredible flexibility and acrobatic skill. Dia! She roared as she unleashed a powerful, sweeping roundhouse that killed an Odo Nin instantly. Near her was her partner since her genin days, Takeda, utilizing a fighting style that was even more obscure in the ninja world which came from over the seas from the far west, called boxing. This style relied on a powerful core and upper body to deliver truly devastating punches that hit like a freight train packed full of anvils. Oreya! He yelled as he snapped out with a hellishly powerful haymaker that knocked a Sunanin into the next zip code. Hey Chibi-chan, you holdin' up all right? He asked his longtime friend. Yeah, I'm all right, and don't call me Chibi-chan, she ranted as she vented her frustration on a few hapless enemy Nin. Stay safe, Kizara, he whispered. He made a promise to his dead teammate and friend since he was in diapers, Kuzo Yukita, to protect her at the cost of his own life. This was a promise that meant everything to him. Kabuto, Orochimaru's assistant who was dressed as an ANBU, smirked as his genjutsu took hold and did its job. However, as his eyes fell upon a certain group of spectators, the genjutsu didn't affect them at all and they were all glaring at him. A group of Odo shinobi he had sent attempted to attack them, but let's bear in mind that the key word here is attempt. The combined ki from all of the masters, Hayato, Myo, Hayashi, and Tenman caused them all to pass out in shock and fear, a couple of whom had a heart attack. They all took stock of the situation. It was open warfare with innocent civilians caught in the crossfire here and many more in the village. They knew what had to be done. I guess I'll handle things here, Sakaki said while he stretched his back with a loud pop. I'll help out here too, Sakaki-kun, Kensei spoke up. I'll help you, Papa, Renka piped up, the other two girls nodding in agreement. Hayato shook his head. No, Renka-chan, Naruto-chan will need help. Follow him to help fight the Sunagenin. The rest of you girls should follow along. I have faith that you all, the Ryuzampaku elder told them seriously. As they took off, Myo blocked a blow from another Odo shinobi and kicked him away. Ji-san, I'll follow them and help Otuto-kun, Myo told her grandfather. No, I'll go and help him. Stay here and help protect the civilians. Shigeru spoke up, a determined look on her face. Myo was about to protest, but her grandfather stalled her. Myo-chan, we will need you help protect the defenseless civilians, he told her gently as he turned towards where Sarutobi was. Where are you going, elder? Akasame asked. To help an old friend, was all he said as he vanished in a burst of pure speed. The remaining masters split up to different parts of the village. Sakaki and Kensei at the stadium, Apachai and Akasame into the village to help repel enemy forces, Shigeru to help Naruto and keep him covered, and finally Hayato went to help out Sarutobi. Tenmon and Hayashi both nodded to each other and left to defend their respective families, mowing down any and all Odo and Suna shinobi they encountered along the way. The battle was reaching a fever pitch as Apachai and Akasame arrived in the village proper and lent their support. At first, they were laughed at and told to go await in a shelter, but after Apachai booted one Sunajounin over the horizon and Akasame turned another into a pretzel with only a single movement, they accepted aid. The normally gentle giant became a raging berserker when he saw that children were getting hurt, decimating all enemy shinobi in his area and getting the children to the hospital, where he stood guard and wiped out any enemy that approached. Akasame lent his medical skills to the hospital staff by treating the wounded that came in along with providing extra security. Back at the stadium, Kensei and Sakaki made a small competition to see how many enemy shinobi they could take out. Nearby, Kakashi and Guy were watching on, stunned at what these two non-shinobi could pull off, and they were making it seem so easy, too. Kakashi turned to his side and noticed that Sasuke was gone and had taken off after Naruto. Damn, he muttered, summoning one of his hounds. What is it, Kakashi? Pakin, his main tracking hound, asked in a bored tone. I need you to lead me to Sasuke, he ordered the small pug. Pakin sighed. Again, Kakashi was more worried about the Uchiha than his other students. He sniffed the air fine. He's off this way. A few other scents are off this way as well. One of them has a demonic scent, Pakin warned. Kakashi's eyes went wide at the news. Let's go. Now, he ordered as they took off at full tilt in the direction the genin left in. Back on the roof, Orochimaru wasn't out of tricks yet. Running through hand seals at a blinding pace. Once finished, he slammed his hands down on the roof tiles. Doing this caused a trio of coffins to rise from the roof. With a sickening smirk, he finished his jutsu. Kuchios. Edo Tensei. The lids of the coffins slid open to reveal three of the village's greatest heroes. The Sho, Ni, and Yondaime Hokage stepped from the coffins, their faces deviate of emotion. Orochimaru, true to his nature, wanted to savor the looks on the faces of his enemies before acting. Both Sannin and Sarutobi gasped in horror at who Orochimaru had dragged from their rightfully earned eternal rest. How dare you disturb the dead? Orochimaru? Have you no shame? No low to which you will not sink? Sarutobi growled. Saru, you have grown so old, Hashirama called out to his former student. Heh, he always called me old. How the tables have turned. Tobirama teased. The two brothers noticed Tsunade. Suchan, you've certainly grown up into a beautiful woman. Mito would be so proud, Hashirama said, smiling sadly. I'll say, where was Mito-chan hiding those? Tobirama commented on Tsunade's more than generous bust only to be conked on the head by his elder brother. Tobi, that's my granddaughter and your great niece, Hashirama admonished. Fine, spoiled sport, Tobirama sulked, crossing his arms. Minato opened his eyes and peered around him, his eyes locking onto his old sensei. Ero sensei, he called out to the toad sage in an almost sing-song voice while waving. Gah, little brat, even in death he still calls me that. Jiraiya pouted indignantly. folding his arms across his chest. Orochimaru was growing tired of this little reunion and was about to plant his control seals on the 3 living corpses when a massive shock made the building they were standing on tremble as if a great earthquake had struck. Just beyond the barrier, Hayato Furinji had landed and was getting briefed on the situation by the ANBU captain on scene. Orochimaru saw the man and nearly wet himself. "No, not him. He is a monster in human form," Orochimaru mentally screamed in terror. He remembered the one time that the invincible Superman dropped in on his team's training when he was a genin and offered to train them for a day while Sarutobi tended to his wife, who was giving birth to their first child. The insane man's training methods made the normally unflappable pale prodigy scream for mercy, an embarrassment that he never lived down. Jiraiya noticed his discomfort and smirked. "Hey, Oroki-chan, I thought that snakes were supposed to hiss, not squeal like little piglets," he snickered. Orochimaru's temper flared as he attempted to retort when the entire roof shook again. Hayato slammed his fist down into the corner of the roof, where one of Orochimaru's lieutenants was trying to uphold his end to the barrier. Jirubo's concentration was broken when he fell to his death, crushed by the debris of the falling building. The barrier flickered and died out, allowing Hayato access inside. The massive old man noticed his nephew and smiled sadly. "Uncle," Minato called out, running up to his relative. "How is Naruto? Is he well?" Minato asked of his sensei and uncle. "Minato, now isn't the time. We have to take care of a little problem first," Jiraiya explained. He and Tsunade told the 3 ex-Kages of Orochimaru's treachery, and it made them very angry. They now turned on their summoner. "You should be obeying me. I summoned you," the snake Sannin snarled. "Damn, I would have had a hard enough time fighting off the old joke and his 2 loyal dogs. But now that insane lunatic and 3 Kages? I cannot hope to win," Orochimaru reasoned as he signaled to his remaining guard, who beat a hasty retreat. As the ANBU squads made to take off in pursuit, Sarutobi halted them, redirecting their efforts into repelling the remaining invaders. The figures of the 3 Kages didn't have much longer now that Orochimaru wasn't there to hold the jutsu. Minato was told of his son's life and he was rightly angered by it, especially with Kakashi for all but abandoning his son. But he was extremely proud of the way his son pulled through. However, he didn't want to cause his son more pain than he already has. "Don't tell him about this," Minato pleaded. It would hurt Naruto more to know that he was brought back only to die again. They all agreed to do so for the boy's sake. Minato pulled Jiraiya in close. "Sensei, inside the Forbidden Scroll, there is the scroll for the Hiraishin and one of my kunai for it with the seal inscribed into it. I want you to teach it to him when the time is right. I trust you, Sensei, Uncle Hayato. Please, take care of my son," Minato asked of them as he and the other 2 ex-Kages faded away. In the forest near the borders of the village, the Sand siblings were beating a hasty retreat until they felt Naruto catching up to them and Kankuro stopped suddenly. He stopped to stall their pursuers long enough for her to escape with Gaara. Just after she took off again, Naruto caught up with the puppet user and a fight ensued. Only a moment later, Renka, Raichi, and Hinata arrived and took over, with Hinata staying behind to fight him. "What's a timid little thing like you gonna do to stop me?" Kankuro taunted. He remembered her from the prelims as a scared and meek little girl. However, the fierce glare on her face was neither meek of timid. She was going to introduce him to a world of hurt and enjoy every minute of it. Striking out before he lost his nerve, Kankuro lashed out with Karasu, his puppet with poison blades. He wasn't totally stupid. He saw the kinds of damage a Hyuga could inflict if let close enough, so he would just keep her at bay until she either wore out or the poison took her down. Unfortunately, Hinata had an idea. Since the Jukin required the hands to be encased in a thin shroud of chakra anyway, she could cut the chakra strings Kankuro was using to manipulate his puppet and render him defenseless. She remembered how a man from Suna, a puppeteer, was moving little puppets in a small show when she was a small child and knew that this was how Kankuro was doing it, too. Acting quickly, She dodged and let Karasu sail over her, and a known clean swipe. She severed Tei's string controlling Karasu and the puppet fell silent. Not wasting any words, she leapt in as fast as her still recovering body would allow and disabled Kankuro, tying him up and leaving him in a safe place for retrieval later as she took off to rejoin the boy she loved. With Temari, she felt Gaara's demon beginning to awaken, so she separated herself from him. It was then that Naruto caught up with her, but this time, before she could fight, Renka intervened. She told Naruto and Raichi to keep going and take down Gaara before something bad happened. Temari gauged the girl before her carefully. Temari knew that she herself was pretty goo, but was also smart enough to not underestimate an opponent. She had never seen this girl fight, and to dismiss her would be a mistake. She was sure of it. Unfurling her fan, she shot out a blast of wind, but she had to be careful. She expended a good portion of her reserves during her match, and she would soon run out. All she could do was buy some time at this point. Renka dodged from branch to branch with cat-like grace, easily avoiding the wind blasts as she gore closer and closer to her target. Finally, within striking range, Temari tried to swing at the dark-haired girl with her fan, hoping for a lucky hit, but she couldn't have missed by a bigger margin. Renka was already behind her and placed both palms to her back. "Time to say goodnight," Renka whispered. "Tampa." The twin-palmed blow launched the pony-tailed Sunakunoichi at least a dozen yards through the air until she hit the forest floor. As Renka scooped her up and placed her in a place where she could be retrieved later, she realized that she didn't have any gear or supplies on her. She decided that, after a blow like that, she wasn't going anywhere for a while. Her job taken care of, she sped off in the direction Naruto and Raichi chased that demented red-headed boy. Behind them, Sasuke had found Hinata and Renka fighting their opponents, but offered no aid to them. He simply waited for them to lead him to where Naruto and Gaara was, intent on proving who was the strongest and see what he could copy from either one of them before one of them died, like a vulture circling overhead. Shigeru, being much faster and stronger than the genin, had caught up rather quickly, but was waylaid by a squad of Oto and Sunanin that were combing the forests for easy kills. The first Oto Nin spoke out, leering at her choice of clothing. "Hey guys, why don't we forget this stupid fighting and have ourselves a little victory party right here?" He leered at Shigeru, her rather eye-catching ensemble consisting of black thigh-highs and a very short kimono. However, they failed to see that she was armed or even who she was. "Get out of my way," she warned them, drawing her blade. The shinobi all laughed as they continued what they were doing, all but ensuring their visit by the Angel of Death. The first shinobi that spoke out got his hand lopped off in an eye blink as he grabbed at her. "Iya Yagag Hai!" he screamed as he clutched the cleanly sliced stump of what used to be his left hand. "You bitch!" one of the Suna shinobi cried as they all leapt in to take her down. The fight began and ended in less than a couple of seconds. In the span of an eye blink, 3 of their number were cut down by the blade that was forged especially for her by her adoptive father, the Akabanatu or Red Feather, for how it could slice the very air. The rest came in quick succession until they all lay dead at her feet. She had no time to reflect, though. "I have to find Naruto-kun," she thought as she leapt off to find him and the girls again. Back with Naruto and Raichi, they had finally caught up to Gaara, whose transformation was nearly completed. He now looked like a miniature Shikaku, grotesquely deformed and grinning like a psychopath. "Blood! I want blood!" The tanuki screeched as it launched a small barrage of sand projectiles at them. Naruto saw the sand bullets first and took the first shot meant for Raichi right in the chest. "Oh, Kami, Naruto!" she screamed as she pulled him behind a tree to check the wound. To her surprise, there was only a hole where the bullet penetrated his top, but the chainmail vest Shigeru gave him saved his life. "I'm fine, Raichi-chan," he assured her as they continued to dodge the hailstorm of sand shrapnel as it shredded the trees hiding them. Gaara was getting tired of them hiding from him until he saw Renka and Hinata pelting at him. He then gave a sickening smirk as he thought of a way to draw them out. While the two were in mid-leap, He launched a pair of sand claws at them, pinning them to the trees and knocking the wind from them. No! Raichi yelled as she tore off to help her two friends get free, leaving herself vulnerable in the process. Foolish! Shikakagara cackled as he fired off another sand claw, this time pinning Raichi to a tree next to her fellow brides. Naruto looked on in horror. The three girls who had captured his heart and earned his affections were just a breath away from death. Slowly, that fear turned into rage, a burning rage that threatened to consume him. Uzumaki, face me. Show me that you are worth killing, or these wenches die before I kill you. The now demonic Gaara roared as his sand claws wrenched tighter around the girls, making them cry out in pain. Naruto snapped. Ever since the fight with Haku, he hadn't been so angry. He came out to face down the insane Jinchuriki. Let's do this. I'll make you pay for this. Naruto snarled, prepping himself to attack. Eh? What makes these three whores so valuable to you that you would risk yourself for them? He taunted. Because I love them, you sick bastard. They showed me what love really is, and I'll kill you to protect them if I have to. Naruto roared back, weaving through hand seals as fast as he could. Sutin. Suryuden. A water dragon roared to life and slammed into the sand demon with crushing force, throwing him back some 20 feet and into a rather thick tree, where his sand caught him. Unfortunately, Gaara was only spurred on even more. Yes. Yes. Entertain me more. Uzumaki. He roared as began to grow in size at an alarming rate. Soon he towered above the forest canopy. Now Gaara truly had become the demon he contained. As the giant sand tanuki loomed above the forest, Naruto cursed. Damn. I don't know if I have the chakra to do this, but I have to try. He yelled as he bit his thumb for the blood he needs to summon, smearing it on his summoning hand and flipping through the hand seals, ending with slamming his hand down. Come on, boss. I need you, Naruto thought frantically. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. A towering explosion of smoke erupted from where Naruto once stood, now replaced by a massive toad that equaled Shikaku in size. Oi, brat! Where the hell am I? Gamabunta yelled, looking for either of his clan's summoners. Yo, boss! Up here! Naruto yelled from on top of his head, explaining the situation to the chief of the toads. Hidden some distance away, Sasuke was boiling over with rage and jealousy at the feat Naruto had performed. He had heard of summons, and it was how the Sannin got their name. He also knew about the toad summons being the summon of the toad sage, Jiraiya. If Naruto was able to summon toads, then the dobe must have been trained by the toad Sannin himself. This new information was driving the raven-haired Avenger wannabe insane with jealousy. The girls were amazed. They had all heard stories about the summons of Konoha, but seeing one of the in real life before them was a real treat. The kicker that topped even that was that Gamabunta was summoned by none other than Naruto. So, Gaki, you want me to help you save your girlfriends, right? The massive toad teased the blushing boy. Yeah. Now let's kick that bastard squirrel's ass, Naruto yelled. Okay, Gaki, hold on tight. This ride's gonna get a little rough, Bunta called out, drawing his dagger while Naruto braced himself. Gaara was growing impatient and decided to get the ball rolling. Futon. Rankuden. Gaara concentrated some wind in his demon form's belly and let it fly by punching itself in the gut. Bunta saw the blasts bearing down on them, so he took to the air. As he did so, Gaara fired off another round of blasts. Damn, he's tough, Bunta grimaced, putting his webbed 4 feet into the ram's seal. Sutin. Tepidama. Bunta fired off water blasts to intercept the wind, but he was one short. Boss, watch out, Naruto called out as he flipped through seals of his own. Sutin. Suryuden. Now, one couldn't possibly expect this to cancel out a massive wind blast fired from Bijou, but it did buy Bunta the time he needed to draw his blade and parry the massive bullet. What? Gaara yelled in shock that somebody managed to survive his assault. As Bunta descended from his jump, He also sliced into the arm of the demon, but had trouble following through with his strike. His Tanto dagger was wedged into the sandy arm and the demon wasn't letting go. After a short tugging match, Bunta managed to tug free and take the arm with it. The demon just looked at the arm and scoffed like it didn't even bother him. He just grew it right back. "That's it. I'll kill you," Gaara screamed. "Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu. Era, I'm free. Time for you to die, die, die." The now fully released Shikaku cackled with murderous glee. Naruto was confused by this jutsu, but Bunta knew what it meant. Oh, Bunta muttered. "What's up, boss?" Naruto asked. "That kid's like you, a demon vessel. From what I can tell, if the boy sleeps, the demon has full control and full power. We need to wake him up again," Gamabunta told him, already thinking of ways to get his summoner in close enough to do the job. "Hey, kid, know any fire jutsu?" he asked. No. Why?" "Damn. There goes the Gameu Enden." He sighed, explaining the method of the Gameu Enden to him. "So all you need is fire? I got an explosive tag for that," Naruto told him with a smirk. "Good thinking, kid. Let's do this," Bunta roared, puffing up with the extremely flammable toad oil. Katan. Gameu Enden. The massive stream of oil met the explosion caused by the tag, igniting the oil and creating a hellish tongue of flames that Shikaku caught full blast. Bunta and Naruto were careful to aim it away from where the girls and the village was. After the flames died down, Shikaku was encased in a shell of superheated sand that had turned to glass, rendering him immobile. "Gaki, here's your chance," Bunta hollered, getting Naruto within striking distance. Naruto ran down Bunta's nose and leapt from there, landing on the slick surface of Shikaku's face before Gaara's sleeping form. "Time to wake the hell up," the blonde roared as he reared back. "Mubiyoshi." The blow broke right through the glass shell that was protecting Gaara, hitting him with impressive force and waking him from his forced sleep. Gamabunta, who was completely out of chakra, only had time for one thought as he went back to Toad Domain. "That kid has a lot of his father in him. He'll become even greater," the old toad though with a sad smile as he left the battlefield. "No, you bastards. I wanted to play some more." The giant tanuki whined as it shattered like a massive pane of glass, dumping both demon vessels into the forest floor below. Tamari, who had regained consciousness, had followed the fighting along the way. She found Kankuro and set him free. They were in awe that someone had managed to match her brother blow for blow, and a genin at that. The two leapt down near the two exhausted fighters, waiting for their chance to jump in and get Gaara to safety. Gaara panted from where he lay, battered and unable to move, while Naruto, not really in much better shape, stood over him. Why are you so strong?" Gaara asked. "Because those girls, my friends, my masters and family, they mean everything to me. I'll give everything to protect them," Naruto told him solemnly. Gaara looked into his opponent's eyes, seeing pain and loneliness in them, but even more so than that, understanding. "You have something like me?" Gaara asked, to which Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I have the Kyuubi inside of me," Naruto confirmed. "I see. I have much to think about. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki." Gaara thanked him in a tired voice. It was then that Tamari and Kankuro jumped out and hoisted Gaara up, Naruto allowing them to. After a quick nod of thanks from the two siblings, they jumped off, bound for the Wind Country border. As Naruto watched them leave, he felt a blow hit him from behind and his world went black. The sand around the girls had dissolved and let them go when Shikaku's power was broken. They immediately rushed to Naruto's side, but they were beaten there by Sasuke, who was smirking nastily while standing over Naruto, lightning crackling in his hand as he prepared to strike. The three girls were enraged at what the last Uchiha had the nerve to do, Raichi kicking him away into a tree, knocking him unconscious while Hinata and Renka started to tend to Naruto's wounds. Unfortunately, the wrong person saw them fight off Sasuke, Kakashi. He rushed into the middle of the fight and took Sasuke's side. I hope you girls know that attacking a fellow Leaf Shinobi during a time of war is treason. He told them dangerously. He attacked Naruto first. He was going to kill him. Hinata yelled angrily. I saw nothing of the sort. Now, come along before I use force. He ordered them. He didn't even make it 2 steps toward them as another blur intercepted him. It was a woman with long dark hair in a ponytail, a dangerously short kimono and thigh highs. Kakashi knew who she was instantly from his ANBU days. Kusaka Shigeru, he said, his eyes narrowed. Hatake, I saw what happened here. The Uchiha attacked Uzumaki while he was weakened from his fight with Tsuna's weapon. She told him in her usual fashion, a stony look on her face. She never liked Kakashi, as she found him to be rather arrogant due to his implanted Sharingan eye. He once challenged her for leadership of the ANBU team she led, but he was soundly beaten and she did it without even breaking a sweat. He had been especially wary of her ever since. However, he had grown cocky again from being praised as Sasuke's sensei. I don't think I believe you. In fact, I think it was Sasuke that defeated Gaara, Naruto just getting in the way. It really doesn't matter what happened. Once I tell the council my story, yours will just be a lie. He sneered, picking up his prized Uchiha and leaping away. Shigeru didn't like where this was heading. She turned to Naruto and picked him up. You girls, follow me and stay close, she ordered. The woman was extremely formidable and following her orders seemed to be the logical thing to do, so they followed without question. Back in the village. Sound and Sand were in full retreat and leaving the village in droves, nearly toppling over each other to do it. Monsters. Beasts. They're beasts. Run. What are they? Demons? Apachai was indignant at being referred to as something evil. Apachai's not evil. The massive Muay Thai master fumed as his opponents ran off in abject horror. Well, Apachai-kun, it seems that they were all talk, Akasame commented idly as he turned back to working on another injured shinobi. Kensei, Sakaki, and Myo were with the other sensei back at the stadium, watching as the Sand/Sound coalition broke down and fled from the stadium. Sakaki just shook his head in disgust. Bah! They were hardly even worth fighting. What a bunch of lightweights. The Gaki put up twice the fight these wimps did in our spars. He commented with disappointment. I agree. These youths were quite lacking in terms of skill. They strike me to be cannon fodder. Mere amateurs meant to divert our attention. Kensei added. I quite agree with you, Masifu. These shinobi that we fought were little better than genin in terms of skill and ability. I share your notion that they were merely a diversion. Guy agreed respectfully. Myo, however, was worried more about her newly found family member and his fiancés, how they handled the Tsunagenin. She did not want to say goodbye to them so soon, not if she had anything to do with it. She may not be a shinobi, but she was as powerful as an A-rank shinobi at her best. It would take a lot to stand in her way. On the roof of Kikyo Tower, Sarutobi, Hayato, and the 2 Sannin were getting their wits about them and assessing what needed to be done and to go look for Naruto. I need to go and look for him, Jiraiya. I'm worried, Tsunade told her teammate. I understand, Haim. Just let me go with you. I'm his godfather, after all. Jiraiya agreed as two of them leapt off, leaving their sensei and Hayato to talk seriously about what Minato had requested of them. Will you honor what Minato asked of us, Saru? Hayato asked his old friend. Yes, I will. Telling Naruto that his father came back to life only to die again moments later is just too cruel. I cannot bring myself to tell him. The old Hokage lamented before Hayato changed the subject. So, what's your opinion on how the boy did? He fought 3 battles back-to-back, winning 2 of them and Kami willing the third. Hayato requested. The boy has shown miraculous growth under the care of the masters and yourself. You undid all of the damage Kakashi and the rest had done to him, minus Irika. Irika tried everything humanly possible to help the boy, but there was only so much he could do. I have every confidence that he has earned a promotion. The council cannot refute what everyone in the village and all of these important diplomats have seen. Sarutobi reasoned. Hayato nodded and changed the subject. Now, maybe we should go into the village and make sure things are all right? I shall go and look for my associates while you tend to things. With that, the two mighty geezers parted, one in a flurry of leaves and the other in a burst of pure speed. Near the Konoha border, Raichi, Renka, and Hinata were having a rough time trying to keep up the brutal pace that Shigeru was setting. The fact that amazed them even more was that she was carrying Naruto with her without even slowing the slightest bit. They did, however, know why they had to rush back to the village. They had to beat Kakashi back to the village and stop him from giving the Uchiha all of the credit for defeating Gaara as well as pinning them with false assault charges. Kami only knows what he'll get the council to do if they get there first. Before they knew it, they had fallen far behind the seasoned Kunoichi, whose pace could be likened to a ball out of hell. They thought that they would get attacked any moment now, but all of the enemy shinobi they had seen were all fleeing as if the devil himself were nipping at their heels. They didn't bother wondering what was going on. As long as they weren't bothering them, this was a good thing in their opinion, they thought collectively as they cranked up the speed. Jiraiya and Tsunade flickered into the forest just to run into Kakashi, who was carrying his Uchiha pain in the ass in his arms. Kakashi, what the hell are you doing here? You were supposed to be helping out at the stadium, Tsunade demanded of him. Her honey-colored eyes narrowed with suspicion. Naruto and the girls had taken off in that direction after the Tsunagenin and Gaara. I just went to retrieve Sasuke. He fought and defeated the Tsunagenin and Gaara by himself. He lied to them enthusiastically. Kakashi was a pretty good liar, but not good enough to fool two of the three Sannin, especially Jiraiya, the greatest spymaster Konoha had ever produced. He could spot a liar while in a drunken stupor without any difficulty. Oh really? Jiraiya questioned, his voice laden with skepticism and suspicion. He already knew Kakashi was lying. He just needed to figure out what happened. Tsunade caught on to what her longtime teammate was implying and pressed on the one-eyed bastard. Is that so, Hatake? Then you wouldn't mind if I took your pulse while I asked you a few questions? Tsunade requested, the look on her face saying that refusal wouldn't be tolerated. Fortunately, Kakashi had no idea that she was in fact Naruto's godmother and, Kami willing, his legal guardian and mother. Kakashi was arrogant enough to believe that he would fool Tsunade and agreed, thinking that they would back up his claims should they buy it. So, what were you and the Uchiha brat doing here, Hatake? Where are Naruto Uzumaki and the three genin we sent in to stop the Tsunagenin? She asked. Oh, they fled back to the village and Sasuke here valiantly defeated Gaara and his teammates. When he was getting ready to head back to the village, though, Naruto and his three accomplices attacked Sasuke, but I barely managed to rescue him from their jealous attack. Kakashi told them, grinning smugly under his mask. He thought that his training as an ANBU would be able to fool Tsunade. Wrong. Their suspicions were confirmed, as Kakashi's pulse was dancing around like a Soul Train dancer that's been hit with a 100,000-volt taser. Tsunade and Jiraiya smirked at each other before rounding on the guilty Jounin. Oh, Kakashi, what would Minato say if he saw you now? Or better yet, Obito or Rin? Jiraiya shook his head. Kakashi was now starting to sweat. Wah! What do you mean, Jiraiya-sama? Don't insult my intelligence, boy. I'm not known for my medical expertise for nothing. You were lying to us. Tsunade snarled as she jerked Kakashi up by his vest and to her face. Now, you will tell us the truth, and should you lie to us again, the consequences will not be pleasant. The beautiful Sannin threatened. After both Sannin pressed him for answers, he finally cracked and spilled everything. The whole truth of what he was up to and how he tried to cover up Sasuke's misconduct. He was lucky that he needed to be brought in alive, or the pair would have killed him on the spot for attempted treason and sabotage. The two Sannin surrounded him immediately, taking him into custody. "Hatake Kakashi, you will be coming with us. If you try to run away, you will be killed on sight," Jiraiya told him with authority. "On whose authority?" was Kakashi's smartass reply. "You fool. Do you even realize just who you're talking to? We are called the Sannin for a reason. We operate with the blessings of the Hokage, acting on his behalf. Just be glad he isn't here himself, brat." Tsunade snapped at him, effectively shutting his mouth, before she turned to her old teammate. "Jiraiya, I'm gonna look for Naruto and the girls. Take this trash back to Sensei," she informed him as she took off deeper into the forest. Jiraiya just sighed as he made a Kagebunshin to help him escort Kakashi back to the village. "Let's go, Hatake, and if you try to escape, I'll cut you down. See if I don't." The toad sage glowered at him as they got going. In another part of the forest, the girls were trying to catch their breath as Hinata picked up a massive chakra signature heading right for them. It spooked her into activating her Byakugan to scan the target. Before she could tell the others, the signature revealed itself to be none other than Tsunade, who landed right in front of them. "Where's Naruto?" she asked them. Shigeru-san took off with him to beat Hatake back to the village. She felt that if he beat her there, he would spread that the Uchiha beat Gaara and that Naruto-kun was a traitor. Raichi explained. To their surprise, Tsunade smirked. "Don't worry your pretty little heads about that. The old pervert and I intercepted him near the village and grilled him. He fessed up with a little persuasion, and now Jiraiya is escorting him back to a holding cell, pending charges of misconduct. The Uchiha will face similar charges for his blatant attack on Naruto after he defeated the Suna Jinchuriki." The Slug Queen answered them. "What about Naruto-kun? Did he and Shigeru-san make it?" Hinata asked. "Yes, they made it to Hokage Tower safely. Now follow me. I'll get you girls back to the village. No Sei ninja would mess with you if I'm with you," the last Senju told them as she handed them each a soldier pill. They knew this to be true from what they learned about her in history and from what they've seen for themselves. She was a force to be reckoned with, and just the mere mention of her super strength made a couple of the Ryuzanpaku masters cringe. The girls all followed after the legendary Kunoichi, as she tried to keep a slow enough pace for them to follow. Back in the village, Shigeru had already informed the Hokage of Naruto's victory and of the treachery of Kakashi and Sasuke. The old man was torn between pride for Naruto and his selfless courage, and disgust for what remained of Team 7. The remainder of Team 7 was a mockery of what a Konoha ninja really was, with an arrogant brat, a brain-dead fangirl, and a biased sensei. Kakashi wasn't going to escape punishment this time. "Take Naruto-kun to the hospital to treat his wounds and fatigue, and get yourself looked at as well, Shigeru-chan," the elderly Hokage told her with a grandfatherly smile, sending her on her way as she nodded and took off. "Kakashi, Minato and Kushina would rip you apart if they were alive and saw what you have done to their child. There are special places in hell for people like you." Once she arrived there, she ran into Akasame and Apachai, who had protected it during the fighting. Akasame asked what had happened to his young student, and after he was told, he was filled with pride. "I knew he could do it. He just needed to believe that he could." "Appa, Naruto-chan's all right," Apachai cheered. He was very fond of Naruto, and it just wouldn't do for his student and playmate to get hurt. "Of course he is, Apachai-kun. I must be getting back to my rounds now," Akasame replied as he got back to work. However, he was worried about Kakashi's conduct and what he would have done and gotten away with had Shigeru not shown up. "Hatake will bear watching, as will the Uchiha and the Haruno. There is something about them that makes me ill at ease," the mustachioed man thought as he returned to his work. It was an hour later that Hayato had everyone, including a now conscious Naruto, the girls, and the two Sannin, gathered in the Hokage's office, which was still in one piece miraculously, to explain what had happened with them during the invasion. Sarutobi knew he could count on his old friend and his fellow masters to come through in a pinch, but the masters had proven to be ludicrously effective. Akasame had prevented a good number of deaths and crippling injuries while Apachai protected the hospital and the streets around it. Kensei, Sakaki, Gai, and Myo prevented any innocent deaths at the stadium where Kakashi had abandoned his post. Finally, Naruto and the girls stopped the Sand siblings and Naruto himself stopped Gaara's rampage. After they were done, he dismissed them for the day to get some rest. He was so proud of all of them, he really was. Gai, Hinata, Raichi, and Naruto were to receive a commendation for valor along with 2 other Chunin who had distinguished themselves in the line of duty, Ikki Takeda and Nanjo Kazara, in a ceremony that was to take place in the next 3 days. They were also going to announce the results of the Chunin exams, who made it and who didn't. After they had gotten through debriefing Sarutobi, he called for Kakashi to be brought in to explain himself, as well as Sasuke and Sakura for their own actions before and during the invasion. As expected, Sasuke was completely unrepentant. He believed that he was wronged first by being disqualified and his chance for advancement given to Naruto. He arrogantly thought that since he was an Uchiha, everyone should be bending over backwards to cater to his whims. So, you think that you, a genin, is above his superiors? I have news for you, boy. Your name will not get you anywhere in this room. We are all people who have earned our strength and reputations through hard work, not by having everyone just give things to us. Tsunade's grandfather and great-uncle were both Hokages, but she made a name for herself completely on her own. She refused special treatment and worked hard to become the woman she is now. I had no clan to claim, no special bloodline to help me, but here I am now, the one who trained the legendary Yondaime to be who he was. Even the Sandaime Hokage had no bloodline or clan, and he rose to become who he is today with hard work. Don't talk to us about privilege or prestige. Don't you dare talk to us about tragedy and hardship. As of now, due to your own actions before and during the invasion, your shinobi license has been suspended for a period of 6 months. During which time, if you practice any of the shinobi arts or engage any sort of training, you will have your chakra sealed and will be imprisoned on the charges of disobeying a direct order from your superiors, attempted murder of a fellow Konohinin, and false accusations. You have been warned. Jiraiya dictated before the shinobi tribunal, which was made up of only the shinobi clan heads, the Sandaime's advisors, and the ANBU commander. It was they who would decide a shinobi's fate when they broke the law, and this was especially severe. These charges were accrued during a time of war, and he could have gotten the death sentence had the advisors not protested to give him a second chance. The clan heads were pushing for imprisonment and Hayashi was pushing for death. The Uchiha put his own daughter at risk with his reckless actions, and he refused to let it go unpunished. Sakura was also unrepentant, believing that Naruto should have just given his slot to Sasuke and kept his mouth shut. One glare from Tsunade made her wet herself as she tried to make herself invisible out of sheer fright. However, it was Tsum Inuzuka that opened up with a verbal barrage. She took fangirls as a personal insult and she was quite fond of Naruto. She saw a lot of her younger self in the scrappy young blonde, as well as much of a dear friend of hers, and this little brat was the one who kept grinding her heel into him. Such a spineless weakling. You fangirls are a menace. A plague to all serious kunoichi like Tsunade-sama and myself. The Uzumaki boy earned his spot in the finals while the Uchiha thought that he was beyond reproach. Then you saw fit to talk down to the Hokage, your leader of all people. All for the sake of some insignificant crush? How dare you, you ignorant little girl? Tsum fumed. Look at you. A pathetic excuse for a kunoichi. Fangirls really are a despicable breed, shunning all else, even common sense, just so their crush would look at them. You even tried to threaten the Hokage and you were lucky to come away alive. Either Jiraiya or myself could have killed you at any time, never mind the ANBU. We'll need pathetic creatures such as you polluting our ranks. If I ever hear of anything like this again, I will expect you to turn in your headband and have your chakra sealed, what little that you have. Now get out of my sight. Just the sight of you disgusts me. Tsunade tore into the pink-haired girl. She honestly needed this if she were to make anything of herself. Kakashi was a mess of contradictions and excuses. He truly believed that he was doing the right thing in stunting Naruto's growth and throwing everything else away to teach Sasuke. He used the excuse that Obito would have wanted him to teach Sasuke. Jiraiya just couldn't take it anymore. Enough with your excuses, Hatake. You are a Jounin sensei, and a sensei does not sacrifice his other students for a personal preference. Minato would be so ashamed of you, as would Obito and Rin. You have become a pathetic mockery of what a shinobi really is. I don't need you mucking up the boy's life any further than you already have. Naruto is hardly removed from Team 7 and you are now under watch, pending a full investigation into your teaching methods. Should your performance be found unsatisfactory, you will never be allowed to take a genin team again, nor will you take any apprentices. If you violate these orders, you will be removed from service and your Sharingan would be removed, your chakra sealed and all jutsu erased from your mind. Now leave. I'm sick of looking at you. Jiraiya finished, ordering Kakashi to leave and don't come back. Sarutobi was impressed with Jiraiya's outburst. He dealt the well-deserved punishment with a firm hand. I believe I found my successor. I'm so proud of how far you've come, Jiraiya, the old Hokage thought. Jiraiya, as you know, I am getting too old for this job. I had already retired once, but I need to hand off the robes for good this time. I believe that you are the best person for the job. The old Sandaime confided in his two students. Jiraiya was stunned. He always believed that he would be the trainer of Hokages, not an actually Hokage himself. A sensei? Are you sure? I'm not exactly the best person for the job. I was always the dead last. Orochimaru and Tsunade both made Jounin before I made Chunin and I was never good enough. So why now? He asked in total disbelief. Tsunade knew what he was talking about. When they were younger, she and Orochimaru tormented him with their Jounin vests while he was still a genin. She thought back to the hurt look on his face and she nearly teared up. She had to admit now, more than ever, he was truly deserving of what had been presented to him. He was always told that he wasn't good enough and passed over. He had to watch as his student literally committed suicide to stop the Kyuubi and was forced to watch while his godson was abused, but couldn't do anything to stop it without putting him in mortal danger. Sarutobi was really kicking himself for his part in Jiraiya's plight. It was one of the things that drove him to perversion and debauchery to write his famous or infamous, depending on your gender and or preference, Ika series and appear to be a drunken, lecherous fool. Underneath was a lethal, competent shinobi and master spy. He was the one who trained Minato to be the legend that he became, and his next student would more than likely become Hokage. He was more worthy of becoming Hokage than anyone else right now. He had proven his worth through his loyalty time and time again. Jiraiya, for what it's worth, I'm sorry for how I was when we were younger. I had no right to tease you and treat you like I did. I was no better than that little Haruno tramp at times over Orochimaru. I know that this is pretty late coming, but I truly am sorry. Tsunade apologizing to her old teammate and most trusted friend. Jiraiya had already forgiven her. He forgave her years ago, but an apology was always welcome. From Tsunade, apologies were few and far between, so he knew that this was as genuine as it could get. It's okay, Haim. I forgave you years ago. It's in the past, so just let it go. He told her gently as she hugged him. Congratulations, you big pervert, she told him. Could have done without the pervert part, but I'll take what I can get. Jiraiya sighed as he chuckled. Jiraiya, I'll announce you as my successor tomorrow after the promotions and commendations are awarded. You will be the Godame Hokage. Sarutobi told him seriously as he bade them good night. Jiraiya, you have truly grown from the irresponsible boy I knew long ago. I know that Naruto's future is in good hands and in the scheming councils. He will have the life that was denied to him for so long and fulfill his destiny to become a wise and powerful Hokage in his own right with you, Tsunade, Hayato, and the masters to guide him along the path and the girls to support him. Sarutobi said aloud in his office as he turned in for the night. 3 days later, stage in front of Hokage Tower. The rise of the sun 3 days later saw almost all of the villagers in front of Hokage Tower, as the Hokage had an announcement to make and the rumors of a new Hokage were running rampant. There wasn't much to do, mainly due to the fact that the Ryozanpika masters had kept damage within the village and losses to a bare minimum, so there were few repairs to be done. There was also the rumor that the results of the Chunin exams were to be announced. Many of the villagers were actually hoping that the council had promoted the Uchiha and threw out Naruto's matches. On the contrary, many shinobi were hoping Naruto got promoted, due to the fact that he earned it by fighting 3 times in a row and winning each one with superior tactics and skill. In addition to that, they had heard that it was Naruto that stopped Tsuna's Jinchuriki when he raged out of control. Finally, the Hokage himself, flanked by his 2 loyal students, the Sannin, had arrived in the stage in a plume of smoke. He scanned the crowd of civilians and shinobi, reading their mood as he began to speak. Citizens and shinobi of Konoha, I am glad to find that almost all of you are unharmed after this sudden and unprovoked attack on our village. We have our brave shinobi to thank for this boon, however. He paused for dramatic effect. We have some very special individuals to thank for our safety. I would like them to come up to the stage now so that their valor may be recognized. He paused again, preparing to read off the names until someone shouted out. I hope Sasuke-kun gets promoted. A recently released Sakura Haruno screeched to the embarrassment of her mortified parents, garnering an annoyed groan from some of the shinobi who were tired of always hearing about how great that Uchiha kid was. Sakura's folks were greatly embarrassed by the shameful actions of their daughter when they had to go to the ANBU lockup and bail her out. They really tried to do everything in their power to curb her slave-like devotion to the last Uchiha. But she was already too far along, and her psyche too twisted to fix without some massive psychotherapy from the Yamanaka clan. However, since Sakura and Ino have been at odds and Sakura has been so nasty to Inoichi's daughter, they feared that the help she needs may be beyond her. Her parents just could not figure out the attraction. He was just one kid and pretty average as far as the Uchiha went, not to mention that the Uzumaki kid had a harder time with Niji Hyuga and the Suna kid than the vaunted Uchiha. He couldn't be all that great. Naruto smacked him around like he did. But to Naruto's credit, he had improved by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time and mastered 2 incredibly difficult jutsu. If he earned the trust of the Toads like the Yondaime did, that was enough to tell them that he was truly something special because the Toads wouldn't trust just anyone to summon them in combat. Then there was the tantrum that Sasuke threw down in the arena and the fact that he was willing to kill his own teammate in an exam match. Sarutobi looked annoyed at who was shouting, but continued on with his speech. As I was saying before I was interrupted, I would like these people to stand up here with me and be recognized. Mato Gai, Hyuga Hinata, Lee Raichi, Uzumaki Naruto, Marenka, Furinji Myo, Nanju Kazara, and Takeda Ikki. You have all served Konoha with distinction in its hour of need. We need heroes such as yourselves to continue to serve our village with exemplary honor and courage that you have displayed. For your selfless courage in the face of extreme danger, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, present you all with the Medal of Valor with recommendations from the Fire Daimyo and blessings and gratitude from several other dignitaries. You make us all proud. The old man beamed with pride as he personally pinned each of the recipients. Kurenai looked on with tear-filled eyes. The shy little girl she first met had earned one of the most prestigious awards that could be bestowed upon a shinobi. She had truly matured, and from what she had heard as of late, she was engaged to marry the boy she has had a crush on since she was just a little girl, and he seems to feel the same way about her. Hayashi was just as proud of his daughter. She had brought a great honor to the Hyuga clan, being the first Hyuga to receive this token of valor and honor from not only the daimyo, but other dignitaries and rulers. He was also proud of Naruto for showing devotion to his daughter. Not for the first time, he thanked Kami and the stars above that this was the boy who was to marry his eldest daughter. Not to mention a certain Yellow Flash and Red Death for conceiving said blessing. Kensei and Tenmon were both equally proud of their daughters and the formidable team they proved to be teamed up with their fellow bride and the groom-to-be. It was further proof that their decision to honor the marriage pact was one of the best ideas they had in their lives. Kazara and Takeda both smirked as they bumped fists. The two made an awesome team, had been since their genin days. They only wished that Yukita could be there with them to witness this day and curse the traitor, Taichi Koga, that damned him to his death. They were, however, glad that they made him pay for his crimes by bringing him to Ibiki Marino for interrogation. From there, he fessed up to being in league with another unfriendly power in exchange for money and influence once he defected. Now, he was merely locked away within his own mind, turned into a world of pain thanks to someone even the boogeyman checks under the bed for before he goes to sleep. The Masters and Naruto's new family were all genuinely proud of him and Myo for their bravery and placing the lives of the innocent and defenseless above their own, a credo which the Ryuzanpaku was built upon. They brought honor to their way of life. Sakura and many of Naruto's naysayers were all livid, hopping mad. He was awarded a high honor while Sasuke wasn't even mentioned. Sakura's haggard parents, unable to restrain her any longer, lose their grip as she storms up to the foot of the stage and began to verbally assault him. Thankfully, the exam proctor from before, Genma, nailed her with a well-aimed senbon to the back of her neck and knocked her out before she could disrupt this ceremony any further. Unfortunately, she got a majority of the civilians going in a rant about how the demon was really responsible for the attack and that it should be dealt with, but they too were silenced courtesy of one Shio Sakaki, who made them shut the hell up with one of his power glares. I was found out later on that he made a few of them faint and a couple more suffer mild heart attacks. With these disruptions out of the way, Sarutobi got on with the ceremony. I also have the results of the exam in. Would Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru join Uzumaki Naruto on the stage at this time? He asked, grinning a little at the shocked expressions on the faces of the two genin who were called out. Go on, Shikamaru. Shikaku urged his son into motion. Shino, stand and be recognized. Shibi nudged his stunned son. The two fathers were very proud of their sons for making Chunin off of their first exam. To them, it just went to show that this crop of genin had some truly talented ninja. Also, all three were from the three rookie teams, shocking the other shinobi in the crowd even further. Ino was proud of Shikamaru for making Chunin and truly impressed that Naruto made it as well. How about that? The three uncool and unpopular guys were the ones who got promoted instead of so-called geniuses. It's like a kind of justice in its own way. Way to go, guys. I'm proud of you all. The pony-tailed girl thought as she smiled. Not all of the shinobi were happy for them. Kiba and Sasuke were both glowering at the three. Kiba was jealous that Shino was promoted, feeling that his position as Team 8's self-proclaimed alpha was in peril. Now that Shino had rank on his side, any move made against him would be seen as insubordination. To add insult to injury, Naruto made it too. Damn that dobe. Not only does he get promoted to Chunin, he also has my chosen female. Why him when that idiot had no clan? He thought in a rage. Where did that dobe get so much power? Who gave it to him? I must have it. I need it more than some lame, clanless idiot. Can't they see that? Sasuke seethed with anger. Kakashi was also watching the proceedings with narrowed eyes. In his mind, Naruto was the catalyst that toppled his reputation among the other jounin. The rest wouldn't even spare him a glance and his old ANBU squad was snubbing him. Especially Yugugo. She had some pretty nasty words for him, amplified by the fact that Hayate was killed before the invasion and he had the nerve to trash-talk her dead lover. I swear, he will pay for my disgrace. They'll all pay, he vowed as he watched on. These three genin showed superior tactics, bravery, skill, and ability. All of these things, combined with a sense responsibility, are what is necessary to become a Chunin. It is with great pleasure that I promote these three to the rank of Chunin, Sarutobi announced as he handed each of them their Chunin flak vests. Wear them with pride, as you represent Konoha whenever you step outside of her borders. He added. The three wore looks of shock and awe as the three gobsmacked boys. Yes, even Shino can look shocked. Slipped on their vests for the first time. The applause that came from the shinobi was like rolling thunder as they were given a standing ovation for their accomplishment. A major milestone in their careers. Sarutobi once again held up his hands to halt the applause. He still had one more surprise in store for the crowd. Now, I have been the Hokage for a total of over 40 years. It is time that I turn over the position of Hokage to the one person that I trust to carry on the will of fire. This person has overcome so much in his life to make it to where he is today. He was once looked upon as a failure and nobody a joke. He was not a prodigy. He had no clan lineage to back him up, no powerful bloodline to help him along his way. He built himself up from nothing, never giving up nor did he give in. This someone is none other than. He paused for dramatic effect. Sarutobi truly loved to grandstand with his speeches and knew how to hold a crowd's attention and fan the suspense. I swear, he really loves to get on his proverbial soapbox. Tsunade mused with a smirk. Sarutobi's advisors were nearly biting their nails. They had failed to catch the Chunin list in time so they could doctor it, as Sarutobi never let it out of his sight and Kakashi's story was shot down. They had no idea who Sarutobi chose to be his successor. Once they caught wind of Sarutobi wanting to retire, they wanted to install a puppet Hokage in Kakashi. But now, none other than Jiraiya. Sarutobi finished with a huge grin on his face. That grin got even wider when he saw the shocked expressions on his ex-teammates' faces, as well as the enraged look on Danzo's face as the position of Hokage had once again slipped from his grasp. Jiraiya stepped up to the old man and accepted the robes and hat from his old teacher with a calm smile, but on the inside, he was fighting with everything. He had to hold back his tears. He was deeply honored to accepted this position as he put on the robes of his new station. Now, he had the power to right many wrongs and better protect the godson that he was forced to neglect, the godson that had quickly become his grandson. He already had his first target in his crosshairs, the civilian council. They had been responsible for so much corruption, so much needless suffering. He would start by making an example of his sensei's two old teammates. Even though since the regime has changed, they stubbornly held on to their positions, chasing away anyone else who wanted the job. They refused to relinquish the power and authority they held. Even though they were two of the people who had planned out the Uchiha massacre, they still spoiled the last Uchiha remaining in the village and had become drunk with power. Jiraiya was going to really enjoy yanking that power away from them and the council, returning most governing powers back to the Hokage and the Shinobi Council and returning the village back to the way it was back when the Yondaime was in power, where the privileged and so-called elite wouldn't have so much sway. Like you tried to create and were betrayed for. I'll try to make your dream a reality. I know that your son will gladly continue this legacy of equality and justice once he is ready to take up the mantle. Jiraiya thought as he put on the vestments of his station. As he tried to put the hat on, he found that it wouldn't quite fit over his hair. Oh well. Minato never really wore this thing, and for the same reason, too. He chuckled as the ceremony went on. The ceremony had wound down and Naruto was sought out by two of his fellow awardees, Kazara and Takeda. So, a big, bad Chunin now, eh? Takeda greeted with a grin as he mussed Naruto's hair. Takeda, lay off the kid, all right? He doesn't even know who we are. Kazara admonished, but turned to him. Hey kiddo, we saw your fights in the tournament and we were pretty impressed. I wouldn't mind having a spar with you, maybe the idiot here, too. I'm Nanju Kazara, by the way, the feisty redhead offered as she ribbed her partner. Easy there, Kazara-chan. Though I wouldn't mind having a spar with our newest Chunin myself. I'd like to get to know who I might work with in the future, and I'm Takeda Iki. Just call me Takeda. The ashen-haired young man winked good-naturedly. Naruto was a little weirded out by these two, but could tell that they were being friendly. Besides, he really didn't mind the opportunity to expand in experience base a little wider. Also, as a Chunin, he might wind up working with these two in the near future, and it would be good to make some new friends. Sure, I don't mind. Come on by the dojo later today. Here's how you get there. Naruto cheered as he handed them directions before sprinting off at a rapid clip. He sure is an energetic little guy and kind of a cutie, too. Hard to believe that he's the container of the Kyuubi. Kazara mused with a small grin. She felt that she could really get to like this kid. Something about what they were planning, taking him onto their Chunin team, seemed right, like he would fit right in. Takeda could feel it, too. His cheerful attitude, combined with what they saw during his matches, made him an ideal match for them. He almost seemed like a little brother he'd like to have if he had one. The crowd broke up and the people all went about their business, with Jiraiya heading back to the Hokage's office with Tsunade and Sarutobi. It seemed as if telling the boy about his folks would have to wait just a bit longer, at least until he could settle in. Tsunade had already taken over the hospital, but was ready to hand over the reins to Shizune so that she could spend more time with her godson and acutely adopt him. Jiraiya was already planning on making her one of his advisors, with the old man being the other. Naruto hadn't forgotten about that, however. "Hey, Kyufu, wait up," he called out to him. "What's up, kiddo?" Jiraiya asked, already knowing what Naruto wanted. "Well, I made Chunin like you said, so can you tell me? About who my folks are?" Naruto asked, his eyes hopeful. "I'll come by the dojo tonight. I'll tell you there. I need to get back to the office to get settled in, so I'll see you later." "Okay, brat," Jiraiya told his godson, ruffling his hair playfully. "Thanks, Kyufu. Will you be coming too, Oba-chan?" "Gigi?" he asked the other two. "Sure, I'll drop by, Naruto-chan. I'll even bring Shizune," the beautiful blonde told him as she pulled him into a hug. He got a huge grin at the mention of Shizune. She was an awesome cook, better than Myo, although he wouldn't say it aloud. She saw her as another older sister, one that doted on and fussed over him left and right. "As will I, my boy," Sarutobi added. He too knew the truth, but hid it from the world to protect him until he was strong enough. From what Naruto had proven to him, it was finally time. The time to finally learn about who he really is had finally come. This ought to shake things up a bit. At the very least, these fools here in the village will eat a huge shit pie once they find out just who they've been abusing all these years. At least he didn't grow up spoiled like that Uchiha brat, Tsunade thought with a smirk. On a hilltop overlooking the village, two figures stood on a distant hilltop overlooking the village, taking in the view. These two figures were of two very different heights, but both wore the same black cloaks with red clouds, complete with straw hats with a veil all around the brim. "I heard that Konoha was just attacked, but it looks like nothing happened. Pretty impressive. I didn't know that your old home village had such good shinobi, Itachi," the taller one commented, lifting his head to reveal his face. He had blue skin, gills, and serrated teeth, like a shark. "The shinobi were not this good when I left. No, I have a feeling that they are still around. It would be prudent to exercise caution," Kisame Itachi warned. "Who are they, Itachi? Anyone that can rattle you would have to be some pretty nasty customers." "Customers I'd love to fight." Kisame grinned in his shark-like manner. "Just don't underestimate them. It would be very foolish. I doubt that even my Tsukuyomi would work on them," Itachi replied. "The last time someone from the Uchiha clan tried to mess with one of the Ryuzanpaku and tried using some Sharingan Dojutsu on them, it was worse than ineffective. It only seemed to annoy them." "You seem scared of these guys." "Hey," Kisame commented cockily as he walked down into the village. Itachi shook his head and followed, although reluctantly. He knew that these people were something other than human. Within the village, Itachi and Kisame were making their way around the village carefully, since Itachi was still spooked about the masters. Sure enough, there was little to no damage from the invasion that Orochimaru masterminded. In short, his efforts were an epic failure. The two ducked into a dango shop quickly to both ease suspicion and to plot out how to find their target, one Uzumaki Naruto. From snippets of conversations they had been hearing, the shinobi all respect him, but almost all of the civilians despise and loathe him for being the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Being on good terms with the shinobi of the village will make this harder to pull off without being noticed if our organization and goals are to remain secret. "We must find and lure him out," Itachi suggested. "You even know what the brat looks like?" Kisame asked. "Yes, I was once part of ANBU and I had to pull him out of an angry mob. I am familiar with what he looks like," Itachi answered, sipping his tea. The two were sitting for a few moments extra until they decided to go and have another look around. They finally overheard something about where he resided, near the outskirts of the village proper and towards the forest. Good. The further away from the town, the better. Let's go, Kisame. Itachi motioned to his partner, who followed after. Ryuzanpaku. So, this is the place, eh? Pretty big. Takeda commented as he tried to push the door open, but it barely budged. Eh? What's up with this door? It's… oof! Heavy, he exclaimed. Come on, you big wimp. I'll give you a hand. Kazara ribbed him as she got behind the door as well, only to discover the same thing. What the hell? She yelled in exasperation. Oh ho, visitors? A voice from behind them asked. They both spun around to find a small man with a mustache standing where they felt nothing. He snuck up on them like some kind of ghost. The two regained their bearings as they regarded the man. Yeah. We were given directions to this place by a short kid with crazy blonde hair. Just made Chunin, she asked, but the man's eyes dawned in recognition. Oh, you mean Naruto-chan. You must be the ones he was expecting. Please, do come in. He beckoned as he delivered a simple palm thrust that nearly swung the door off of its hinges. Whoa! Was the shared reply from the two Chunin as they walked inside to see the other masters training in the yard until the one that invited them ran up to them. Hey, glad you guys made it. I'll show you around before we have that spar. He greeted them excitedly as he nearly dragged them on a tour of the place, during which they saw several eye-popping things happen, like Apachai punting a training dummy into LEO, low Earth orbit, Shigeru reducing another one into sawdust with what seemed like a single swipe of her blade, Sakaki ripping a steel girder in half with a flurry of punches, and the seemingly wiry Akasame swinging around heavy stone statues with ease. These guys are the masters here and my senseis. They're wicked strong and awesome, doesn't even scratch what these guys are. They taught me nearly everything I know, he told his new friends proudly as he continued along the way. Takeda saw something he liked when he saw Myo, but Kazara and Naruto gave him the evil eye. I wouldn't mess with Myo-wunshin if you want to stay healthy. I still can't beat her, no matter what I try or do, he warned the ash-haired pugilist. Got those wandering eyes, have you? Kazara asked dangerously. Oh no, Kazara-chan. I'm just having a look around, he explained frantically, hoping she bought it. Yeah, I'm sure, she muttered. She has a bit of a complex about her bust size. Being an A-cup at 19 was pretty embarrassing. The two women here in the dojo had to be pushing D-cup at least, making her a bit irritable. Hey, Kazara-nichan, you alright? Naruto asked innocently. Yeah, I'm cool. So what's next, kiddo? She asked, changing the subject. The dojo itself. We can have our spar there if you want, he replied with a grin. Upon entering the dojo, the last resident of the complex showed himself. Visitors, Naruto-chan? The voice, deep and wise, asked. They turned around to see Furinji Hayato, the elder of the Ryuzanpaku. To Kazara and Takeda, it was the tallest and most massively built old man they had even seen. To add to that, he didn't even register in their senses when he arrived behind them. Hey Gigi, they were gonna spar with me, Naruto informed his relative. Really now? That sound like fun, the old man clamored as he ripped off his top to reveal the ludicrously built body. Again that weird light in his eyes. They gotta teach me how they do that, Naruto thought until he and his new friends were snagged up and dragged into the courtyard. Now, just to be fair, all three of you come at me at once and I'll only use 0.002%, he called out cheerfully as he stretched out. Oh, he's gone battle wacky again, Naruto muttered. You related to this guy? Kazara asked, incredulous. Yep, he's my great-uncle and Myo-wunshin is my cousin. I just learned about them a month ago, Naruto replied. So, that hottie. Kazara glares at him. changing his words around. Girl Myo is his granddaughter? Takeda exclaimed. Yep, any guy that wants to go out with her. Uncle Hayato wants to test them out first. If they can't even last a few seconds against him, he sends them packing. Naruto shrugged, making Kazara laugh out loud. To get the princess, you gotta beat a monster. How much more cliché can you get? She said, making Takeda sulk. Naruto noticed that his great-uncle had vanished during their impromptu conversation, his eyes going wide. Holy... incoming! He shouted right as a ridiculously powerful blow impacted right next to them, the sheer force sending them flying in all directions. All three recovered in the air, landing on their feet and tried to regroup, but the old man was fast, really fast enough to stop them from linking up or trying any moves alone, so Naruto made a few Kagebunshin to try and distract him while he got them together. Jesus, is he human? Takeda asked. I'm still on the fence about that too, Naruto replied with deadpan look. What's the plan, guys? Kazara asked her de facto team. Well, I'll make a few more Kagebunshin and try to keep him busy while we all sneak in and at least try to engage him. It's the only way, Naruto offered. Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. I'll hit him from up high, Kazara said. I'll go low, Takeda offered. Then I'll go right down the middle. 2 of my clones will help each of you get close, but you'll be on your own from there, Naruto warned, getting ready to launch a distraction. Kazara and Takeda also readied themselves to attack while their clones coiled up, ready to pounce. Go! Naruto shouted as he weaved through hand seals. Futon. Daitapa. The wind attack wasn't meant to do any actual harm, but to kick up enough dust to obscure what they were about to do. Kazara, Takeda, Naruto and the clones used the cover to attack the wily master, following their plans through to the letter. But Takeda's uppercut was caught, Kazara's heel drop was blocked, and Naruto's Mubiyoshi was completely ineffective. With one massive movement, the elders shook them all off and sent them flying again, this time taking them down. Ah, now wasn't that was fun, children? He asked them, a serene, grandfatherly smile on his face as he sat down on the pile they landed in. Ugh! They all collectively moaned as he dragged them over to Akasame to sort them out and patch them up. Meanwhile, Kisame and Itachi had made their way over towards the edge of town, but had bumped into Kurenai, Asuma and Guy en route. Engaging in a short scuffle with them, they gave them the slip with Mizu Bunshins while the real ones reached Ryuzampaku's gates. Kakashi and Sasuke arrived on the scene shortly after, Sasuke in hot pursuit of his brother. After finding that they weren't there, they continued their search. HMPF, Big Gate. Maybe they're compensating for something. Itachi? Kisame chortled while the much shorter Uchiha pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance at his partner's strange sense of humor. He was trying to sense anyone other than the Kyuubi container within the compound, but was coming up empty. It should be safe. Kisame, open the gate, Itachi ordered. Kisame complied as he swung his great sword, Samahata, at the door with all of his might, but it was like banging a stick against a steel beam, sending vibrations up Kisame's arm. Whoa! Now that's a gate, Kisame commented as the tremors in his hands calmed down. Appa? Visitors? A new voice from behind asked. They both wheeled around to see someone even taller than Kisame standing there with a curious look on his face. Ah yes, we are looking for one Naruto Uzumaki. Might you know where he is? Itachi inquired politely. He believed in the saying, you catch more flies with honey, and this often got him the info he needed without resorting to force. Appa, Naruto-chan. He's in here, Appachai cheered, not knowing who they really were and what they wanted. Appachai put a finger against the door and shoved it open with force to spare, making Kisame feel strangely inadequate. That aside, they followed the giant of a man inside, quickly finding their target, who was busy getting his bearings back along with his 2 new friends. Naruto-kun, You must come with us. Itachi told him as more of a command than anything else. Naruto looked at the two strangely. What? Why should I? He asked. Our organization desires to gather all those like you to meet the goals of our leader. Now come with me. Itachi demanded again, reaching out for him. As he did that, a shout of rage and pinprick of ki diverted his attention. Itachi, prepare to die. Sasuke screamed as he charged up a Chidori while running at his brother with reckless abandon, madness dancing in his Sharingan. Before Kakashi could save his favorite student, the masters had already intervened, Sakaki holding a now dangling and even more highly pissed Sasuke, if that's even possible, by the wrist. Let me go. I must kill Itachi. Let me down, commoner. Sasuke raged and ranted at the mountainous karateka, who simply ignored him to focus on the missing Nin. You got a lot of nerve coming here, Gaki, Sakaki growled. Uchiha Itachi, what might you possibly want here? And with our student, no less? Akasame asked of him evenly. For our organization to achieve its goals, we need the ones who house the 9 demons within them. Naruto-kun is but one of them, Itachi told them, ready to flee if the odds soured any more than they already have. Kisame, however, was itching for a fight and went straight for the wiry jujitsu specialist, and got himself chucked over 10 yards away faster than they could blink. Oh my! That was a refreshing breeze, Akasame commented idly. Wah! What the hell? The blue-skinned Nuke-nin asked, completely bewildered. As Kisame tried to regain his bearings once again, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi showed up on the scene, making Itachi curse his bad luck. The target is too heavily guarded. I would barely be able to take one of them, much less all of them. This mission is a failure and we must retreat. The Uchiha killer thought. I told you to be careful, Kisame. These are not ones to underestimate just because they are not shinobi. They can easily outclass even the Sannin if provoked, with the elder being far beyond even that. We must go now, we cannot succeed as things stand. Itachi warned, preparing their escape by casting the Amaterasu, the black flames. Using this unnatural firewall, they quickly made a beeline for the outer hills just beyond the village borders. Jiraiya whipped out one of his scrolls and sealed up the Amaterasu flames within it, since nothing can really put them out, and the masters all convened on what the hell just happened. As it were, Kensei spoke out first. So that was the dreaded Akatsuki, was it? I believe they were after the Kyuubi sealed within young Naruto-chan. But for what? Sasuke and Kakashi were still nearby, as Sakaki still had his hand dangling from his grip like a human dingleberry, so they heard it all. Kakashi understood why Itachi would risk coming back. He was actually using his head and determined that the prize was far too tempting for an organization like that to resist. To Sasuke, he found out about Naruto's fuzzy problem and was smoldering with jealousy. You mean that the Dobe has this powerful demon sealed in him that gives him all of this power? Where can I get one, Kakashi? He demanded. Kakashi may have been a favoritist sensei and didn't like Naruto, but he knew that Jinchuriki were more cursed than anything else. They constantly had to struggle to keep their demons under control, and if Sasuke possessed such little self-control with the curse seal, then giving him a demon like the Bijou was the paramount of irresponsibility. Besides, if he tried it now, he would surely die. Uchiha-chan, you don't fully seem to realize what a Jinchuriki truly is or the mechanics behind them. Think of what Naruto's life had been like up until a month ago. Every vessel has gone through that. The Tsunaboi, Gaara, is a vessel just like Naruto is. But he was barely sane and could barely control his demon. Hayato told the arrogant boy sternly. Don't look down on me like I'm as weak as the Dobe or the nutcase Gaara. I can handle that power. I need it to kill him, Sasuke snarled until Tsunade cut in. Look, you arrogant little shit. All vessels start out as newborns due to the fact that once your coils are set, sealing the demon would rip you to shreds, not that I'd care. She snarled right back at him, making him falter. Then, why is the Dobe so special? He retorted. Because he was born the night the Kyuubi attacked. He was our only hope, and he's handled the demon better than we dreamed possible. The Yondaime was wise when he selected him for the task. I should know, as I was there when it happened, Sarutobi answered. Sasuke didn't like hearing the truth, so he lashed out at the closest target, Naruto himself. Give me that power, Dobe. I deserve it more than you. He raged until a left straight knocked him senseless. Beat it, brat. You've worn out your welcome here. Takeda scowled, Kazara placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. They liked Naruto, they really did, and this Uchiha kid was really getting on their nerves. Naruto looked like he was gobsmacked when his new acquaintances stood up for him like that. Hatake, take the Uchiha brat and leave. You are not welcome here. Shigure warned, her infamous Akabane to drawn. Kakashi knew to cut his losses, and he left without a fuss, lest he be sliced into chum on the spot. Once the hubbub died down and the Chunin pair took their leave, Jiraiya asked if everyone, Nyo included, could come to the dining room to hear what he was about to say. The masters all knew what was about to happen, Shigure chomping at the bit now that the time was finally here to reclaim what little family she had left. After setting up silence barriers to stop eavesdroppers and spies, Jiraiya had his godson sitting before him. What's up, Kyufu? The blonde Chunin asked curiously, his head cocked off to the side slightly. My boy, how much do you know about the Yondaime and the circumstances behind your seal? Jiraiya started out. Treatment room underneath the Yamanaka flower shop. Chiaki and Takato Haruno were currently within the treatment room of Yamanaka Inoichi, who was performing a form of psychotherapy on their daughter. The commotion she had caused at the award ceremony today was the last straw, and seeing as how she was currently unconscious due to one of the Jounin incapacitating her for her outburst, they shed all pride and pleaded with Inoichi to help cure their daughter of her obsessions. Inoichi was reluctant at first. He remembered how badly Sakura acted toward his daughter before and Ino's accounts of how Sakura managed to do what very few had even done, reject the Shintenshin. This could cause severe mental backlash on the caster, and Ino was very lucky to come away unscathed. However, the pleading her Sakura's parents changed his mind, and now he currently found himself preparing to jump into the strange and scary world that was the mind of Haruno Sakura. First, he injected her with a sleeping draft that would keep her asleep for the duration of his jump. Her awakening with him still in there would result in him being trapped in there, and we won't have that, now will we? Finally, all preparations completed, he took the plunge. Sakura's mindscape. Inoichi landed in an open, grassy plain and saw a mansion nearby. Everyone had their own variation of a mindscape, so he assumed this was hers as he ventured inside. Upon entering the mansion, he spotted the problem right off the bat in the form of countless pictures to Uchiha Sasuke. It was like some creepy shrine inside, think Mallet Island Manor from the first Devil May Cry game, and it was beginning to give the veteran mind-jumper the hibby-jibbies. This is saying something, since he has to jump inside of the minds of hardened criminals and works with Anko and Ibiki for Christ's sake. He made his way cautiously through the winding halls of the manor, making a mental note that locking away this destructive obsession with Sasuke would be doing the village a favor, not only the Haruno family. Next, he came into the hall of her memories. Once inside, he began to rifle through them to find the cause of her obsession. Once he found that memory and erased it, maybe it would take care of the obsession. While he looked for the memory, he stumbled across another memory. This one involved Naruto about 6 years ago. Flashback. A 6-year-old Sakura was walking along her way to her first day at the academy when she was pelted by a mud ball that had a rock in it, causing her to cry out and hit the ground. A girl with purple hair stepped into view, laughing and taunting the downed girl. "Look at that huge forehead," one child exclaimed. "Yeah, she's ugly," Ami, the offending girl, taunted. They continued to make fun of little Sakura, and every time she tried to stand, they pushed her back down. However, an unlikely savior came along, also on his way to his first day at the academy, one Uzumaki Naruto. He saw what they were doing and launched himself at the lead bully, tackling her to the ground and making the rest scatter, screaming about a monster. What? You think you can just pick somebody weaker than you? Try picking on me. Naruto yelled at Ami as he shoved her away. Two little freaks should be together anyway, she screamed as she tore off for the academy. Naruto turned around and offered Sakura a hand up, which she was hesitant about at first. Ah, come on. I ain't gonna hurt ya. He smiled at her, which seemed to make her feel better as she took his hand. He seemed nice enough as she listened to him babble on about pranks he'd pulled and about the wonders of ramen. During one of his pauses, she worked up the nerve to ask him his name. Oh, I'm Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet ya, he answered, remembering that he didn't know her name. And my name is Sakura. Haruno Sakura, she replied shyly. From there, the pair made their way to the academy, where the young girl noticed all of the glares directed at her new friend. But since it didn't bother him, she didn't really pay it any mind. They made it to the academy, albeit they were late by over a half an hour. The instructors opened up on him with both barrels, yelling and screaming at him, yet giving her a gentle chastising. A week had gone by and she had further befriended Naruto, but he was gone for a full week after that, and the bullies were targeting her again. This time, an blonde girl named Ino stood up for her and they hit it off quickly. During one of their little play sessions, Sakura mentioned another friend of hers, and the answer she got changed the course of her life. So, who is this mysterious boy that saved you from those bullies? Ino asked. I can't believe I didn't tell you his name. His name is Naruto, Sakura answered, but got a gasp then a scowl. Sakura, don't you know about him? Everybody hates him. If you keep hanging out with that idiot, people are going to hate you, too, Ino admonished. Sakura was trying to be fair to Naruto, but too many people hated him and said too many negative things about him. Could my parents be wrong about him? She wondered, as she decided to go with what Ino told her. Another week passed by. Ino started introducing her to her friends and to her hobby, fangirlism over the now last Uchiha, Sasuke. Inoichi paused for a moment as he found the root of Sakura's affliction. Well, managed to find the cause. It was Ino that created this monster, he thought. He was about to leave it at that, but wanted to see where Naruto fit into all of this. This week also saw the return of Naruto to class. Upon seeing his friend already sitting down, he made a beeline for her, but his joy at seeing her again was short-lived. Hey, Sakura-chan. Sorry about being gone for so long, but I was in the hospital for a Lee dash. He explained to her as he tried to sit down next to her, but she wheeled around on him and fixed the unprepared blonde with a withering glare. What do you want? She growled. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? Naruto stammered, not knowing what was happening. It was so surreal to him since only 2 weeks ago. She was his best and only friend. Now he comes back to this. What's wrong is that you're even talking to me, Naruto Baka, she yelled at him, bringing a small tear to his eye and breaking his heart. Naruto Baka, leave her alone. Nobody wants to be around someone as annoying as you, Ino shouted. Naruto looked down at his feet as he sadly shuffled off to the back of the classroom. Soft sniffles could be heard as he tried to hold in what he was feeling, but the jeers of the class and from the instructor of all people wore his resistance down as he put his head down on his desk and cried. Inoichi was appalled at what his daughter had done to the boy when all he wanted was a friend. What galled him even further was the fact that this happened after he had a talk with her about said boy. That poor kid. He didn't deserve that. She's got a lot of explaining to do, Inoichi thought as he exited her mindscape, or at least tried before a massive hand scooped him up and held him threateningly. Shinaro, what the hell are you doing in my head? The massive being that looked like Sakura with the kanji for inner on its forehead. Damn it, Ino told me about something like this, but I still can't believe it. This girl has some kind of MPD, multiple personality disorder. Her parents were right to bring this up. We can't have shinobi running around like this. Inoichi mused. Easy there. Put me down. I am Ino's father and I was asked by your parents to enter your mind. He tried to reason with the being, but it only served to infuriate it even more. So, that little weakling Sakura's parents finally wanted something done about me. I got rid of that blonde kid that she suppressed me with before, and now I can do the same with you. Inner Sakura roared as it started to bear down on Inoichi with all of its might. That's it. The kid gloves come off, he thought as he began to assert himself with more authority. I just thought I should warn you. You're not dealing with an amateur like my daughter. Don't force me to get rough, the elder Yamanaka warned, which went unheeded. Fine. I warned you, he muttered as he gathered all of his will, pried himself free and knocked her away with an invisible fist. After the inner persona was stunned, he swiftly went to work on binding up the violent entity, so that he could seal it away. He could tell that this persona was what one could call an ID, one that had been controlling her emotions since Ino caused Sakura to doubt herself and her choices. The ID was about to take control when Naruto befriended her and helped to suppress it. Once Ino did what she did, it weakened Sakura's control enough for the ID to swoop in, and it twisted her thinking into hating him with a disturbing, keeping him at a distance and keeping her after Sasuke, who it knew Sakura could never obtain, keeping her confidence down while slowly siphoning away her soul bit by bit. This also prevented Naruto from aiding in suppressing it again, seeing him as a critical threat to its existence. No sooner than the ID had been sealed and awaiting disposal, a doorway appeared out of nowhere that had locks and chains all over it. As Inoichi reached for it, the chains and locks fell away, leaving the door to creak open loudly. The dust cleared to reveal the Sakura from the memory, curled up into a ball as if she were sleeping. He cautiously walked up to the girl and shook her awake. The girl yawned lightly and sat up slowly. Oh, hello. Who are you? What are you doing here? It might find you, you have to leave, the younger Sakura warned, looking around. Oh, that thing? He asked, gesturing to the sealed mass behind him with his thumb. Young Sakura's eyes went wide with surprise at the sight. Wow! You're really strong, she gushed. Inoichi had the good graces to color slightly. Now, as I said before, I'm Ino's father and your parents asked me to enter your mind to see what was going on, he told her. Sugoi, so you're Ino-chan's daddy? She asked. Yes, I am. Now then, Sakura-chan, what can you remember? Have you been locked away here long? The mind jumper asked as part of making his diagnosis. Well, the last thing I remember was Ino-chan telling me that Naruto-san was bad, and that I shouldn't be around him anymore. But he was so nice to me and saved me from bullies. Why would Ino-chan do that? She asked. Whoa. She's been locked in here for over 6 years and her cognitive memory ends where the ID took over. Now that the ID has been taken care of, however, her mind will revert to where it was 6 years ago. This means that all of her shinobi training will be lost to her and she'll almost have to start over again, as well as maturing from scratch. At least she'll get a chance to start over and hopefully repair the mess that ID made of her life. Inoichi thought as he finished sealing away and disposing of the mental demon so that it could never harm its victim ever again. I can't tell you that, hopefully you can make it up to him by being his friend again. He did nothing wrong and hurt no one. Just remember that and you will be just fine, Inoichi told the girl as he exited the mindscape. Back in the Yamanaka basement, Inoichi jerked suddenly as his soul and mind returned to his body. Then his head rose. Sakura's parents had been waiting for nearly an hour after he took the plunge into their daughter's head and eagerly awaited news of any sort. How is she? Is our daughter all right? Takato asked of the therapist. Inoichi proceeded to tell them about what he saw inside her head, about what caused her obsession with Sasuke, and how it all spiraled downward from there, including the meeting with Naruto. They were happy that he saw it within himself to help their daughter. He then told them about what had caused all of this in the first place, about the ID. Her parents gasped in horror and shock at what their daughter had within them. It was a similar situation to that of the Uzumaki boy, only he seems to be in control and a generally nice boy judging by the memory. However, Inoichi had yet to tell them the worst part. Before they could even move, a light enveloped the girl, scaring the crap out of all adults present. Once the light died down, Sakura was still there, but she was different. What the hell happened to our daughter? She shrank. Takato bellowed. They were now staring at a 6-year-old Haruno Sakura, still dressed in her red dress which was now way too big on her tiny frame. "Oh, my baby," Chiaki wailed into her husband's chest. Inoichi performed another quick dive into her head, and upon coming back out, he sighed in relief. It seems that with the ID gone, his body reset itself to match its mental state. She is now 6 years old once again, mentally and physically. Other than that, she's okay. He soothed the parents. "What?" they chorused, causing Inoichi to explain just what the hell happened inside their daughter's head. After his explanation, they seemed to accepted it, although grudgingly. "In order to ease her into readjusting when I wake her up, I suggest that we find the 2 peers she was closest to when at this age. I suggest that you go find my daughter Ino and Uzumaki Naruto. He now lives at the edge of the village and my daughter is currently with her team at Shushuya's." The Mind Walker told them. The parents wasted no time in going out to find the people needed to ease their daughter back into a normal life. "You find Ino, I'll find Naruto," Chiaki shouted as she tore off to track down the errant blonde boy that might hold half of the key to her daughter's eventual recovery. Back at Ryozanpaku, Naruto was seated at the dinner table inside the main hall at the dojo. The masters, Myo and his great-uncle, Sandame, his godparents, Shizune, and his 3 brides-to-be were all seated around him. Jiraiya asking him a question. "How much do I know about the Yondaime and my seal?" "Well, I do know that he was the one that slapped it on me in the first place, along with Fuzzy in there. I know that the seal lets some of its power out, but that's only when I'm really angry or scared," Naruto answered honestly. "Well, I can't fault you for not really knowing all that much. The inner workings of your seal are a closely guarded secret for a good reason. As for what I asked about the Yondaime," Jiraiya paused, bracing himself and allowing Naruto to do the same. "His real name was Namikaze Minato and his wife's name was Kushina," he answered. "What does this have to do with me, Kyufu?" Naruto asked, still puzzled. "Naruto, her maiden name was Uzumaki," he told the boy, letting him slide the pieces together. He mulled it over for a moment, then froze. "Uzumaki? She's my mom? My dad was—" He stopped, hardly believing what he was hearing. "That's right, Gaki. Your father was none other than the Yondaime Hokage, my student and the son I never had," Jiraiya told him finally. Myo and the others gave him space to process all of this information. They had to admit that this was quite a hard and bitter pill to swallow. Your own father placing a malevolent demon within you was pretty damn hard to take. But if he was my dad and everybody liked him so much, why did they all treat me like some kind of monster? He asked, tears beginning to form. My boy, fear and panic can give rise to the greatest of follies. A dear friend once told me that the person is intelligent, but people are dumb, panicky animals. The mass fear that gripped this village after the Kyuubi incident ran out of control, and there were certain elements within our own council that used it to their advantage. Minato, your father, wanted you to be seen as the hero that saved our lives and countless others for holding the Kyuubi captive, but his trust was betrayed. Sarutobi responded, looking even older than before. But that still doesn't explain why no one even wanted to adopt me, Naruto exclaimed. It wasn't that no one would, but that no one was allowed to, Naruchan, not until now. The council drafted a law that no one was allowed to adopt you since you had blood relatives and named godparents that still lived. I was told that you were dead and left this place in anger. Jiraiya was told to stay away, and the rest that knew the truth about you were pressured to stay silent in exchange for your continued life. Tsunade explained to her godson sadly, Shizune nodding in agreement. He kinda grew on her like a flesh-eating disease or that fuzzy mold on the month-old leftovers in the back of your fridge. Those bastards, Naruto whispered in disbelief. He'd always tried to see the good in everyone, taught by Irika that there always was a little good left in even the darkest soul. But the civilian council had just proven him wrong. Shigeru took this opportunity to speak to him, and the way she spoke surprised everyone. Naruto-kun, I was also told that you were dead, and to my eternal shame, I did not check for myself. I was too distraught to even think clearly, and I simply killed off my emotions to forget about the pain. But that is no excuse for my neglect. The weapons mistress spoke out as she told him her story and of how she was supposed to be his One-ichan. Please, forgive me, she begged, her bow so low that her bangs were touching the tatami. Naruto was stunned even further with all of these truths coming to light this day, but he was nothing if not enduring. He stood and walked over to the woman and hugged her as hard as he could. One-ichan, I forgive you, he muttered into her ear. Shigeru simply broke out into the first honest and unguarded smile that the masters had ever seen as she hugged him back. She finally felt like she was more complete again. The one missing piece had finally been revealed and it slid into place, for both of them. From now on, I will take up the Uzumaki name along with Naruto-kun, as I have no need for this false name any longer. I am now Uzumaki Shigeru, daughter of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, and older sister to Uzumaki Naruto, future Rokudame of Konoha, she declared in a crisp, clear voice. She no longer had that verbal pause that she once used, and her eyes seemed to be teeming with life once again. The rest of the people present were happy for the newly reunited family. The girls were still in shock that the one they truly liked was really the only son of the Yondaime. Now, since they liked him without knowing his real heritage, no one could accuse them of liking him only for his lineage, like the Uchiha's fangirls. Their feelings for him were real, and no one could contest that now. Tsunade was also happy about this development for her godson and the fact that his chosen future wives honestly cared for him, famous or not. She was also happy that Naruto had now been reunited with his sister, not by blood, but close enough. Shigeru was Kushina's protege and adopted daughter, so that made her family as much as Shizune was. Kushina was like a daughter to her like Shizune was, so that made Naruto and Shigeru like grandchildren, although she would never admit to that. Jiraiya cleared his throat to gather everyone's attention once again. I have one final piece of information about your mother, Naruto. This also explains the Kyuubi attack and why it happened. Jiraiya spoke again in a tone that was very serious. Outside the dojo walls, Haruno Chiaki had finally arrived at Ryuzanpaku and managed to squeeze herself in through the gap in the gate, since it was left open, making her way inside, intent on finding Naruto. She could see some figures behind the shoji screens in the main hall, so she decided to go there, believing that Naruto might be there or that whoever was in there would know how to find him. The door was left open a slight crack, negating the sound-proofing seals Jiraiya had placed on them as he continued to weave the tale of the chain of events that led to the Kyuubi attack. You see, Naruto isn't the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. There were two others before him. The first host was the wife of the Shodame, Tsunade's grandmother and Kushina's relative, Uzumaki Mito. When she died of old age, the Kyuubi was then sealed into Kushina herself. Finally, after she had married the Yondaime and she was giving birth to you, a man named Uchiha Madara sought to take advantage of the Kyuubi by yanking it out of the host when the seal was at its weakest, when a female host gives birth. She managed to survive the Kyuubi being ripped from in childbirth, but one of the people who delivered you, the wife of Sarutobi-sensei, and many ANBU had been killed in the process. The Yondaime managed to wound Madara before he had the Kyuubi attack Konoha. Finally, it took the combined effort and lives of both of your parents to seal it within you. They loved you, kiddo. Never, ever, doubt that. The Toad Sage and Godame Hokage finally told his godson. Chiaki was floored, as was everyone else in the room. Not even the masters or even the elder knew the whole truth about the Kyuubi attack. She didn't hate the boy like most everybody else did, but saw him as another victim of the attack. Now that these facts were brought to light, she was even further shocked that the two vessels before Naruto were married to the Sho and Yondaime Hokages, and that the Yondaime and the previous vessel was his own mother. The strength that this boy possesses seems to run in his blood, and he holds relations to at least 4 of our 5 Kages. Amazing. This really is karma at work here. Chiaki thought as she shifted slightly, lightly bumping the shoji screen and getting their attention. I command whoever is there to show yourself, Sarutobi demanded in his most authoritative voice, the rest of the room's occupants readying themselves for a fight. The door slid open to reveal a head of pink hair. Sakura? What the hell are you doing here? Get out! Naruto shouted. He was ready to evict the trespasser by force until she raised her head to show her face, making Naruto skid to a halt. You're not Sakura? Who are you? Naruto asked. She got down into a submissive bow, her head held low and eyes on the floor. Uzumaki-san. Please, help me help my daughter, Sakura. Something happened to her. Chiaki told the room full of occupants, flooring many of them. An ID? How did that go unnoticed for so long? Weren't the academy shrinks supposed to weed things like that out? And just how in the name of Kami did she shrink? That doesn't make any sense, Tsunade asked. I truly don't know, but Inoichi-san managed to subdue it and dispose of it. But as I told you, Naruto-san is one of the only people that can help her at this point, the other being Ino-san. Unfortunately, they both want nothing to do with her. The woman managed to get out before she started crying again. The girls, Myo, and Shigeru were all still super pissed at Sakura for her antics, but this truth threw their opinions of her for a loop. It now appears that she was under the control of this ID and now she's younger again. They could understand that Naruto would be thrown for a loop and would struggle with himself on the matter if he should help her or not. Naruto was at a loss over what to do. He now knew that the reason that she turned on him wasn't really her fault, that she was like him in a sense for a while, only it controlled her. However, he was still pretty sore about all of the humiliation, pain, and heartbreak she had caused him over the years. Tsunade noticed her godson's conflict with his conscience. Naruchan, this is your choice to make, not mine, she told him as he mulled it over. Well, her parents weren't ever mean to me and they said that it was this thing inside her that made her hate me. Sakura was my friend at one point and my first friend. Now she's reus back to where she was still my friend. But what about Ino? She had a hand in this too. I need to talk with her about it. Now. He mused. He then turned to Mrs. Haruno. Haruno-san, tell me where she is, please, he asked of her. Chiaki was overjoyed as she hugged the young Chunin, both of them standing up again. I'm gonna go help them. I'll be back, he told the rest of the people present, but Sarutobi and Jiraiya stopped them. I'll only say this once. What you just heard is an SS rank secret. No one must hear of this beyond those here today. The penalty for letting this information is a slow, gruesome death at the hands of Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Enko. Am I understood? The new Godame asked, his question laced with an edge to it. I swear to secrecy, Hokage-sama. Chiaki swore, her green eyes rife with seriousness. Haruno-san, put your hand on my shoulder, and I'll get us there with a jutsu I learned recently. Naruto instructed as she complied. With a single ram seal, the two disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I hope that she keeps her word. Naruto-kun will be in a world of trouble if this gets out. Hinata wondered. No, she won't. She's a mother first. I could tell that she was completely serious when she swore that oath. Also, she and her husband are some of the only people that treated Naruto like a human being and not a monster. She'll stay silent, Tsunade assured. She was a human lie detector, so if she said someone was on the up and up, she meant it. The others backed down after hearing the legendary medic and Kunoichi vouch for the woman. With Team 10 at Shushuya's barbecue restaurant. Team 10 had pulled into their favorite haunt, intent on celebrating Shikamaru's promotion to Chunin. Team 10 was surprised with, but welcomed, Ino's recent attitude change. She was training with them more and not complaining nearly as much, although she was still a bit bossy. She actually ate proper meals instead of going on crash diet after crash diet. It was painful for them to watch her slowly starving herself into an early grave. One of the most welcome changes was the fact that she stopped talking about her Sasuke-kun altogether. In fact, the last time someone tried to gossip with her about the prodigy, she got rather cross with them and told them that he didn't matter to her anymore and left it at that. So Shika, you, Naruto and Shino all made Chunin. I'm so proud of you guys. I was thinking that this was justice in a sense. The cool, popular guys all fizzled out while you guys, the unpopular guys and the underdogs, all made Chunin on your first try. She congratulated the shadow user. Yeah, but I didn't really want to make Chunin. I mean, now I have extra work to do and harder missions. Man, what a drag, he complained. It's not the end of the world, Shikamaru. You'll still have time to hang out with the team and still get to do missions with us. Asuma reassured. Yeah, we can still hang out. Shika, just like old times. Me and Inol make Chunin before you know it. Chuji added. Asuma was glad that the poison that was Uchiha Sasuke had been purged from his team, more specifically from Ino. Since she stopped fawning over him, she had made a turn for the better, treating her teammates and others much better than before and not talking about that wretched Uchiha anymore. He was about to reflect some more when a brown-haired man burst into the restaurant and was looking for someone. His eyes scanned the room before locking directly onto his team, Ino specifically. He was about to stop this man until she spoke out first. Aren't you Sakura's dad? What do you want with me? She asked, wary of anything to do with Sakura. Haruno Takato wasted no time in recapping what had happened after the ceremony, including all of what Inoichi had told him. So that's what kicked me out of her head. An ID. Those things are dangerous. I could have been killed by that thing and Dad destroyed it on his own. But the Sakura I first met ceased to be once I spoke bad about poor Naruto. I still haven't been able to apologize to him for that. And poor Sakura. Now she's a 6-year-old all over again, the young mindwalker thought sadly. I'll go with you. Let's go. She almost shouted as the pair ripped out of the shop, bound for the Yamanaka residence. Yamanaka residence. Just as Naruto and Chiaki arrived via Shunshin at the Yamanaka house, with Ino and Noburo running at them from the opposite direction. Ino smiled softly when she saw Naruto in his new Chunin vest and walked over to congratulate him. Hey there, Naruto. I just wanted to say, was all she said before she was cut off. Save it. Just save it. I already know about how this all happened, Ino-san. But just leave it for now and let's go inside. We have some damage to undo. Naruto told her with a tense voice, unable to look her in the eye. Ino understood why he was so upset since it was proven that SHE was the one that set this all in motion by not heeding her father's advice, setting this chain of events into motion. She indeed felt horrible about it, since Naruto was really a decent guy and Sakura was his first and only friend at the time. I don't know if I could ever make it up to you, or to her, but I'll do my damn best to try. I owe Naruto and Sakura that much to at least help in fixing this mess I helped to create. Ino thought sadly as she let Naruto and Sakura's parents inside. She brought them downstairs to the treatment room, a place where she had done most of her training in her clan's arts. There, both parties saw the pink-haired girl still sleeping peacefully in the deep chair she was set into. Inoichi, who just came back into the room while finishing a small sandwich, saw them. Ah, good. I'm glad you could come, Naruto-kun. Now before I wake her up, I believe that my daughter has something to say to you. Inoichi told him, slightly glaring at his daughter, but she didn't need the cue. Naruto, I'm so sorry. I was just young and stupid, trying to fit in, but that's no excuse for all of the things that I did and said to you, even though my parents told me that I should try being your friend. I just thought that I was helping Sakura, but I just wound up hurting you both. I swear I'll make this up to the two of you no matter how long it takes. No matter what it is I have to do, I'll do it. Please, just give me the chance to make things right again. Ino pleaded with him, stunning even her own father with how far she was willing to go to make amends. Naruto stood and thought hard for a few moments with his eyes closed and arms crossed. After thinking for a moment, he came to a decision. We'll wait until I hear what Sakura has to say, but until then, let's at least be civil to each other. Me getting pissed at you won't solve anything. Naruto reasoned. Ino smiled lightly. There was still some hope left after all. She didn't want them to hate her and she was kind of getting attracted to her fellow blonde. A little more so now that he was showing extreme restraint and forgiveness for the living hell of a life she contributed to. Inoichi grinned at the young Chunin for showing benevolence when he didn't have to. He was made to suffer, but he still hinted at forgiveness towards his daughter and her friend. The Haruno parents were happy with this as well. He was willing to put the past behind him in order to heal a rift that had been ripped open years ago. Inoichi picked up a syringe that held a clear liquid and injected it into Sakura's arm, bringing her back around slowly. She groaned for a moment, then her green eyes fluttered open and she sat up slowly, holding her head. "Honey, are you okay?" Chiaki asked her baby girl. "Mama, where am I?" she asked, looking around and at her hands and body. "What's going on? Why do Naruto-kun and Ino-chan look so much older?" she asked again, now becoming frightened. Inoichi moved in to explain things to the now 6-year-old Sakura. "You see, there was something very bad inside of your mind and I went in to take care of it. I killed it, but you were still affected. You were 12, almost 13, and an official kunoichi. Now, since I killed the demon, it reset you back to when it first possessed you, giving you a second chance. That is why Ino and Naruto look so much older. You've been asleep for over 6 years. I'm sorry," he told the little girl to soothe her. Little Sakura teared up, sniffled and then launched herself at the closest person to her, Naruto, and cried into his Chunin vest. "Wah! I'm scared, Naruto-kun," she cried as he awkwardly patted her on the back as he clumsily racked his mind for something to make her feel better. "Hey, don't cry, Sakura-chan. Don't be scared. I'm here, Ino is here, your parents are too," he told her softly as he got her to stop crying long enough to look around. She immediately jumped from the blonde to her parents. Well, she was really cute at that age. Naruto mused at the effect the young Sakura had on him. Without even trying, she broke through his anger and made him forget the speech he intended to Sakura once she woke up. He couldn't hate her now. She was an innocent again. The Sakura that did all of those horrible and hurtful things to him was gone, leaving this scared child in her place. Ino had been told of what happened, but seeing it was a completely different story. She ran back up to her room and fished out the ribbon that Sakura gave back to her when they both decided that they liked Sasuke. True to how she was all those years ago, her hair was shaggy and fell in front of her eyes. "Hey, Sakura?" Ino asked. Little Sakura turned from her parents and ran up to her, in her mind, new friend. "Huh? What's up, Ino-chan?" she asked innocently. "Hey, here. Let me give you this," Ino said as she tied the ribbon into her hair, holding her bangs back. She now looked exactly like Ino remembered. She looked in a full mirror that was stored in the basement and giggled in approval. She bounded up to Naruto to get his opinion. "Hey, Naruto-kun, how do I look?" she asked. Naruto couldn't resist chuckling and smiling at this now adorable Sakura. He still had trouble wrapping his brain around what the hell just happened. However, he saw it for what it was, an opportunity to regain a friend that he had lost to that asshat Sasuke. As stated earlier, he just couldn't bring himself to hate her since the one he hated technically didn't exist anymore. She was the sweet little girl he befriended on that fateful day. "You look really cute, Sakura-chan." He grinned warmly at her, making the little girl blush a deep shade of red, much to the amusement of everyone else present. "Do you like him, Sakura?" her mom teased. She admitted bashfully. Ino smiled sadly at what could have come to pass if she had just listened to her parents. Although now Naruto was treating her like a kid sister and Sakura was all too happy to lap up the attention. It was still infinitely better than the way things were before, and they looked happy enough with the way things are. "Say, Ino-chan, why did you tell me that Naruto-anakin was bad?" the little girl asked, expecting an answer that had better be good. "Sakura-chan, I was wrong about him," I said those things because I wanted everyone to like me, and I thought that if you stayed around him, then people would pick on you even more. I thought that I was helping you, but I was wrong. He's one of the nicest people I've even known and one of the strongest. I still don't know why people hate him so much, but I know that they're wrong too. Ino admitted. Is that all? That sounds like a dumb reason to not like someone. The little girl commented. Inoichi called Naruto over for a second. Naruto, do you think it's safe to tell them about your secret? With her mindset and Ino's acceptance, there's a damn good chance that they will understand. Inoichi asked. He mulled it over for a second before asking Sakura's parents if they were comfortable with Sakura learning this. This is your secret to share, Uzumaki-kun. If it makes you feel better, then we approve. She needs to know the truth. Takato told him, his wife agreeing. Sakura-chan, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you about me. Naruto called out to the little girl as he sat down in a chair. Sakura responded by bounding into his lap like it was story time. Now. This all started 13 years ago on the night I was born. Naruto began, gently telling the child the truth in a way that she would understand. As he wound down the story, the trademark intelligence that got her through the academy the first time showed itself. So, it's like you're a glass and you're holding water? She asked, stunning the rest of them with her level of understanding. Well, yeah, pretty much. That's all I am, is a container. Naruto confirmed her notion. That's the stupidest reason to hate someone I've ever heard, she yelled as she threw her tiny arms around his neck. Nichan is Nichan. That's all I care about, she added with a wide grin. If only everyone else were as smart as this little girl, Inoichi mused sadly. But Naruto-kun pulled through. He's a strong boy and an even stronger ninja. It's too bad that he's so much older than her now, but it's still okay that she sees him as an older sibling, someone to look up to. He's a good role model for her, and Naruto-kun seems to be enjoying this, too, Chiaki commented with a smile. After everything calmed down, Naruto asked if he could take Sakura to Tsunade to have a look at her to make sure nothing went wrong, to which her parents readily agreed. He picked the tiny girl up and got himself ready to teleport. Ready, Sakura-chan? He asked, getting an enthusiastic head nod in return. Before he shunshined them away, he cast a look over at Ino. I forgive you, was all he told her as he teleported himself and his pint-sized passenger away to Ryuzanpaku, hoping that his godmother or Shizune were still there.